Oh, why am I over here? Whoops. Hey! I'm on the right side. What up, boys? How are we doing today? It's an absolute beautiful day. I hit the wrong overlay at the start. That was like my multiple-year-old overlay that had my old hand cam for Fortnite and stuff. Boys! Good morning. How are we all? I cooked up a good little YouTube-inski for us. We have our video from yesterday going over and cooking right now. Hello, Kanko. I saw that the servers are potentially down for another 3 hours. And I did an eep. Look at the pin message. We require an untiltable mountain of punctuality. Yeah. That's crazy, actually. That's 100% wacky. Well done. Well done. Listen, everybody says, Dusty, we want more YouTube. We want more YouTube. I got more YouTube on the way, and you're like, Dusty, we want less YouTube. You know what? Maybe I just sleep less. Maybe I start doing... Never mind. YouTube will be mad at me if I say that during the live. Maybe I just start drinking super coffee. AKA vodka Red Bulls starting at 8 a.m. Maybe you starve and sleep less? Yeah. I'm just a few bad habits away from actual success. Yeah. I just need to, like, destroy my liver and stuff. I got a spray bottle for when you're getting sleepy. Yeah, that's not a bad idea at all. I start dozing off and it's just... Psst. Yeah. I like that. Your content robot on my iPhone. Listen, man. If you go over to YouTube, you have all the content in the world, and I get ad rev from that. I'm just putting that out there. Smoking ciggies? Dude, I feel like I've been smoking ciggies lately. Indoors? Yeah, cigs inside. Cigs inside is a large thing. Arguably one of the largest game-saving changes in history. It's cigs inside, but good try, Carla. Cigs inside is the meta. Ciggies will make you less hungry and make you wake up sooner to smoke ciggy. Maybe that's the motivation. Yeah, maybe that's what we were missing. Just like an undying primal urge to create content. I mean, low-key, I always wondered how, like, Super Saiyan I would be as a content creator if I just gave in and went to go get, like, Vivans. My fiance doesn't even smoke and she'd be rolling me joints to smoke in the crib. I hope she knows how to roll. Or you be getting like those air pockets and those canoes and shit. I'd be like, thank you. But then I'd be like critiquing the rolls and shit. I'd like tap that shit down. I'd be like, so this is like the top that you left. So you want to make sure you pack it properly as you go. Like, especially if it's a cone, like you got to get your good base. You got to make sure it's evenly distributed. Like this grind a little bit too fine for this. So it's not pulling through right. I had to mentor her. Yeah. It's like if this is too fine, it's not gonna pull through because it'll be like just a wall. If it's not packed enough, then it's gonna pull through too quick. So then you're gonna have one side that smokes faster than the other. Like, yeah. It's all those important things. What up, nerd? Exclamation bardcore. Yeah. No, we on the same page. That's huge. I will say though, I can't afford to be smoking rolls. Those shit's expensive. That's like smoking rolls as your like primary smoke is, in my opinion, the rich man way to smoke. I think you burn through a lot of product to smoke a roll properly. Because if you're not letting a resin ring form on your roll itself, then you're not getting the most flavor. Your cherry is going to be too hot. Like, there's etiquette to not only rolling, but also smoking. This is literally Dusty. Oh God, what is that? Shit, I wish I was much different. Actually, I've cut down to less than that. But what are the chances servers come up early? I mean, like, disgustingly early, probably not, but they usually get them up within the time frame. I say usually. If there's like a large bug, they have had extended downtimes before, but the sad crow, Dusty's sad as fuck, no servers. Fair. Yeah, I mean, I can see it maybe coming up within like a couple hours, but I don't necessarily think it'll be a thing where they're like, we said 6, we meant 3:30, ha ha ha. So I fully see us just like chilling here, but not 2 hours early. Yeah, like, it's possible, right? Maybe they just like thought they needed more time for something and like zoom through it. But I wouldn't count on anything like 2 hours early. Like, it's possible, but not probable at all, in my opinion. Yeah, so I saw, thankfully actually, due to me getting on late, I saw that they posted an article. Can we go over patch notes? We wait for that so other people can get in. Yeah. Because if I went over patch notes as soon as I got on stream, you would ask to go over patch notes, and then in 10 minutes, somebody else would ask to go over patch notes, and then in 20 minutes, somebody else would ask to go over patch notes. So we wait until like people have made their way in, and we wait until I'm at like that part of normal viewership curve where things hit. Can we go over patch notes? Yeah. Yes. Well, now that people important are asking, fuck yeah. Absolutely. What do you mean? Why would we go over anything else? What? The fuck do you think I'm here for? Yeah, patch notes, of course. Fuck yeah, I've got them up right here. So. Well, okay, low-key. I don't mean to show favoritism. But since we have somebody here, and by somebody here, I mean Lumi, Christian, who actually has a brain. One person. His feedback's really important. Everybody else here, go fuck yourselves. But we've got one person here with a brain, goddammit. And we're going to utilize it. No, I've actually been staring at these on my other monitor. I just like giving everybody shit. If you guys know me, anytime it's a react day, we react. And half of what I react to is your misery as a community when I don't start the fucking video. Dude, yesterday, we yapped about Ashes for like 6 hours or something. No, like 5.5, 6 hours, somewhere right around there. It was a long time. And we watched one singular second of a peon video. Did we check peon video? Which peon video? The one I watched a second of yesterday? I haven't been able to get my Ashes content fixed the last few weeks. Now I'm jonesing. By Ashes content fixed, do you mean trying to find a group for something while you kill otters? The true Ashes way. You gotta be getting close to like actual playing the game point, right? Dude, oh my god, the otters are insane. Between like level 7 to level, what? Probably fucking 18 at this point is just entirely slaughtering wildlife. It's just like, it's like frogs into otters. Vegas! Hi Vegas, how you doing over on YouTube, Goaty? Dorfin here? Yeah, so The last few patches I've had negative feedback, so he's been sent here to silence me. Vegas, thank you for the 14 months, baby. I appreciate you. Listen, Dorf is an otter opposer. Like, Dorf is one of the hunters of otters. Nobody lets him in their groups because they're intimidated. Any kind of smelly. So nobody lets Dorf play, so he always has to solo. Dorf will just be sitting in global chat like, hey guys, I'm a GM, please invite me. And everyone's like, no, shut up, go work. And Dorf's just in the office grinding otters instead. He finds groups easier than I do, and I'm angry about it. my raid one time, this is not an exaggeration, Vegas. So GMs can fly, right? I can't. It's kind of bullshit. I think streamers should also be able to fly. Maybe I'm slightly biased on it. But one day, I'm doing a raid, just farming stuff, and I, as a tank, go to pull something. And here comes Planendorf with his fucking, just like descending. My entire raid group goes, oh shit, Dorf's here! And they turn, and every single person in my raid group is standing around Planendorf like it's fucking Pokimane at TwitchCon. I swear to God. And I know that from experience because I was standing near Pokimane at TwitchCon. And I'm sitting there and I'm pulling, and by the time I realize what's happening, I'm 25% HP with 10 elite mobs on me. I look, my entire group's going, Dorf! Hey man, we're farming. Do you see us playing the game? Dorf, do you have any snorses? Hey, where's Steven? How's everything been? Is it patch soon? Where's Rogue? And I'm over there popping every single fucking defensive cooldown. And I just die in sight of my entire fucking raid group. Just like, yeah, Dorf! Awesome job flying, man. Woo! Firefox, please, Dorf. They only want me for my mounts. Has someone ever hit you with just the crazy request? Like, I've had people straight offer to RMT my snores, and I'm like, brother, please fucking don't. It's going away soon. Like, have you ever had somebody just be like, Dorf, I will literally just, I'll cash app you for a Firefox. Like, I feel like it's not bannable unless you actually RMT constantly. That's so crazy. That's so crazy. The attempted bribery of a GM. Oh my God. That's so fucking good. They're fucking cooked. Ni hao, ni hao, ni hao, ni hao. Ni hao, Mr. Nova. Thank you for the hydrate. At least 2 times an hour. Dude, that's so fucking good. I still think Maelstrom's Crown is cooler. Like, Firefox is cool, but A, the bone that the fire is attached to is completely fucked up. So the fire comes like halfway out of its tail. And 2, Maelstrom's Crown's cooler. And 3, Garden is a stoned happy little treant. Garden is the herbs. Like, hold on. Let me show you this guy. Garden may or may not be the single happiest mount in human history. Let's see. Like, this guy's just happy that he's able to be a mount. Open image in new tab. I don't know if he's even in yet. I need to look through Steven's dev console next time he shows it. Like, look at this guy. Dude, he's so fucking happy. Like, he's legitimately just happy to exist. He's like just the right amount of derpy. Character art team next level. Like, so you know how I was saying we should be able to just face scan a mount for like an RMT pack, right? This is what I would want my face scan to come out as, just... And then I want his, like, I don't know what the mount flourish there would be. but surely he just becomes a tree for a second. Like full Transformers, but into an actual tree. A tree blaze as fuck? I know, dude, it's so good. It's so good. It's so good. And like, I love how this part of Bark just looks like a slapped upside down nose. Like this entire face is fucking cursed. Like his actual nose looks like an upside down Squidward nose. He's fried off his fucking ass to where he'd get pulled over for a DUI just by walking as a mount. He's so happy to be alive because he made it out the hood. He pulled his roots up and he made it. He's into the city now. He's into all of the nodes. He's into the metropolises, Planendorf. And he's happy about it. Chat, by the way, I heard Planendorf loves the term metropolises, and he's tried to pass it on to Steven multiple times, and they just need a little bit more like momentum behind it before metropolises is the official term for a fully upgraded node, and it's plural. So rumor has it they've actually thought about buying the Webster dictionary so they could actually redo the plural of metropolis to metropolises formally. So Steven has gone on record. You can't find this record. It was in the Library of Alexandria, but he has gone on record saying that he does love the term metropolises and he would be willing to add a few M's more to the dev budget, not only to cut me in a little piece for royalties, but also to buy Merriam and Webster both. Take their dictionary and the thesaurus and essentially make metropolises a globally accepted term. Really Gulf of America that hoe, if you will. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. I found a cool one that looks so close to this one. Dude, I think even if it looks close to this one, it's not this one. There are many like this tree, but this tree is my tree. And like, even the side view, he's just so happy. He's so glad to exist. It's so good. I need his lore. I know what I like the other one. What's the name of the other one? Ha-hoofsy. Would be cool if you could grow something off of it. Oh, I'm pretty sure you could grow something off of this guy. In all fairness, if you could grow something off it, people would have to be able to chop your mount's legs with their axes. That opens up a whole different door. Oh no. That would be terrifying, man. A fire mage is your biggest downfall. Holy shit, you see a fireball coming and you've actually got to evacuate. Just some leaves or some flowers? I mean, that could also be a mount flourish. I don't know, because I haven't seen this in-game. I want to say it's in the console, but I don't think it's in-game yet, so I don't know if it's in a finished state or anything like that. But I can almost see the mount flourish being like, he shakes off his leaves and shit like that. That is mount flourish, you flourish, it turns into a tree. Okay, so I've thought of a few different things for this mount flourish though. So one could be like, he just turns into a tree and like stands up and like puts his hands up and goes all just like tree form, right? You could also have like the leaves go into like an autumn or something and then he shakes them off and then it goes like back to having leaves. This would also be a really cool mount to dynamically like change with the seasonal cycle. That's one thing I've wondered with animal husbandry going forward. I think like use Kirin for example. Kirin are the animals that have like the horns and shit, right? Looks like Groot and Venusaur had a love child. This is Garden. It's one of the greatest mounts in human history. And I want it. I can't even use mounts for 4 more days. So even if I got a cool new mount, I wouldn't be able to use that bitch anyways. It would be the worst time in human history to receive a mount. It would be the equivalent of launching a spacecraft only for it to get struck by lightning immediately. Groot for copyright. Yeah, they have a few DMCA proof things here. They're vibing. They're set. They don't need to worry about it. I'm sure they've got lawyers. I name him Woot. People haven't used that since 2004, old man. Why do you have to wait 4 days for mount? We hit a sub goal last week before the end of the playtest where I couldn't use it for 5 days. And there was 1 day left of the playtest. I can't count off days because that doesn't really impact anything. So yeah, I have 4 days of this playtest without being able to use a mount. So kind of unfortunate. I also can't fly. I've reached out to 17 developers now, 4 community people, and 6 people in Envious to all see if they would give me flying powers. Nobody has responded, and I'm now banned in the Ashes of Creation official Discord. But it's okay. I'll be flying soon. Not actually banned. Not actually banned. It's just short timeout. What, does Steven give you a mount during this time? Dude, Steven's been busy as shit. Steven, based on his track record, he's probably got like paparazzi levels of content creators in his DMs, like going, Steven, interview, Steven, interview, Steven, interview, please, Steven, interview, Steven, when are you good for an interview? Dude, he's been pumping those shits out. I think like actual political figures have probably been asked for fewer interviews lately than Steven has. That's why whenever somebody is like, Dusty, when are you doing an interview with Steven? I'm like, I'm gonna give that man a fucking break. I'm gonna let him chill with the interviews. He can only answer the same questions in slightly different ways so many times before it's like, okay, I've heard this before. And I feel like he's done legitimately like 7 interviews lately. So yeah, I feel like he's been busy as shit. What happened to the server this time? They let me mess around with some things, and I will say, titties are going to be a lot bigger, but it's going to be a few hour change. So I broke the booba slider. It now goes all the way across the screen. So you should check out Ashes Gold is performing versus the US dollar on RMT sites. Political figures hitting us up for government funding. Dude, G2G Gold is fucking nuts. For an alpha, like, it's insane. Because New World had a rampant problem with swiping as well. So I always had the joke in New World that, like, if they would just allow me to have a G2G affiliate code, like with New World, your gold cap was 500K, then it got up to 1 million at one point. So I would always say, like, you know, code DustyWhy on your G2G purchase, and you get 10% more on your purchase at 250K or more gold, and then I get a kickback. Dude, I would be so fucking rich. I'd stream from a yacht every day. I would get on my private helicopter to go smoke on a private island, and then I'd come back on a jet ski. And it'd be a new jet ski every time because I would crash the jet ski into the side of my yacht because I would have so much money to blow. Like, I wouldn't have to worry about shit, and I don't even swipe. But I know a lot of motherfuckers who did swipe, and they swiped a lot. There was a time, man, where, because New World was all about, like, the actual armor scaling itself, weapon scaling itself, right? So, Fag, thank you for the hydrate. Basically, with New World, when it was in its, like, original 625 gear score cap, great axes, a weapon, if they were like best in slot, were selling for so much that you couldn't pay in game. So basically, I messaged someone one time in trade chat and they were like, want to sell, you know, this great axe. It had all 3 perks that I needed. They were the best perks. It was insane. And I was like, oh, like I was a naive, you know, streamer man. And you know me, I just try to enjoy games. And I'm like, oh, how much are you looking for? I've been saving up. And they're like, oh, 300. And I'm like, 300K? I could probably get that. And they go, nah, USD. And I go, oh shit. They're like, yeah, I'm not going to get that. You want to know the craziest thing, though? I told my guild of middle-aged men who were not very good at the game, but had me, who eventually made a name as one of the best melee players in the game. I still ended up with that great axe. I don't know how I got it. I don't know who spent money on it. But that guild got me that goddamn great axe. New World was fucking crazy with swiping. There were some people that were not the best at the game, but would spend so much money to get other people geared. I had 8 characters. I geared about 1.5 of them. That's about it. I had 8 max level characters. And dude, I'm telling you, no exaggeration. The process for a new character was me relaxing, waking up one morning to a Discord DM that says, yo, Dusty, we need bruisers. We will have an entire gear set waiting for you when you level. Do you want to come through? And I'm like, maybe. And you got to remember, New World had an entire guild that was, well, company. But, what was it like? It was fucking net worth check or something like that. I think their literal name was net worth check. But they at one point signed certain players to contracts to roles that they needed. And this wasn't like an organization or anything. This is just some dude that was a lawyer IRL and had way too much money. And so he paid a shot caller to come over. And they would get a per war shot calling USD like payout. And then if they won, they also got like a performance bonus for shot calling wars. Yep, that was legitimately what people were doing. It was like relatively common. I know like 10 to 15 people that were like contracted up by a guild and got like actual USD kickbacks for playing for a guild. Yeah. Because I always had the joke, like, we would war against those players in those companies, and I would shit on them, and I'd be like, why don't you just pay me? It'd be a lot better investment. I could take 2 of the payments from your shitter players that you're paying, give you more output, and then your army would be better. Yeah, that's why I always talked about that, because people were legitimately getting paid to war with certain companies. Yeah, New World had rampant swiping. I will say, though, one thing that I've always thought would be hilarious, especially since Intrepid actually plays the game a lot, and a lot of them play undercover. You just have this part of like, I don't know what their departments look like, but either like, if they have like an anti-cheat division or kind of like a police force, like they're in-game, like, you know, dealing with infractions and shit like that. I feel like it would be very cool long-term to essentially initiate a transaction on G2G, go to the seller, let them open the window and put their offer in the window so you have inconclusive evidence, and then Thanos snap them right there. Because once you do that to a portion of the gold sellers, a lot of these gold seller networks talk, right? And gold seller networks, especially the ones that like do it full time as an income, do it in a sense of the most efficient like USD payout to the least input. They want the smoothest process where they are at like the least risk of having to deal with anything, because that's their job. If their job is easier, if selling gold for them is easier, then they'll stay there. So from that standpoint, the second you start putting it out there where it's like, oh, I have to verify who I'm selling to, I have to look through other people, like other discords, to see if this person that's buying is a verified buyer. That's like, you're never going to 100% stop RMTing, because I could find an item and Planendorf could be like, yo, Dusty, Steven hasn't been giving us these. I'll give you $20 right now and 5 referrals on your account if you give me that sword. And like, I'll do it. Planendorf a homie. But like across the board, you can stop a lot of RMTing that's not an inside job like me and Dorf have going. So with that being said, I think it's just like the initial step towards like making them question the validity of every transaction is a large thing. The second it's no longer like I'm selling gold to X guild or X player, it's like I'm selling gold to this person on the server, and there is a non-zero chance that this could just be somebody from Intrepid that's baiting a transaction. You've added another layer to RMTing that's going to push off a lot of the like career gold sellers instantly. And then the people that you do have still selling are probably going to be fucking idiots in the first place, because those are going to be your like small time sellers, your people that just do it as a side thing, right? And those are the people that won't come back when you Thanos snap them. So You push off the career gold sellers. You don't try to fight them because they make enough to just buy another copy of the game. It's no box cost. They'll just sub again under a different email, right? What you can do is make their process so arbitrarily annoying with them having to verify and validate every single deal to make sure that there's not a hitch in their plans. You push them off. You just make their job harder. And then the people that are left doing it are the casual sellers. Those are the people who aren't going to make another account because they're not selling enough to make that level of profit. They're just like, I'll play it, I'll sell while I'm here, and when I run out, I run out. Your RMT problem is probably multiplicatively less bad with that simple approach. Now, again, you're never going to stop it entirely, but the amount of like 0-step effort that I see from a lot of devs is kind of like, all right, are you actually against RMT? Like, we had a theory that Amazon Games was actually selling gold on G2G because of how little they did about it or attempted to do about it or even talked about it. Like, we legitimately had a theory that AGS had gold seller accounts that were like GM accounts that they would poof gold onto and then sell that gold via G2G for more income. We didn't like AGS very much. What'd they do to our backend that made today's uptime delay? I don't know. I'm not quite certain. But we did get a nice article to read on top of just staring at our boy Garden all day. Excuse me. Too much yapping. So we did get, where is it? This. You can't see half of that. Hurrable system. All right. The gatherable spawning system. People were selling gold on the original Fresh Starts Day 1. That for sure. Listen, man. There are people selling gold on the fucking Ashes of Creation Alpha. Like, people make a bag however they can. In all fairness, gold's also fucking expensive right now. Like, just from an unbiased standpoint, if you're gonna sell Fresh Starts at times like this when the gold is more scarce, is probably the time to sell. Just like, I'm not a dev, I don't gotta deal with it. I'm an unbiased man. I see the money potential. I don't do it. I wish people wouldn't, but I understand why. If you look at the price of that shit and you realize how much gold people were making in this alpha just from static gatherable spawns, funny enough, bro, people were making like hundreds of gold a day. And then if you look at the price of what gold sells for, legitimately, if you made 100 gold a day, sold that 100 gold and got your account banned, you would still have enough money. I don't know what it's at now, but the last time I checked, you would still have enough money to compensate yourself for your time and also buy another Alpha 2 access pack. That shit lucrative. Because you got to remember, with games like Ashes as well, people swiped in New World, which took 15 to 20 hours to get to max level at the time. People swipe in games where it's not a long grind. People swipe additionally in games that already have pay to win and pay to progress. If you think that someone is not going to be willing to spend $1,000 on a server first full best in slot legendary item, you are off your fucking rocker. Considering I've already had people offer to PayPal me for my mount that will go away. Oh yeah. Game launches, you find a server first Lego, I would not be surprised if someone offered you $5K for it. And I'm not kidding. I'm not even kidding. If you were level 50, you find a 50 Lego, I wouldn't be shocked if someone offered 5K. Really? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Especially since it's going to be a 300 plus hour like leveling grind to level 50. Oh yeah. People will swipe for everything they can. People will be paying people US dollars for carries and power leveling. People will be paying people US dollar for world boss kills and world boss loot. People will be paying people US dollar for crafts. People will be paying people US dollar for probably caravan protection, like caravan safety routes. People will find a way to pay anything, and there will be people that allow people to pay that. There will also be people that say, I don't like want you to RMT me, go farm money. Like when I was doing WoW, for example, I played Pally Tank. So I could power level groups like crazy just by doing stockades carries. I would sit in Stormwind, I'd sell stocks carries. I would very frequently have people be like, hey, I don't have gold. Is there another way I can pay you? Ha ha ho ho. And I'd be like, nope. But if you really want to, you can go buy gold and then pay me with that gold. But you're not paying me. But some people, man, if you get offered hundreds of dollars for something, are there ethical forms of RMT and MMOs? I mean, in terms of pay to win or pay to progress, whether it's built into the system or like not built into the system makes a little bit of a difference. So like certain MMOs, certain games will have like built-in pay to progress, pay to win systems. And I mean, in terms of like ethicality, I guess that technically makes it more ethical if the developer's providing that. But in terms of like RMTing in an MMO, no, because that would be like bringing an outside currency in, you know? Half my guild in WoW swiped. Oh yeah, swiping's rampant. And I think that people are ignorant to how bad swiping actually is, especially in certain scenes of games. Like, if you think that nobody on any of the 3 servers has swiped in this alpha, I have terrible news for you. And I'd be willing to bet it's probably some of the new people. It's probably some of the people that have been here from the very, very start for years. And they probably swiped before. Like, to think that it doesn't exist is to think that bad things in the world don't exist. And unfortunately, it does exist. And it's always something that no matter how much you do about it, will always exist to a certain extent. But it's a matter of like what the community does plus the developers' efforts to continuously combat that, alienate that, like make it known that that has no place. And I think it's a big community push as well. What do you mean by swiping? Credit card, RMT. You find a really good item. I pay you for the item. What mount were you offered money for? My Snorse. What's this song? I got you. Yeah, the playlist has been fucking. It's so good. That's scamming? Well, no. Not even like scamming. Literally just paying you for the item. Like, you would get money. The ant-eating giraffe? No. So the Snorse is the wisp whelk. I have the only one of these. I legitimately just thought I had weed up when I pulled this up. I looked at garden and thought it was actual weed at first. I was like, how the fuck did I get on Leafly? The Snorse is the wisp whelk, which is right here. I have one of, I think like 3 maybe that are in the game right now. But oh, hey, that's actually me. Fuck. Yeah, so that's me.
So, the snail mount flare.
Yep. So this is
little shell.
This is the Snorse. So I got the first one of these before the mount was finished. So over time we've become very close.
Horse form is.
That's funny. I'm on the wiki, boys.
Little thing.
We made it.
Whatever this is.
Mom, I'm on
Pet,
TV.
I guess. And then I pet it. I do like this little Snorse.
I do like this little Snorse. He kills you shortly after this? Twice. Yeah, don't let him fool you. Don't let him fool you. Was it a gift from Steven? Yes. Oh, yeah. Yeah. That's not farmable yet. I got so lucky. I got extremely lucky. Personally, I'd like to thank Narc because that was during Narc's entire, like, the desert's fake, the Snorse is fake, Steven's a liar, and I think I got it out of spite because I like the game so much that Steven was probably just like, you know what, Narc? And so it was like when 2 people are married and, like, someone cheats on the other one, so the one that got cheated on goes out and gets an even hotter wife. I'm that hotter wife. And it feels nice. Can't wait to play tonight after work for the first time. Oh yeah, dude, I'm excited for you. Oh, US server, by the way, we're on Vira. Dusty is the one she tells you not to worry about. I'm just watching this other content creator once. I'm just checking out the stream. I'll be back in a second, man. Then the other streamer's like, hey, where'd my mods go? And they're over here modding now. There's like fucking dancing with DOS, smoking cigs inside, listening to Big Iron and stuff. They're all posting YouTube shorts and shit. We will absorb them all. We're like the Dormammu of content creation. Okay, so surely you guys want to read this, right? You guys want me to tell you how the gathering system is evolving? Narc's fall off is so crazy after the desert video. Well, so hear me out. If you build up your entire community over the course of 3 years, and ready, I can vouch to this, because hear me out. For a few weeks, when I left New World, people probably said Dusty's fall off is ridiculous. Look at him. He's not going to be streaming in a few months, right? So, much like me in New World, Narc also built up his entire community in Ashes. The only thing is, when he as a content creator reached a spot where he no longer wanted to participate in a game, instead of saying, I am but one person, the game will continue, I'm going to see myself out and wish you adieu, and just leaving the room, he said, hey everybody, I'm heading out. If you're not coming with me, you're a fucking pussy. And so his entire community was like, wait, I still kind of enjoy this game. What do you mean? Like, so instead of it being in a spot like me with New World, where I go, hey guys, I wish you all luck. If you guys want to know anything about Ashes, feel free to come ask me. New World's no longer for me. I don't think it has much of a future. I'm gonna see myself out. I didn't make a video. I didn't say this is my last New World stream. I didn't make this big Kobe Bryant like farewell routine where everyone was going around like fucking signing my balls. Like I didn't hold out my great axe for each server to sign. I didn't go around to all 8 of my servers being like, hey everybody, the biggest NA content creators leaving, come take pictures. I had my 150, 200 average viewers, and I said, guys, I'll still be here. I'm just not gonna be on New World. I wish you good luck. And I slipped off into the night to the point where people come into my chat and they go, wait, Dusty, did you quit New World? No, before the mountain while he was still playing Basketball Max. Yeah, the farewell tour that had the full circle. R.I.P. Kobe. Yeah. The tour. Yeah. But yeah, I don't know. I think that was the big thing. Cause like, realistically, I also, coming out of New World into Ashes, fell off. I dipped down to like 40 average viewers for a while. The only difference is, I'm not gonna be mean. Fuck it, he deserves it. The only difference is if you put out good content, you'll continue to grow wherever you go because people will see your content and they'll like it. Some content creators in very small directories only grow by default. So at a certain point, you have this mix of am I growing because my content's good, or am I growing because there's nobody else to watch? And in a lot of instances, you'll see somebody, yo, Huffs! Coming in with the gifty to Ethan. Ethan, I appreciate you, by the way, brother. But you hit a point where it's like, was I growing because my content was good? Or was I growing because there was nobody else to watch? And in certain instances, you see creators get exposed for growing because there was simply nobody else to watch. And then eventually you stumble upon a creator that puts out good content that you enjoy, that creator believes in. And you're like, damn, this motherfucker's gonna grow regardless. Maybe someday we'll find one of those. I don't know. You tell me. But I think that's the biggest difference. It's like, you can leave with grace and you could fall with grace without pulling the ceiling down with you. If you're a content creator of any size, it's important to realize, no matter how many people may watch you, enjoy your content, you're simply one person. Me leaving this game does not mean that Ashes will not launch. Not that I am leaving, but like me leaving this game does not mean that you all will stop playing Ashes. And for any content creator to think that, I think is a very selfish attitude. And I think that it's something that's very rooted in the brain rot attitude of some content creators, where content creators also have parasocial relationships. Like, everybody talks about the viewer to content creator parasocial relationship. There are a lot of content creators that are parasocial with their fucking viewers. And they have this god complex of, I am the only one they'll watch. I have a lot of people who in New World were like, Dusty, I watch you for you. You could play any game in the world and I would watch. Not a lot of those people actually followed when I went to go play any other game in the world. And that's okay. But as a content creator, you got to realize that. And I think as soon as a content creator loses sight of that, their entire mental changes. And I think that's what happened with that guy. I think that he forgot where his roots were. He wanted a little bit of that short-term clickbaity, view bump. And didn't realize that as a content creator, your reputation follows you. I wouldn't be surprised if Sunny V2 did a video about it at some point. And I wouldn't be surprised if I watched that Sunny video while I was taking a shit one morning. Because I like watching Sunny videos while I take a shit. Maybe internet anarchist. But I wouldn't be surprised if the downfall was studied. It's like building up an entire community over like 4 years. And then just going, huck to it. To be fair, if you played Jerkmate Ranked, I wouldn't watch. Well, that's just because you wouldn't want to get embarrassed by a real gooner. Like, I understand that you wouldn't want that ego death of knowing that you are nowhere near my level of jerking and gooning. And, like, that's reasonable. I play video games 10 hours a day. What do you think I'm doing after this? Fucking chicks? No. No. No, I go jerk off. It's literally what I do. Like, it's fine. You wouldn't want to watch because you wouldn't want to get embarrassed. It would be like being a Formula One, like, wannabe and seeing fucking, I don't know, what's that one dude's name? Like, Lando Chuck Norris or something? So, I don't know, man. Like, it'd be an ego death for you. It'd be something that you would have to realize, like, you're simply not cut out to compete with me on. And that's something that a lot of chat has to realize every day. Not only am I 6'5", 190 pounds of pure athleticism and seasonal allergies, but I am also a peak gamer and peak gooner. I've mastered the art of both. So, it's just something to consider. I also think I'm stuffy because I got like a normal thing of milk. For those that know, I'm lactose intolerant. I'd sue you and you'd pay for my therapy. Suing somebody only works if you can get the money from them. Yeah, that's like robbing a bank that's not been used for years and there's no money left in it. You can sue me, but you're not fucking getting anything. I'll flip my pockets inside out. You know what I had in my wallet yesterday? $3. In all fairness, I planned it out ahead and only had enough money in my wallet to go buy weed. But after leaving the dispenso, I had $3. So if you try to rob me right now, I will give you the $3 for my wallet. And I also think I might have some old, like, event tickets in there from a Dota tourney that I went to that never left my wallet. So you can have those too, but the event was in like 2017 or something like that. So I don't think they'd be very good for you now. You're not really reselling them. But yeah, sue me all you want. Yo, what up, B? Is VIP redeem only for yourself or can you redeem them to other people? Yeah, I've said VIP redeems can go to other people before. I have no problem with that. If people want to grind for it, I'm not opposed to that. I'd rob the bank and take your lunch money out of your pocket. Well, little do you know, I also don't allocate much lunch money because my grocery store app refreshes its sales every Friday. So today, I got Subway. Subway has code 699FL in the app where you can get any footlong for $6.99. So after main state sales tax, I got a footlong for $7.55. I ate half of it before stream. I'll eat half of it later in the day. That'll be my meal for the day. And then tomorrow morning, I'll wake up and there will be a new round of sales in my grocery store app, of which I'll clip the best deals. I'll go to the grocery store. I'll meal prep. And I'll record some videos. Getting mugged when you're broke is the funniest shit ever. Guy took 6 of the $16 I had to my name. No, Torf. Oh, man. That sucks. I mean, honestly, like, that's how I felt every time someone pulled up with 20 people to hit my caravans, too. Like, just dollars per hour, you're like, man, this isn't really worth it. You just talk to the guy and you're like, here, hold on. I'll go help you pick somebody better to mug. I know a couple guys. Knock on Steven's door. You're like, hey, Steven. Like, what a bad target. Were you, like, dressed nice or something? Jesus Christ. Yeah, I would feel bad for that guy. I'd be like, all right, man, here's how we're gonna identify some better targets. Coming out of an interview. Oh, man. How'd the interview go, though? Was it this interview? Hopefully it wasn't this interview. What if it was Steven mugging you? You come out of the Intrepid interview and you've got to be able to escape Steven. Not only does he want good developers, he also wants good athletes. Worst comes to worst, Intrepid's got to be able to hold their own, baby. It's for like an Applebee's or some shit. Wait, I spent a lot of time in Applebee's through college. I never got mugged coming out of one, though. Steven mugging you, just quack over and over. Just run away quacking. Yo, Applebee's interviews were crazy. Those shits were crazy. The managers would always, because I was like full front of house trainer and everything like that. Like trained a ton of positions. And whenever there was a manager with an interview, they would always act like so smug and shit. Like they would like strut up to the table all kind of like, I don't know, Baywatchy Sigma male like. And then they'd look over at one of the servers and they'd be like, do you want to get us a couple drinks? They'd be like, would you like a drink? And they'd be trying to like mew. It was something. Let's see, my stores that I worked at, because I live in Maine, so there's not much up here. We saw probably, I'd say like 2.5 proposals a year. I would say. Yeah, we saw a lot of proposals. I got an attempted mugging on my 21st birthday that resulted in a pistol shattering my nose? Bruh. What the fuck? What do you mean? I got my nose broken not because of a mugging, but because my mom had just got a new minivan. And my brother AMC, who is 8 years older than I am, wanted to sit in the middle row. The only thing is, he was fat and slow, I was nimble and quick, so I beat him to the middle of the minivan. So he's standing outside, and he's on like the right side, and I'm on the passenger side, middle row. And I'm sitting there, and he's like, get in the back. And he's trying to Rosa Parks my shit. And I said, no. And I refused. And unlike Rosa Parks, he punched me in the fucking face and broke my nose instantly. We were in the dealership parking lot. I was seat belted in, could not go anywhere. Like the start of a car jitsu match. Except he's outside the car and I am a target dummy. Like if Intrepid put a target dummy in Winstead that did this, it would move more than my head was. Dude pulled back and just like full Hadoukened just my nose. It wasn't like a full connect here to like boom. It was legitimately like a boop across my nose, full nose, just like wong. Blood's going everywhere. My mom's freaking out. I'm fucking crying at this point because I was like, the fuck was I, like 6? Yeah, I was like 6 and he was like 14, somewhere in there. I just got blopped. And so my mom goes in the dealership because we're literally right in the dealership parking lot. She's like, hey, we need a lot of paper towels. And I grew up broke as shit. So we didn't go to the hospital. So to this day, I'll show you guys. This is why my nose fucked up. Hold on. Y'all might not notice, but my nose be fucked up. Right here. I got blopped. That's the imprint of my brother's fist. Just booey. And then just, again, like a doorstop, just yeah. Yeah. So to this day, I got a deviated ass septum. I got a CT scan one day. like the head scan for some bullshit. I don't even remember what it was. They were probably just seeing how smart I was. And doctor comes in and he's like, so everything in your head looks good. And he's like, but he points to his nose and he's like, do you know and I'm like, you talking about the deviated septum? And he goes, yeah, it's really bad. And I go, yeah, my brother punched me in the face when I was younger. And he was like, we could fix that. And I learned about the process to fix it. And I go, I'll just breathe out of my mouth, thank you. I'll just hit him with the... Yeah, that's fine. Moin Tarvo, how are you, my friend? Now they need to make a target dummy in Winstead that looks like Dusty? Wait, wait, maybe that's how we finally get something Dusty related added to the game. The operation sounds like really not nice. Yeah, my dad bopped his nose one time on like the kitchen counter and had to like get an operation. So yeah, you go get back to work, Planendorf. Yeah, I hope everything goes well for you guys. Have a fantastic one. Also, I like how you guys were demanding we went over the patch notes and I simply brought the patch notes up and then you stopped demanding we go over the patch notes. Nobody mentioned it a single time after that. The masturbator, if you will. Dusty dummy on the top of Dusty Rock. You can't climb the cock that well. I've done the operation, not so bad. Only thing is the swelling and tubes you would get in the nose for a week. Man, y'all would roast my shit too. Yeah, I ain't doing that. I ain't doing that. Y'all would roast the shit out of me. I slept with my buddy's GF, so we fought and he broke my nose. Blood all over my bathroom. My nose fucked up. Well, don't sleep with your friend's girlfriend. I guess unless your friend's asking you? Was he like, hey man, do you want to bang my girl? And then he like went back on it halfway through? Because I feel like that would suck because then your dick out, your friend's probably holding the camera, bopping you with one hand. You're still trying to fuck and fend him off. So you're like this. So yeah, that doesn't sound very good, but yeah, I probably just not fucking your friend's girlfriend would probably be the best way to do that. I wonder if that's why your beehole is itchy. Arkansas basketball just lost to a buzzer beater. I thought Arkansas basketball was going to be fucking somebody's girlfriend with the way this conversation was going. Are you from Arkansas? What's in Arkansas? I think you might be the first person I know from Arkansas. Fixing my deviated septum in about 3 weeks, just in time to stay home for Rogue release. That's huge. We talked about this rice. Oh yeah, Arkansas is like the rice capital of America, right? But still gets absolutely dwarfed by China. Do you ever go to Waffle House? Fucking Waffle House. Do we have Waffle Houses in Maine? I don't think we have Waffle Houses in Maine. Casey lost today on someone, but they won a match. Their first team winning a match. Is that soccer? Or is that league? I can never tell with you Europeans. It's one of the two. It's either soccer, league, or I don't know, NATO. League? Huge. So what's going on in the league scene? I've heard a lot about, I think Casey is Carmine Corp, right? I've heard a lot about Carmine Corp. People were saying like, that's one of the first, was it like a pro player or a streamer or something that started the org, and it's like one of the first like actual pro player streamer orgs or whatever to be like successful on this level. I don't follow League enough to know or care that much, but Moist Critical talked about it briefly one time, and I follow everything he says. A big French streamer started the team. Okay, so it's like a streamer started team that's actually going crazy. I mean, so Charlie actually had some like really good success with Moist Esports, but they went through so much shit as well. You ever run into Queso? I mean, Queso's probably like half of Arkansas at this point, right? Is he also from Arkansas? Tornado Alley. Where did my uncle live? I don't think it was Arkansas. Oklahoma. Y'all close? Arkansas and Oklahoma? The HEB because my rogue is gonna be annoying, but the HE can't scratch. Are we touching? Don't ... me. There's a reason that I have to take like a US states quiz soon. And it's because like, hear me out. I'm very open about things that do and don't impact my life and where my priorities lie. Knowing where states are from, that doesn't really change my life much. That makes no difference to me. And I'm gonna keep it a buck. Except for TwitchCon. All of California could just like, I don't know, not be California anymore, and I wouldn't even notice. It's not like I watch the news. California might not even be there. TwitchCon might be canceled. Who knows? Do you think Steven has an alt Twitch account to watch content creators without being bugged? I mean, there's a chance. Probably just lurking. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if they had alt accounts and stuff like that. Because they also play the game on alt accounts and like are incognito in Discord on alt accounts as well. So, not my Discord. Well, I guess I wouldn't know because incognito. But yeah, no, I wouldn't be shocked. Especially like, you gotta remember, it's not only Steven, like, because Steven probably does a lot of like project management and stuff like that on a daily. But like, if you think their community team isn't out there just like watching streams, like getting community sentiment and stuff like that, I mean, shit, even Dorf uses me for free labor at a certain point. Like, we were having a really good discussion about caravans one day, and Dorf just went quiet for like 20 minutes and then comes back in with the, guys, I got some great notes about this, thanks. And I was like, wait, what the fuck? This wasn't for you, this was for me. This was a bitch sesh. What the fuck do you mean? This was me complaining. But apparently I'm part of the Intrepid team now. I want a hoodie. Toad! Steven's just obsessed with the Grizzler for some reason. Just really wants to find the Grizzler. Oh god. Dude, I am kind of bothered. I don't know where the Grizzler is. We need to find the Grizzler. That should be our goal, just as a community. Find and eliminate the Grizzler. He cannot be allowed to grizz any longer. Good fucking gravy. Okay, I need to go fill up my coffee and then we're actually reading these patch notes, okay? I promise. I promise. I'll be right back. You're all sexy and incredible and handsome and smart. Mensa scholars, big dicks, 6'8". sexies. Oi. Quack? 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 What are you guys quacking about? Ethan, thank you for the biddy. I appreciate you. Can't believe Dustin didn't acknowledge my bit. Dustin, acknowledge your bit. Thank you for the biddy. It really isn't a bot program to keep us watching. Yes. Okay, we're up. We're up. Riveting at a toad's a hate crime? No, it's not. It might be slightly ignorant, but it's not a hate crime. I'm just throwing that out there. Ooh. A farmer is dying on his bed and debates how he'll split up the estate between his 3 sons. So he makes a contest and explains it to them that each will get a duck, and whoever can get the most for the duck will inherit everything. First son ventured out with his duck and spends all day trying to get the most for his duck and find somebody who's willing to pay $15 for it. Crow, that got cut off. Your joke got cut off after the second son goes out with his duck. It's too late, I left the stream. Well, good, now that he's gone, who the fuck only cheers with 1 biddy? Pores. Running indie leveling it out, just running by my group, over farming and saying toad and dipping. Toad. Just toad. A simple toad. Dorf jumped into our Discord after the node World War III server crash this week. Was talking to us about caravans and other things. We're asking about shit. Mostly he couldn't answer, but because of Nova Ordum. Win trading. What's the point of win trading right now? Like, what is the actual benefit to win trading in any way, shape, or form? What's 1 biddy in USD? A penny. Yeah, 1 penny. Yeah. Oh, which reminds me, I have to put the biddies from yesterday in the dono goal real quick. Hold on. I have to manually update it for biddies and stuff, but doll hairs automatically go in. Goals. It was 52. Save. Excuse me. We're up. We're up. It updated, right? Oh, wait, no, it didn't. Save. Saved. Now we're up. It updated. We're huge. It's a mobile bit. That's a premium bit that cost extra because it was purchased on mobile. Yeah, that 1 penny just cost 72 pennies. Isn't there supposed to be a button to donate to the TwitchCon goal? Yeah, it's just the regular exclamation donate, or under the player, if you're on PC, it's the cat that has the abs out and it says feed the cat. And then it's where it says all donations will be used to used for anime titties. So currently, these donations aren't being used for anime titties. These donations are being used for the IRL backpack as well as the TwitchCon goal. Same thing? Yeah. It's the same thing there. I'd shit myself if today was Rogue release, but I don't think it's till next week. Nah, I don't think Rogue is coming out today. I think Rogue's gonna be coming out next week. I'm actually finishing up my video about the March patch and everything that's projected to be coming in there, and kind of like the implications that that's going to have. So I think it's going to be absolutely massive. Song requests? I mean, I'm open to other songs. It has to, like, my rule if people are throwing out songs is gotta, like, go with the vibe of things. Like, I'm more than willing to check something out if it, like, goes with the vibe and stuff. But sometimes I'll be like, someone will throw something out and they'll be like, listen to this, and then it's just completely, like, the opposite of the vibe of stream. So I typically just kind of let the playlist run. Half the time it's just on, like, algorithm anyways, but maybe they'll fix. Jose coming in with the 50. Yo, I appreciate you. I appreciate you, brother. The big 50 for the TwitchCon fun. Boys, we are up. We are up. I appreciate you so much, Hoofs. Boys, keep in mind, all donos, all biddies down in the bottom right hand corner of screen are currently being used for our IRL backpack that we'll bring with us to Iceland for IRL streams, in addition to TwitchCon streams, like anything across the board that we IRL in the future, any traveling I do, any cool events, anything like that. We will be able to stream like crazy on that backpack. So golf days, we can stream around to golf. Pretty much everything. Check if that added 100 to your goal. It may have doubled. Oh, no. We're good. So yesterday, there were $52 worth of biddies that were donated to the cause as well. So I had to manually update those. So if you throw it in my Discord, I'll check it out later. If it doesn't fit the vibe, I'll check it out like off stream. If people ever want to throw stuff in my Discord, Iceland has some dope disc golf courses. Wait, does it really? Are you familiar with Iceland? I play both golfs. Yeah, I'm an enjoyer of both. My scores are lower. Actually, I haven't played much disc lately. But when I was playing a lot of disc, I was a like -14 to -18 player pretty routinely. One of my friends came out with me that hadn't played with me before and thought that he was like good because he beat all of his friends. And he went 3 under. And I remember I went 17 under on him. And I posted the scorecard on Facebook, and all of our friends laughed at him because he was yapping up that he was going to beat me. So, yeah, I like disc a lot. I like regular golf a lot, too. I shoot in the mid-80s normally for regular golf. So, Grafarholt is a badass course in Iceland. Are you on my Discord, B? You should mention Carla in that, because I love disking. Probably won't see it, but I DM'd the joke to you since I couldn't figure out how to post it like a goober. I'll check it out, Crow. I'll check it out. Oh, thank you for the 50 for the goal, by the way, boys. I appreciate you, dude. If you ever wanted a level tank or healer, you'll have unlimited rogues looking for them when they release. Yeah, the rogue groups are going to be insane. I'm almost curious if we see, like, you know, in WoW, where there were like those level 1 40-man hogger raids. That's what I'm picturing. What's your Discord? Oh, we got the custom link back, so it's discord.gg/DustyWhy again. Thank God. Or exclamation Discord, just across the board. Do. All right. Boys, let's check it out. I haven't gone through this yet. Literally right before I got on stream, I woke up because I was working on my video covering the March patch. And it seems like I may have another add-on to this. But I woke up, I got stream up, and then I saw this. So I'm pretty pumped. I didn't look through it yet, but I just saw that the gathering system is evolving. And I'm very excited about that personally. I love gatherables. Contrary to popular belief, I myself enjoy a good gather. Now, if it's worthwhile, if it's well connected to the gameplay loop, and if there's money to be made, I'll be there doing it. A couple of those things have been present. It's well intertwined to the gameplay loop. It's very necessary in terms of making higher rarity items more consistently. And like, it's really a very important part of Ashes across the board. The bad part about it is that since I've been here, it's just been static spawns. Every 2 hours, mineable spawn. Every 4 hours, woodable spawn. And every time that they spawn, it is the same type of mineable or woodable. And on top of that, it is the same rarity every time, right on the dot of that respawn window. So, as a result, you have people who will log on right at server reset, and I'm sure we'll see that today. And at server reset, people log on, and everybody goes looking for Braidwood and for Willow. And if you hit high rarity, you hide your goddamn screen and you run back to town as fast as you possibly can. And you store that, and you sell that shit. And then 4 hours later, you go back there and you get it again. because it's going to be up 4 hours on the dot from the time that you harvested it. Yo, what up, Sewer? How you doing today? Excuse me. So, this could be the start of something great. I'm willing to give it a try. Let's see. Again, I haven't looked at this yet, so bear with me. But the gatherable spawning system is evolving. Glorious Alpha 2 gatherers. The data and feedback you've provided has been invaluable throughout our Alpha 2 testing phase, helping us shape the future of Ashes of Creation. Many of you have shared thoughts on gatherables with fixed locations and predictable timers, and we recognize the desire to enhance artisanship in a more dynamic and rewarding way. Instead of quick fixes, we've decided to accelerate the development of some of our outstanding key surveying and gatherable spawning system features that not only improves the Alpha 2 experience, but also aligns with our long-term vision for the game's launch. Our goal is to create an immersive, competitive, and ever-evolving world that continues growing through your feedback and collaboration. Crows, what up, brother? I'm doing fantastic. How are you? So, this is one thing that I've talked about a lot. People are very quick to say, well, I look at the roadmap and this and this and this are missing from the roadmap. Therefore, Intrepid is not delivering. But we have to remember, with development, this can happen. Instead of quick fixes, we've decided to accelerate the development of some of these systems. Things can shift up and down the priority ladder in the development process. So for people who are only looking at a roadmap and checking off like, is this here? Yes, no. They're not looking at every other system that is currently in the game, every other backend piece that is currently in the game that was not there prior to this roadmap coming out. And they're not saying, oh, well, they also did this. Oh, well, they also did this. The people who are trying to detract are literally looking at the roadmap and saying, oh, well, because these things aren't here, they're clearly not delivering and they're under delivering. When in all actuality, the things that are not currently deployed on the roadmap still either have a large chance to be deployed by the end of phase 2 or the start of phase 3. And past that, they've also switched things around. There are different priorities that pop up. There are different like triage lists of, developments for this process. And this is what we're seeing. So as a result, something else may have got shifted slightly back. So gathering was able to be worked on faster. And something like that could be the difference between gathering being great, gathering being controlled. So let's see what they're doing with it. I like that picture. They should have a phoenix on that. All right, gathering updates. With that said, we are planning to introduce updates to the gatherable spawning system in our 0.8 April 10th, 2025, 0.9 April 24th, 2025, and 0.1 May 8th, 2025 build updates of Alpha 2. All right, so April into May. So this is going to be the end of Phase 2 into the start of Phase 3. These changes will be designed to make gathering more engaging and rewarding. Gatherable spawn clustering by rarity introduces variability in spawn times, amounts, and locations, making rare gatherables require continued exploration to acquire. Instead of static spawn locations, gatherables will dynamically respawn at new locations within larger spawning areas, meaning that when a gatherable resource is acquired, it won't return to the same location. Our goal is to maintain the excitement of discovering a high rarity gatherable area. However, this knowledge should come with the understanding that others will also discover and act on it. The days of logging back in at the exact same spot to find that legendary copper 2 hours later are over. I actually do like that a lot. I like that a lot. So, gatherables will dynamically respawn at new locations within larger spawning areas. So what that means is if there is currently like a legendary willow on the map, that legendary willow, when it's gathered, may have a larger respawn area, but will still eventually respawn somewhere along the timer, is how I'm taking this. So let's see what they say. Dynamically respawn at new locations, meaning that when a gatherable... Also, variability in spawn times. Spawn times, amounts, and locations. So not only is it no longer going to be on that like same strict timer, yeah, they did this perfectly. It's now just a normal like gathering system. And if you do find a super high rarity area with gatherables, you will want to like mark that area. Like say you're running hot in a certain area of the Riverlands, you'll still want to kind of like mark that area. What we don't know is how large the spawn locations will be. But that's nice. I like that a lot. I hope the spawn locations are just larger than like the node. I mean, honestly, I hope they're larger than a node. I hope they're massive kind of like spawn zones where things can be redistributed. Like WoW spawns, X amount per zone. But could be anywhere in that zone. Yerp. Yerp. This is really nice. This is very, 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 very good. It's exactly what Steven was talking about before because he wants people fighting over areas. Yeah. So like if you find a super high rarity area, like you'll want to kind of like be in that same relative location. But I wonder because they basically dynamically respawn within larger spawning areas, right? So let's see what I have pulled up for paint. So basically, if there is a tree that spawns here, this is a tree, right? That's a tree. So basically, this tree will no longer just instantly respawn here 4 hours later, but it could instead spawn anywhere from like here to over here. Keep in mind, this would be like hopefully a large area. Now, it depends because the smaller the area is, like Nelson, it'll definitely increase competition for certain areas. And if they are like super small areas, you will still have that congested like, hey, I'm hitting high rarity over here. Everybody get back over here. We got to keep this held down. But I'm not certain just like how large the areas will be. Maybe they elaborate on that. Because we're still at the start here. It's a cool picture. I thought this was like a world boss at first. All right, so surveying updates. Surveying will be an essential tool in adapting to these exciting changes. In our current iteration, some testers have mastered ways to optimize gathering spawn times. You just start a timer, which presents an opportunity to make the system more engaging for everyone. With these changes, testers will be able to utilize a new surveying item to discover the general location of specific gatherables and find rarer instances of them. Testers will also be able to gain information about gatherables that are waiting to respawn, giving them the opportunity to contest these respawn areas. This evolution of the system strives to encourage continued exploration with surveying, increasing friction in highly sought after areas over time. Oh, that's nice. That's nice. It'll create for a better market price as well, with the higher rarity spread out over multiple people as well. Only some will sell and some will use it. I absolutely agree. And if somebody holds like 95% of like liquidity on like whether it's, you know, one entity, one person, one guild, whatever. If say even 90% of liquidity of an item is held within that like one entity, you only have 10% of the liquidity to be able to undercut them. And as a result, you can just like drive out the other 10% and just like buy them up and then monopolize. But with more people holding like a smaller share of it, you're going to have a smaller percentage of that like focused liquidity at the top just from like gathering itself. And as a result, you'll have more competition on the market to actually like undercut and like be impactful. I remember the stream they originally talked about this. Yeah. So like surveying is supposed to be a large part of the game. And they've talked about it a lot and how that's going to create different competition for areas. And I do really like the idea of surveying coming into the game as, I mean, it's already in the game, right? But I like what surveying is going to bring in terms of that somewhat predictability. And, you know, you actually invest in that gathering. You go out and instead of just RNG hitting one willow spawn that always spawns there with the dynamic map, keep in mind, dynamic map users are now going to be in shambles. Absolute shambles. Because all of those spawns that you know and love are now fucked. Like the live map? Yep. So anybody that was using that like popped out map to resource gather is also going to be in shambles now. But your actual gatherers are now rewarded for going out and getting that information. So you'll probably have people who go on like surveying routes and they try to find a big area that's like surveying really well. And from there, once that large area is like showing to be fruitful, showing to have that potential, then you call in your gatherers, and your gatherers are the ones that actually harvest that. God damn, I'm fucking dying today, man. But yeah, I think there is a ton of potential that comes about with like more integrated, more like fun and accessible gameplay loops in gathering just from these changes. This is a really good set of changes so far. Additional artisanship updates. On top of that, artisanship service multi-tagging will ensure that gatherables will appear in logical, immersive locations, such as Weeping Willow near riverbanks. What? And minerals like copper in caves, while still maintaining randomness and rewarding exploration. What the fuck? Gatherable spawn clusters use a weighted system to inform their chance to spawn at their viable tagged locations. This means that players can learn the locations in which certain gatherables have a higher or lower chance to spawn, but it will still allow encountering eureka moments. Oh, that's so good. Yo, what up, Big Hoss? How you doing, sexy? What you been up to? This makes RP better as well. Can I have actual scouts and whatnot? Yes. Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. Phase 3 is going to be a blast with fresh start. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Starting fresh with this is going to be absolutely massive because this changes the entire like economic distribution. Like gathering guilds as a whole are going to have a massive power buff because of this. People that are just dedicated to going out and spending their time gathering are going to be massively rewarded. This is huge. Fresh start will be a new game in phase 3. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, entirely. This changes everything in terms of the game's current systems. In addition to all of these gathering system improvements, processing stations will give players the flexibility to choose the size of the job they want to process rather than being restricted to set batch sizes. Boys, they've done it. They've done it. They've absolutely fucking done it. We're up tremendous. We're up tremendous. Ash's community kind of litty. Ash's community, the best community, bro. I'm telling you. Everybody's just excited for the future of this game. And shit like this, it's an alpha. What we're very aware of here is basically the problems in this game and the things that are currently plaguing the game are all easily worked out because we're in a spot of development where we're supposed to work these out. Alpha is where the game is ideally supposed to become feature complete. And we as a community are in the spot where our feedback, this entire change is like, keep in mind, they said up at the top of this article, instead of quick fixes, we decided to accelerate the development of some of our outstanding key surveying and gatherable spawning system features that not only improve the Alpha 2 experience, but also align with our long-term vision for the game's launch. They changed their dev like prio to push this fix faster because the community was very like consistently across the board saying this is bad for the game. And much like when they scrapped their entire combat system and redid it, they listened to their community. They value their community. All of the input across the board that we provide is heard by Intrepid and is building towards a better start of this game when it does launch. Like, that is the difference between Ashes right now and a lot of other games. A lot of other games, especially games that have launched, man, you got to remember, if shit goes wrong post-launch, it's a whole different beast. If shit goes wrong in an alpha, it's when you want things to go wrong. The more things that we can force to break right now, the more things we fix so they don't break on launch and the game is better on launch. So the entire community, instead of like the New World vibe where it's like, oh no, what's going to happen in 2 years? The entire community is going, I can't fucking wait like for the next 2 to 3 years. Because the game will be launching at that point. And in that time, if the community goes absolutely insane, finding, fixing, providing good feedback, the game's going to be in a very good spot. Yeah, what up, Crathius? Our server's supposed to be up today. Yeah, there was a delay bringing them up. So Planendorf was actually drinking a warm Dr. Peppy, and my stream went live, and he got too excited and went to kind of like champagne spray the Dr. Pepper. And when he did, it went into the server, crazy enough, right into the fucking server, borked it. So if you see Planendorf in game, make sure you thank him for breaking the servers. It was his fault. He's gone, so I can say it now. He can't get me here. It's crazy. I know. It's all that bastard Planendorf. Yeah, they're coming up in like an hour and a half was their estimated time. It was just a delay. We don't really know what, but he truly was an op, the saboteur. If it doesn't work, rip it out. Yeah, absolutely. And they're willing to like listen to their community in terms of things that both are and are not working. And as a result, we get these changes pushed very quickly across the board. We get a lot of iterative content very quickly. We get a lot of consistent communication from the dev team. And on top of that, brother, I'm gonna keep it a buck. As a content creator, who a lot of people will come to and be like, should I spend my money on this game? On this playtest? On this alpha? I can sit here and say, if you do, and you enjoy it, you get access until the game launches. In a month of game time, you get $15 in the in-game store. And monthly, it's a very, very, very affordable monthly over the cost of the 2 to 3 years compared to most other games. And if you don't like it, you just get your money back anytime within 90 days. Like, when people come to me and they're like, should I spend my money on this game? Is this game worth it? Dude, being able to tell people they can just get their money back is so fucking good. And there's no 2 hours limit. Like, there's no anything. If you don't enjoy the playtest, you just get your money back. And you have 90 days. It's insane. Dirt cheap for a game for 24 to 36 months. It'll be 7 days soon. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. I think with the patches that we're getting, May patch is, or sorry, March patch, the month we're in right now, wrong M word. March patch is going to bring a ton of people in, like back in to phase 2. The people that have left. Rogue, Tropics, Naval Combat, like a lot of good stuff. Planet Orcs ago, it came and talked to us for like 4 hours, then we crashed the server by starting World War One. Yeah, no, Planendorf's dope. We love Dorf here. We just like giving him shit. And he broke the server. Yeah, Planendorf broke the server. No Planendorf standing will be tolerated. Slander only. Dorf is sacred. Dorf and I are gonna chess box at TwitchCon. I just got access. Which server should I hop on when they're up? We are on Vira, so there are basically a couple rundowns on the server. So Vira is basically like, in my opinion, it seems to be the more consistently populated, and there is a lot going on there. That shit is always super active. Hoofs! Coming in with a gifty, thank you, my goat. Thank you, my goat. So, Vira is where we are at. Lineth is where Pirate Software is at. And Lotharia is the EU server that not even the Europeans play on. So, up to you. We do have 2 guilds right now on Vira, so plenty of room for new players as well. Our main guild is getting quite close to full, especially once I put out another round of invites today. So main guild is like the super active players, the players who do want to remain serious throughout the remainder of phase 2, getting ready for phase 3. So super excited for that. Lotharia is as dead as New World. That's so tragic. That's so tragic. Worst news I could have woken up at worst news I could have woken up to at 12:45 p.m. delay. Yeah, so I was working on a video and I saw like the big delay come out and I worked on the video for a little longer and I was like, man, I'm taking a fucking nap today. So I started stream an hour late, but I am sorry. I kept you all waiting. Would you prefer 100% wipe or just add fresh servers on May 1st? I would prefer fresh servers. So like 100% wipe obviously eliminates the old servers, but one thing that you gain from the old servers is like this staggered kind of like accessibility to content, right? So putting in, say they do put in hypothetically new endgame content for phase 3, right? Say we go up to level 30, say they just add in like more depth to 25 or anything like that, right? I think the benefit to keeping the old servers up is that when those fresh start servers go live, and of course the bulk of your players go to those fresh start servers, I think you will still have a small percentage of players that are on your legacy servers, like your old servers. And with that, you have this staggered hit. So it's like your legacy players will get more access to like the endgame content quicker. So you're able to start to get feedback on that new content that's iterated, whether it's like a loot table bork, whether it's mechanics not functioning properly, whether it's scaling, whether it's whatever. So if you are able to get that like that first initial round of feedback, then you get it to a spot where with your fresh starts, you get into a spot of leveling through that 1-2x with those late game fixes, with all of those leveling fixes like in across the board. So during your leveling, like you go through the entire process, that revamped leveling, that revamped approach, that revamped scaling, and you're like, oh wow, this is way smoother than I remember it. And then thanks to that initial wave of feedback around the new late game that is from your legacy servers, you then end up with a smoother like transition into that new late game. So all of those players that come in for phase 3, like wave 3 players that are those fresh players, they're going to be able to come through and they won't hit the spot of like, oh, this boss is bugged. Oh, this is bugged. Let's report this. Because you are still going to have a portion of your phase 2 players who are going to be more experienced, more accustomed to the end game already, hitting that end game sooner and getting more end game data quicker. So I do think there is still a lot of benefit to keeping them as the two like divergent things, right? But Brendan, thank you for the hydrate. Do they have passion the ability to upgrade nodes to level 4 before 5.1? I don't know enough about their like internal dev process or pacing there. I'm not like well educated enough on like where they're at with everything. It would be cool, but I don't know like enough to answer that in any form of a like reputable way other than just completely guessing at it, unfortunately. I wish I had more info on that, but yeah, I don't have enough to actually like give an answer that would be true. So would be cool. I would like to see more node progression so that way we can start to see, especially as like node siege and node like de-leveling and node death comes in, I would really like to see with de-leveling that higher like cap. Because one thing that I've already seen is like just the general, you know, population opinion of, wow, can't wait for node sieges to come in so Vira can just, you know, kill the entire server. And if you have higher level nodes, then your entire server won't be dead because you'll be able to support more building within those higher nodes. So, I mean, it'll kind of be a weird spot for a while, but we also have to remember in terms of any like invasiveness of systems right now, more space, more nodes present more safety, more options for crafting, more biomes that you can go to that are both more populated, less populated. Like across the board, it just presents more opportunity in gameplay for different types of players. So, yo, what up, Henrikins? Hitting shoulders and arms right now, watching old DustyWhy so hot. What could be better than this? Well, don't forget legs. Ruin me, please. Gift 100 subs. That's a good start. Happy to help. You always tell me to, and then I tell you something, and then you don't do it. I don't know what you expect. Maybe I just give bad advice. Legs never. Listen, man, I hit legs every day. I stand up from my chair, I sit down in my chair. When I lift weights, I do buys and tries because I don't need to lift weights with my legs because I lift my body with my legs and my body is heavier than my dumbbells. I weigh 190 pounds. That's 2 legs. That's 95 pounds per leg. Do you think these fucking things are curling 95-pound dumbbells? No. 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 So it's simply more efficient for me to stand up. Yeah. How much is 95 kilos? Is that like 140 pounds? Because you'd be right. So I recently had to get my door frame widened because I could no longer fit through it. So I simply walked through it at a brisk pace. Door frame's wider now. About 210? Oh yeah, that's pretty light. I do have to get the wrist straps for that though. Yeah, anything above 200 bones I'm wrist strapping. So yeah, and the wrist straps aren't for me. It's like, you know when you really start slinging the weights and it's like with a Wii remote when you're trying to throw a 95-mile-an-hour heater down the pipe and you just throw that bitch through your TV. So I get slinging the 210s so fast that it's like momentum will carry them if I don't have the wrist strap, and I've thrown them through the ceiling like 3 times now. So yeah, it's bad. Like the last time I did it, my neighbor's dog grabbed one and brought it back down the stairs to me. So even the dog's yoked now. It's been a fucking disaster. An absolute disaster. I gotta wear the wrist straps and a helmet, but the helmet's most of the time. I negotiated taking that off for stream as long as I keep the seatbelt on my chair on at all times. I just gotta stay clicked in. Speaking freedom units, it's like 210. What have you seen for caravans in terms of what they need to sort out, what can be exploited, etc.? Seems far from being a complete system. I mean, caravans, in my opinion, since they made since they made drivers attackable and targetable, just seems to have like an absolute attacker advantage. I don't know. It just, to my opinion, feels like there's a bit of an attacker advantage in vans right now. Unless you just have such an insano style amount of numbers to like protect the vans. But I feel like with open world also being open world, like if you don't see something coming, if you do get ambushed, like, you know, there are going to be different things. But I do think either like caravan armor should apply to like the player that's driving the caravan when they're in the caravan, if they want them to be attacker, or if they want them to be like attackable, or even just something to prevent van drivers from getting shotted. Because with how long range some abilities are, a lot of abilities, and how like fast TTK is, even just like one person hitting one person, I think across the board, like right now, the second your van goes to get hit, unless you have a massive numbers advantage and get the jump, like people can opt in kind of like at their discrepancy. Whereas a defender, you kind of have to play reactionary. And playing reactionary in very like fast TTK situations typically means you're already at a disadvantage losing a trade. So having such a small map and having 2 biomes doesn't let vans do much. No, I mean, you have a high concentration of flyers right now. Like way, 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 way higher. Simply avoid that by not solo trading and always have some hunters on your side. What do you mean? Simply avoid what? Getting jumped by people? That's not like an avoidable thing. Being sniped from far away. What do you mean by not solo trading? You can't just simply like not get targeted as a caravan driver. So basically, by your logic, either the second that you see somebody, you've got to entirely hop out of your van and get ready to fight and stop driving the van, or you, like I said, have to have so many people to defend your van that you have a massive numbers advantage. Right. But what we're asking about is a scenario in like, say hypothetically, there's an even numbers situation, right? There should be a third-class hunter getting rewarded for protecting and hunting thieves. What do you mean a third class? For protect, right? But what do you mean a like a role play thing? That would just be like, oh, a gameplay. Yeah, like you have people running protection on caravans, right? But even with that, it's open world, so there's no guarantee that like if I have 5 people, we're only gonna fight off 3 people. And on top of that, like if you were attacking my caravan, you run up to it and you can't just start as a defender beating the shit out of me because I'm near your caravan. I can sit there and like wait and follow your van and call you out and wait till you're in a bad spot, a choke point or something like that. And then I can opt in to attack you whenever I want to enter the event. I can full combo you with like me having the upper hand and starting the fight. And then because time to kill is fast, I can kill you if you're the driver. You're not out of your caravan because you have to be like actively driving. So do they get a reward for it? You don't get like a passive reward for defending or attacking a caravan or anything. The caravan like reward is just the commodities that you escort place to place, and then you sell those when you get there, and that's only the caravan driver itself. So like a reward for that would come in like charging a kind of like a good for what you're, or charging a price for like the service that you're providing, right? So yeah, that would be more in the like sandbox of things. But I promise you, we've done caravans with 10 people escorting the caravans, and because everything is open world, you can get pulled up on by 20 people. So with that, there's this level where it's like, if you're about to do the trading activity, you have to equip a certain item with a cooldown and only equipable in cities. What do you mean a trading activity? You have to equip a certain item with a cooldown and only equipable in cities. What? Why would you be equipping an item? I think you're losing me here. If you're about to do the trading activity, you have to equip a certain item with a cooldown and only equipable in cities. I guess I don't understand like the point of what you're trying to add in with that. We're discussing like caravan balance. And you're talking about like another like class and like equipable items and stuff. I'm kind of lost. And what's the item for? Yeah, I guess I'm just kind of confused, Trio. But yeah, so in terms of my opinion, like back to the original question. Back to the original question. For a caravan, it just feels like, seems like if folks zerg them, they'll be done before any help can come. So like, if you bring goods from A to B, you have to decide if you want to be a caravan dude, a protector, or a thief. Well, yeah, that's what you have to do. So there's an event for that. Have you played like the alpha yet? There is like, that's in the game right now. So there's an event where you opt in to attack or defend the caravan. That's like in the game. Yeah, you purchase and summon your caravan, and then you're the caravan guy, and then people can click on the shield to protect your caravan, and then other people can click on like the sword to attack the caravan. That's like, you're describing the system that's in the game. Yeah. That's like the whole thing. There should be a UI that allows you to share gold with defenders registered when the caravan arrives. Well, there's also not like an auto distribute. I think he's saying you can only opt in to attacker in a city, and then you have to go find vans to raid. I think that's slippery though, because it's too dynamic with like, there would be your guild vans, other guild vans, your alliance vans, like, yo, what up, New World? How you doing, brother? See you over on YouTube. Like, the entire point is being able to make those like optimal decisions on the fly. So like, I run up to your caravan, I don't opt in to attack it yet. I say, hey, I can defend this on the way. You can pay me this amount of money. Or I can attack your caravan right now and you don't pay me. And like, you kind of eliminate that, I'll defend this for you. You eliminate an entire like part of the gameplay loop itself by making people declare whether they specifically want to be a caravan attacker or caravan defender along the way. I don't think that's necessary, and I also don't think that balances anything. So we're talking about like balancing the caravan themselves, and we're not really talking about like redoing the system of caravans, and I think you're more on like redoing the entire system of caravans. Because the problem that we were on and how you got to this was us saying that caravan drivers being targetable by damage was resulting in them dying before they had the chance to do anything because the attacker opted into the event at their will, right? So, like, it's not a matter of, like, you have to always attack, always defend. Kind of what we were on is, like, as a caravan driver or escorter, you are extremely susceptible if you are driving the caravan right now to just being targeted and one-shotted because you're not getting any like additional protection or anything like that while in your van itself. You're just kind of like sitting there, an actual sitting duck, and unless you are able to be like, oh, this person's definitely going to hit my van, I hop out, I'm ready to fight, it's even numbers fight, I'm able to not get jumped, I'm able to completely respond, like, all this could be avoided by just opting. No, it couldn't. No, it could not. You're coping. And I don't think you have any idea what you're even like respectfully. You keep saying that, but I don't think you have any idea where you're going with it. That does nothing because even if somebody attacks Trio, if somebody opts into attack in a major city and I am driving a caravan, they can still target me and kill me. It's the same thing. It's the attacker being able to target the van driver and instantly nuke them with getting the jump as the attacker having the dynamic approaches and the caravan driver having to sit there. That's what you're recommending is not going to change a single thing. I hate to break it to you. It makes the caravan system worse and more clunky because then if you want to attack one van and defend another van, you simply can't. What if you and your group go attack a caravan and then your group wants to like take the caravan and finish it, which is the second step of attacking caravans, and then you can only attack that caravan because you've opted into attack and you can't defend your caravan anymore. You're not thinking like long term, and that system is just arbitrary and doesn't even do anything. It just makes the system worse. Like, yo, what up, Wayward? Like, I wish I had like different news, but I really don't think the changes that you're talking about would actually like change a single thing to the actual caravan combat process, which is the issue. The problem with caravans is not people being able to opt in to attack or defend. Would help slightly if it took 5 seconds to flag as an attacker, giving the defender a moment to get ready. Maybe like a flashing like attacker state or something. That could be interesting. What are we apping out? Caravans. And the current state of caravans being very weird because since they've made drivers targetable with the combination of range and fast TTK, like you just get sniped out of the driver's seat. If he sees you in the wilds, he has to go back, opt for attacker, and have to search you. What? Trio, I'm gonna just let you cook that idea more, brother. I don't know necessarily. Maybe post that one on Reddit and see what Reddit thinks. I would type it out, post it on the Ashes subreddit, and I'll check it out and see what the comments are. Cheers. Thank you for your feedback. You have protection while driving the caravan? What do you mean? Caravan drivers are targetable now. They changed it a while back. No, you can get full nuked while you're driving your van now. You don't really have like, I mean, unless you're talking about like players while you're driving the caravan, there's still only so much that you can do to react to an instantaneous attack spin up. Because it's not like you see 10 people and they instantly turn red because they're like forced to attack because of the dynamicism of the attack defense startup, right? So with that being said, as an attacker, you kind of have that advantageous startup and like attacker's advantage in any caravan. You have a driver protection buff? What does the driver protection buff do right now? Because I legitimately got one-shotted out of a caravan. Let's see. Last uptime. So I don't think the driver I don't think the driver protection buff is either like working as intended or doing anything. Let's see what the wiki has on it. Does it have anything on it? Hold on. What? Status effects. Drinking driver defense. Drinking driver defense. I don't know how I feel about that one, boys. Let's see. Driver defense, status effects. It's working. If it's working, then it needs to be looked at. Definitely. I don't know like how many caravans you've run that aren't escorted by the full Polar Envious like alliance, but the second that you as a driver get hit by a combo, you take near full damage and just die. Yeah, ever since they've made drivers targetable, anyone outside of one of the major alliances trying to run caravans that I've talked to has overwhelmingly shared that same sentiment where making drivers of caravans targetable has been a very bad thing. The TTK, the amount of like attacker advantage in the sense of being able to just opt in whenever, get the jump whenever, like you could sit around a van for 5 minutes, not opting in. The second that you get to a spot that is advantageous for you, whether you have height, you have choke advantage, you have whatever, you opt in at your will and then just pop your entire combo. Yo, what up, Bray? Like, there is such a stark attacker advantage in any, like, even van situation that it has been crazy. Not to mention, in terms of scouting, defense is going to have a massive advantage because caravan paths are going to be A, slow, and B, predictable. It's not like if you get jumped on a van, you just hightail it out of there like it's a chase scene in Fast and Furious. You are guaranteed to get chased down. You are guaranteed to have to abandon your van, even if you do have driver protection. Because if you have driver protection, but you're sitting there getting shot at for free and still trying to drive your caravan, you're going to instantly die. You are not a raid boss. I think ever since they made drivers targetable, vans have been, for the average player, very, very, very hard to run. And I would be extremely curious of like what the spread of caravan completion is from players that are in like the top 2 alliances in each guild, or sorry, each server versus like the lesser guilds, so to say. Because I think it would be a large completion skewing towards like the higher guilds and a massive numbers disparity of caravans ran skewing towards those higher guilds. Simply because of like the one way to ensure your caravans being a mass number advantage. And that's what they offer. That's literally it right now. That's the only way that you don't get like just full attacker jumped, is if you have a van train so large that they can't stop it. So yeah, I try to base everything out of the guise of like, I don't have a massive alliance that I can call in at any given point to make sure I run vans safely. We don't have the protection of the barcodes and the enviouses and the polars and the novas. So most players also won't have that protection. So I always try to base my takes off of not the take of like a top 10%, 5%, 1% take, whatever it may be, even when I was playing New World. It's always the take of like what the everyday player will run into, because I feel like while certain systems do need to be gauged around those more competitive, exclusive systems, the mass of your systems should be based around the mass of your players and the engagement of that, because any game does need a healthy population to survive. And with that, if every system in the game that's a monetary gain is skewed towards control at the top, then it's going to push off a lot of the mass players. So just thinking outwardly, like, I still think the targeting people inside Caravan is going to be us. I'd rather have that the driver's inside a box and have to be ready to come out to PvP. That's how it was, Grumpy. They had it like that until shit relatively recently. When I first started playing, drivers were untargetable in vans and you had to like hit the vans themselves. So yeah, that was the big thing. Like if you were driving a van and somebody hit you, you could keep driving your van until you were either ready to hop out and defend it with a counterattack, and like you could coordinate the counterattack. Like they're like, oh, Dusty, I'm coming from your left. And I'm like, okay, I'm turning left. I'm going to be there. So basically like with the old van system, the armor, the HP, everything like that of your van was a direct buff to like your survivability, your time to react and everything. Now it's your time to get killed and then watch your van go away. Been attacked by purple and barcode many times and the protection has been useful to us. Yes, but what I'm saying is at that point, you also have the safest thing in Caravan history, which is the Polar Envious, like, level of security, right? That is the biggest thing. I mean, I can legitimately pull up in my VOD and show you me getting one-shotted out of a Caravan with Plenendorf in chat watching last week. So no matter what level of like protection is being added, you're not being protected by the driver caravan, like the driver buff. You're being protected by the Polar Envious buff. And your entire take of the game is skewed because you are in one of the strongest alliances that a server has to offer. So your entire gameplay loop is free because if you get hit as a caravan, you can call in the strongest alliance on the server. If you want to run caravans, you know what time those are insured in the strongest alliance on the server. So not only during that do you have like the level of insurance of Polar Envious, but you also have the reduced odds for you to be nuked. Whereas if you're a small guild, you have all of your goods on one van and 5 people escorting it. It only takes 1 nuke on the driver. Like that's the advantage. So everything that you're thinking is like, I have Polar Envious, so my experience with vans is this, right? So that's kind of like, I understand that Polar Envious is benefiting from caravans, and that's what I'm saying the problem is that Polar Envious, Barcode Nova, like whatever the alliances are that have that level of like scaling protection, right? They have the flyers right now. They have the force multipliers on top of having the numbers advantage. That's the safety in caravans right now. You're not getting the driver protection, you're getting the Penvious protection. That's the biggest thing. If the one-shot nuke on the driver is going to stay, I think those who defend should be able to drive it as well as the owner. Why are you not running with a bunch of people yourself? Because not everybody on the server is going to have access to a top alliance on the server. Correct. And with systems like that, again, whether you're running with a large group of people, whether you are running with a small group of people, if the potential is there for you to get one-shotted while you are sitting here going like this, unable to act, that is an unfun and bad system that presents a significant advantage to the attacker itself. I don't really understand where the logical, like, desync is there, but organized like it's a raid? Yes. Yes. I told a story earlier. In the desert, we had 15 people and we got pulled up on by 25 people. And guess what? Those 25 people had the numbers advantage because they sat there on the shore while our caravans were moving extremely slow. And they waited until the perfect opportunity where they were all ready. And then they all clicked attack and then just jumped. And we did not have time once they all opted in to get a combat, like to get an initial engage off because of the attacker advantage. The entire system is currently skewed towards attacker advantage. So like, I'm telling you, if you stop looking at it, Wayward, just bear with me for 1 second. If you stop looking at it from a level of, I have Polar and Envious and, or not Polar and, yeah, Polar and Envious protection. So this is like how it should be, because that's what your takes are right now, respectfully. You're saying, oh, well, why don't you run it with more people? Because not everybody has polar and envious amount of people. Oh, well, why don't you just run your caravans at 4 a.m.? Because not everybody runs their caravans at 4 a.m. like polar and envious. Oh, why don't you just make an alliance? Well, because not everybody has those alliances because they have nothing to bring to the alliances. So you are thinking from a perspective of, I have these systems accessible to me as a top 10% player in a top alliance. So that's a skewed bias perspective. You have to think of, how would I, Wayward, Crafter, complete these caravans if I only had a guild of 25 active people and we did everything we could, but then still had to kind of like align with the flyer force multiplier, the scouting force multiplier, the numbers themselves. That's the perspective that I'm asking people to try to get into, especially those competitive players. I've been there. That night you were unlucky. No. So if you think I'm basing it off of one night, you're also tripping. You're also tripping. It's not. So that night where my vans got jumped by like purple or whatever, that wasn't even the night I was talking about. You've activated my trap card. As a small guild, we have a higher rate of failure with caravans than we do with success with caravans, no matter the route. I'm telling you, man, you gotta stop thinking like I am polar envious, and you gotta start thinking like a normal player. Like, yes, you're a crafter, but you're also a crafter in the strongest alliance on the server that probably has the second highest numbers on the server. Like, you have it made. You're basically the rich kid that's born into the rich family right now saying, well, I don't know why people are just poor, just have more money. That's what you're saying. You're going, I don't know why you can't run caravans, just get more people. I have more people, my caravans work, why don't your caravans work? Brother, because we're not polar envious. Like, you're literally saying, I am born in a rich family and have all of the benefits of that rich family. So here's what everybody that doesn't have money should do. Like, that's what the takes are right now. I don't feel like caravans are meant for anyone. I feel like caravans are for big sale, for personal use. And should I believe they said they love mule type system to transport goods? Correct. While every system in the game is going to have like a certain level of safety associated with all of those strength multipliers, right? Those force multipliers. You also have to think, if a system is completely just skewed towards a certain large percentage of the population not being able to participate at all in a safe manner, then that system needs adjustment. It's very simply put. Not everything's going to be meant for everyone, because then it would just be a passive gold income. There is a risk versus reward, but right now, unless you are in the strongest alliance with the largest numbers, your risk outweighs the reward way too much, in my opinion. I think just pretty straightforward across the board. Unless you are in one of those top alliances, your risk on vans way outweighs the reward. If anyone from Penvia sees somebody selling glint, they're like, what the fuck? Why don't you just run vans with those? And then if you try to run vans with those, you lose not only your gold that you put into the van, but also the glint that you put into the commodities, because running vans outside of those massive dedicated van runs and outside of those two major guilds is unsafe. And keep in mind, those guilds aren't just going to be like, yeah, hop in on our vans, man. Like, those are their vans. That's their guild run. You would have to be within an alliance for that. Not everybody can just hop into those alliances. So like, you've got to stop thinking of like, I have this accessible, so everybody else should. You know? Update your computer? No. Already seen guilds attack people who just wanted to join their van. Yeah. I also see vans getting way less contested as we go forward. Being all clump doesn't help running caravans. I think you're starting to see caravans become slightly less contested because there are so few people that actually like care about the money at this point, because people have just stacked up so much. So a lot of the people that were contesting vans originally, like in terms of a large manner, are gold cap right now. And I mean that no exaggeration. Like, gold cap in their bags and probably 1,000 gold plus worth of materials just chilling in banks from what I've seen, just people sending screenies around. So yeah, I mean, the motivation for hitting vans is also going to go away, but as soon as we get more map and people are spread, oh yeah, 100%. Like, safety is through space, like in Ashes. But even with that, it's like, you can say, sure, like the amount of space will help vans. But the core concept of, if I am doing a caravan, somebody can just come up and Thanos snap me while I am driving my caravan. That is a system that at its core feels bad and not good to play. And I'm a big advocate of, if something feels bad to play, people just will not play it. No matter how money making it is. People will just sell Glint and then go spend the time that they would do a van doing something else. And if other systems are also not fun, then they eventually end up spending their time playing other games. So from like the actual large loop, Zerg guilds need to announce when they're running supply steering. I don't think the Zerg guilds need to do anything, personally. I think Zerg guilds should have a massive advantage and the most powerful guilds should have an advantage. But I also think with that, just the simple aspect of caravans before drivers were targetable versus caravans after drivers became targetable feel like two entirely different forms of gameplay. And it feels significantly worse after vans becoming, or after drivers became targetable in vans. Like the thought of people just running up, oh, one shot, you're dead. I don't know, man. That's always been a tough one to sell on me, though. The proletariat will rise up. I mean, it definitely will on like a lot of actual servers. A lot of live servers will have much more of that interaction, especially with node sieges. I really look forward to the first, like, just full fuck you that a node gets, because you know at a certain point there will be a node that hits Metropolis state, and then the entire server just decides, hey, fuck you, you're cooked, and they just kick that shit all the way back down to a village. Like, I'm sure a driver shouldn't be able to be killed, but should be able to dismount anyway, and if he dismounts, he wouldn't be able to drive again until out of combat. Also showed in the Caravan Showcase some time ago, Caravan should have AoE buffs on defenders like AoE shield damage reduction, speed buff, all on a large cooldown. Caravan active abilities would be cool, but again, Caravan active abilities aren't going to matter if the driver just gets nuked out of the van. So that's another thing. Like, if you want to have the Caravan driver actually have a say, yeah, we're on the same page with it, yeah. 100%. I think, yeah, either a cooldown to like hop back in like you said, or I don't know like if out of combat would be the best thing, but it definitely makes the caravan system feel severely diminished. Just being able to be Thanos snapped out of a driver's seat. And I think most of the players that I've talked to very much agree with that. Now, again, that's not going to be a 100% thing across the board. But I feel like in terms of like a mass community sentiment mixed with my own personal experiences as what I would consider right in the bulk of the average kind of player base at this point, with getting in late, going at it a bit more casual with the pacing and stuff. Power scaling wise, we're right about average. I'd say maybe slightly above, but nothing too crazy. So yeah, I think it's definitely like a community pain point that I've heard so far regarding vans, and something that just makes it like a lot less fun as well. Because there's a lot less of that dragged out, like, guys, shit, like, I'm getting my van hit right now, call out to the guild before they're able to break the van, get me out, whatever it may be, like GTA my shit out the van. Like, it's, oh, I already got one-shotted. Now we have to try to run back up with them knowing that we're going to be coming back up. So it's like, at that point, you're still pushing into an attack that you don't have the advantage in. So, yeah, it's like losing the initiative roll on a re-engage. It's rough. Big W on the Gathering update news. Oh, yeah, fucking massive. Absolutely fucking massive. Yeah. So, I also like... Wait. Gathering tools will be converted into equipable items like bags and artisan gear. We're also refining how gatherable rarity impacts crafted item stats, ensuring gatherable rarity feels more meaningful. Oh, we didn't even read that. We got too excited about the other things. We got too excited about the other things. We didn't even finish the last line. But yeah, all of this has been fantastic news. Yeah, this is insane. Since they literally showed the caravan abilities in the caravan showcase a while ago, they 100% have that system thought and done. Everything's always subject to change, but can we sell tools now? That's what it sounds like. So let's see. Processing recipes will also allow mixing and matching different rarity gatherables, similar to crafting. That's big. That's big. So that's huge. You get to pick the job size that you want as well. And then gathering tools will be converted into equipable items like bags and artisanship gear. So you'll be able to sell like artisanship gear and artisan tools and stuff like that. By the sound of it, like higher rarity. So that's fire. You can also enchant artisan gear, can't you? Or is that something that's going to be in the future? I don't know if that's currently in or not. 420 CT Blaze? Bis. We're also refining how gatherable rarity impacts crafted item stats, ensuring gatherable rarity feels more meaningful. All of these features, along with other system refinements based on community feedback, will be introduced in the 0.8 April 10th, 0.9 April 24th, and 0.1 May 8th build updates. While we work to implement these changes, we appreciate your patience. Huge. Huge. You're back going to advertising global child living more solo players mass caravan run. Oh, yo, forehead, by the way. Sorry, during that rant about vans, somebody asked when servers go back up. Servers are supposed to be back up in like 40 minutes. They said by 6 p.m. EST. There was a little delay today. We don't exactly know what caused the delay, but my apologies, fam. I didn't mean to miss that. Chat was just thumbing about vans at the time, and I couldn't take a breath. Will we get fresh start server? Trio, we will get fresh start servers. That's been confirmed as well. Sorry, I had to scroll up and like catch up on chat. Y'all were thumbing. Y'all were going crazy. But yeah, so we will get fresh start servers May 1st. On May 1st, servers go to 24/7 uptime as well, as close to as possible. So that's going to be very nice. There will still be downtimes. There will still be patches, implementations, shit like that. But yeah. So we'll get fresh starts on May 1st. The whole community is going to be going over there as well. So we're going to be finding a server right now. I'm actually in a Discord that is like a big summit of all of the guilds that are kind of like PvP based. So we have smaller guilds in there, the largest guilds in there. So I'm trying to figure out like what it's shaping up to be with everybody planning to go to like one server or the other once we know more about servers. So I'll kind of like take the info that I get from there and make an informed decision to get us the best content possible as a community. So we'll see how it all pans out. I'm glad that I got into that Discord though. Devil on Fresh? Oh yeah. So we're going to be going hard on Fresh. Like, I mean, I'm personally going to be here regardless. I'm not taking time off work for Fresh Start, which means that I'll be here. So, be excited. I think we'll have a very good chance to grind a lot, especially if we get in on the right server. And we also will have a chance with the new rarity that's coming in to economically be in a good spot, since we have a lot of people and we'll be hitting the ground running together. So imagine the only fresh start server would be the EU one. They had like an OCE server. Dusty on Fresh, Dusty on Legacy, Dusty is Dusty. God damn it. I can't escape the server hopper allegations no matter where I go. Leveling gonna be so much better with the guild versus with randoms? Oh yeah. Leveling with the guild, knowing like what you want to do for leveling, knowing like what gear you're targeting. Like I hit 25 wearing like mentality gear and shit. Like knowing along the way what you're targeting, what you're trying to do, what you need to do, working towards your gathering, your refining, your crafting, like working towards that endgame gear set as you go, farming things that are efficient in multiple facets, not just like, oh, this XP is slightly better, but I'm getting 0 drops that I need from here. Knowing which crafting recipes to target, like, changes the whole game. Knowing how the economy works, like, most of us probably spent like 3 days figuring out mounts and fighting and exploring. So like, that second start just adds so much. If new server, then we need Sunhaven to get up quick for the cape. Bro, I'm not convinced the Sunhaven cape's gonna be staying around for too long. I don't know. Call me fucking crazy, but I think a level 10 tri-stat cape is probably getting taken out. I'd be willing to bet that like the strength shifts off of that into like a raw attack power, like a fizz power waterfall. And then we see like the dex turn into another waterfall or something. And it's like con and 2 waterfalls. But that thing is too fucking strong right now, bro. I'm getting 9 strength, 9 con, 7 dex from a cape that I spent 2.5 gold on. Like, are we for real? That's extremely strong. Wasn't there a cape already with flat fizz, strength, or mentality from Sunhaven? Might be the level 20 cape, but the level 10 cape is better than the level 20 cape. Like, do you think they're gonna fix Journeyman building destruction this patch or soon? What do you mean in terms of like Journeyman building destruction? The whole adding a vote to it to make sure that it just can't get nuked in terms of like breaking a building? I don't really know exactly when they're targeting like those changes or anything. I feel like that's something that they've talked about, but I don't necessarily know like how high of a prio it is through alpha, because while they get more information and while things going wrong does suck, it's quite nice. Oh, you can't destroy buildings at all? Wait, I didn't know they changed that. So, okay, wait. So there was the building destruction drama, and then they just said you guys can't destroy things anymore? Okay, I didn't know that they turned it to that. That's kind of fucking hilarious. They literally said this is why you can't have nice things. Jesus Christ. But I get mine when I log in, then I need to learn how to enchant. Oh, enchanting's so straightforward. You'll just want to grab your cape and then go up to Halcyon for the enchanting vendor. Pretty much. Whoops. Well, maybe they give that back when people aren't gonna be goobers. I don't know about that one. I haven't heard much about that, but that's fucking hilarious. I have a Siege X beta key, but the mail processing is overloaded seemingly. Yeah, the Siege X, I was watching Sum's like POV of it while I was chilling this morning. But I'm gonna keep it a buck. It didn't look very good in my opinion. The 30-second respawns, the down but not out being like, I don't know if it didn't have like a seppuku to it or what, but like people were getting knocked into down but not out and just sitting there until they bled out, and then they would go on a 30-second respawn. And the entire thing that like the Siege guys were talking about was like, oh, this is gonna make the game feel more fluid with less downtime. But the game felt less fluid, more staggerable with more downtime, because a 30-second respawn was essentially the same as a round ending. The Siege streamers looked quite happy. The new mode is not the main focus of Siege. Well, the New World streamers also looked happy when they got a new OPR map, in all fairness. Whether people look happy or not, if the mode itself seems weird, that's a different thing. Like the actual mode, which is like what they were talking about, is, I don't know. They showed the mode as the main focus of that, and the mode itself looked bad. So like if the new mode wasn't the main focus of their presentation or anything, then I feel like they shouldn't have shown it that much. The fucking Siege, Rainbow Six Siege. I feel capes should give stats. I believe they should have minor buffs that match the node type. Military cape giving damage, economic giving income. I mean, they could also do that with like trinkets or like a citizenship coin or something like that too. Democratic giving 5% XP gain would be fucking OP. But I feel like within that too, Kanko, you could, I don't know. I mean, because different nodes will have their different advantages regardless. Like religious getting up to a T6 will be massive for every node in one way, shape, or form, right? So, also, what up, Rappy? I saw you out there a few minutes ago. Dude said PoE content on like May 4th or something. Fuck PoE. I will not go back to an ARPG. Dude, I'm not playing anything other than Ashes once May hits. I'm gonna keep it a buck. Like, I've been so unbelievably happy making Ashes content. Oh, PoE 2 content's in April. Yeah, fuck that. I don't care. I just, I don't really think PoE 2 was that fun or streamable, but GGG is not really fast at this rate. The EA will take 2 years. Hey, 6-month early access, baby. Woo! Siege in general, quite not watchable shooter. It's hard to keep an overview. Yeah, I think some games just suck to watch. I won't lie. I don't know. I try to always keep that in mind with like what I'm streaming, but also different people prefer different games, right? But numbers are pretty much random, but I feel they should give a very minor buzz. That doesn't mean much. Yeah, I don't know. I just wouldn't want to like arbitrarily make one type of node better than others, so to say. Node Cape should get gathering buffs. No, I don't have to play the 8th Cape game as a mage who prefers Mira. Oh yeah, like pretty much every Fizz dealer in the game should get Sunhaven Cape. There are certain capes from like node ownership and stuff that are definitely a little OP. Like Sunhaven level 10 cape is 3 strength, 3 con, 1 dex as its base, and it's a level 10 green. So like enchanting that, I put mine to +6 for about 2 gold. I spent 2 gold on a 9 strength, 9 con, 7 dex cape. Like that's fucking wacky. That's fucking wacky. 3 more hours? Wait, really? Is it? Really? Wait, did they just announce? We need more time to get today's update ready. We're now expecting Alpha 2 Realms to come before Thursday, March 13th. 9 p.m. Oh god, that's rough. Oh, that's a long one. Oh god, 9 p.m. EST for servers. Oh, that hurts my soul. Oh, that's a long delay. Damn, I wonder what happened. That's wacky. Oh no, I hope everything's good. I hope Steven didn't like fucking trip on something and unplug the server. I was happy that I could play today and now this. Well, in all fairness, my counter to that is being happy you can play today and then having this happen is typically Crithius, thank you for the follow. Basically like being excited to play is good in my opinion, right? Having this happen is short-term very shitty. But when we think about what would have happened if we went into the servers and had whatever bug this is, it probably would have been worse long-term and reduced the quality of the testing environment substantially. So I feel like, yeah, long-term it's for the best. It does definitely suck that we're all excited to play, but like, it happens. I don't think delays need to be a bad thing. No, I mean, delays are a bad thing, right? Like, in no way, shape, or form is a delay like, yeah, let's go. You don't want to delay. But realizing that, especially in this phase, delays are typically because something is incredibly borked. Like, you have to remember, this isn't going to be a delay for like, this ray of light is slightly off. Can we get our lighting team on this? It's going to be like, oh, this entire like core facet of something is borked. Like Cock Rock is now throbbing and shooting pebbles at the tropics. It's terrible. So for them to pull it down for something like this, keep in mind, we had less downtime when mobs in Squall's End were dropping treasure chests of loot. I'd rather get delayed then get a bugged anyways. Oh yeah, 100%. Like, delays are never like a good thing, but delays also aren't necessarily like, oh my god, what the fuck are they doing? Like, sometimes things just happen. Sometimes I go to pee and I poop a little bit, and then I've got to make a quick adjustment. Maybe today that's what happened. Why are the realms down? Planendorf did it. Hi Scaper, how you doing today? streaming is free chat, they're delaying for Rogue. Nah, I would rather them wait and drop Rogue with the end of the month patch, so that way they batch it into a major content update. I think that basically, like, multiple smaller updates will have a lot less impact than, like, a single massive update in terms of player base returning. You want to bring in a drove of players at once with an update. You don't want to, like, trickle. Ragnar, what up, brother? Rename Cockrock to Throbbing Pebbles. Wouldn't be a bad idea. I am calling cap on this, though. So, what if... Also, thank you, Brandon. I'm gonna pin that. I appreciate you. 60. I appreciate you. Hey, Bristle, you changed your name. Oh, no, you're good, Brennan. I just pinned that. Kenko might be grumpy. Nah, Kenko might be grumpy, but I'm appreciative you got pinned at the top of stream because of that. You did me some good work. And I appreciate you, soldier. Old news is still news to me. Kenko might be a grump, but I'm appreciative of your footwork. You're a legend. Bristle changed the name. No more Corey Hazard. I see you, brother. What's going on, big dog? Servers are big delayed. Breaking news, Dusty needs another bull. Chat, you heard it here first, but I've been told... Hold on. No bulls until Twitch Prime is what they said. So the tower just got back to me. ATC. They said no landing until 1 Twitch Prime and 5 people click on exclamation HelloFresh. That link, because chat, we have 5 days left where you guys can get 10 free meals, whether you're in the US, Canada, or all the way over there in Europe. 10 free meals. And then if you're in the US, greatest goddamn breakfast having country in the world, you also get free breakfast for life by using my HelloFresh link. And on top of those goodies, you also support stream a lot. So, while I'm smoking this bolshki, click on HelloFresh. See if you guys are able to get a little box going. And whether it's the smallest order or the largest order, all of that support keeps me here streaming longer, harder, better, faster, and stronger. Bless up. I'll be right back. Exclamation key in the chat. Give me a DJ Khaled quote. I'm back. Oh, so I'm out smoking. Doug's out there, and he's like, I don't know, from a Ripsky. He's like, oh, I'm feeling a little congested, and I'm like, well, just take it out and just smoke it out of your piece. And he's like, well, that's what I was gonna do. As he's like going to grind up his flour, and I'm like, no, the bowl. And he's like, well, no, I don't want to rip off your piece. And I go, Doug, take the bowl, put it in your piece. And he goes, oh. Dude, I was watching, it reminded me of the fucking Summit stream this morning. So Summit was watching the Rainbow Six Siege event. And apparently, him and his like group of friends that he was chilling with were gonna play it. And they were talking, like the event hosts were like talking about how it's going to go into a beta for everybody to access today. And Summit goes, wait, it's going into beta today? And someone in Summit's Discord goes, yeah, we're playing it. And Summit goes, wait, we're playing it today? And dude straight up was so zooted that he fucking forgot they were playing it today. And so he hadn't set anything up for it. He was downloading shit like as he went. Dude did not even fucking know what he was supposed to be playing that day. What up, Zombler? How you doing, brother? Yeah, servers are down. We don't really know what they're dealing with at the moment. We hope that it's nothing too bad. And hey, what up, Grimathy? How you doing, brother? Hey, you ain't gotta be sorry you ain't been around, brother. I'm happy you're back. So I quit my job / left early December last year. I've been having a hard time recently, financially, so I've been in hardship lately. Hey, community's all here for you, dude. I hope everything gets better for you. It is not always easy, but as long as you keep plugging 1 foot forward, you keep trying to improve each day, then you ball. Everybody hits hardships at some point, but you got a lot of people here that are very happy to see you. A lot of people in the community that are very happy that you're around. And whether it's hard, whether it's easy, community's here for you, dude. I hope everything gets better for you. I hope you stay motivated. And I wish you luck. Feel free to hit us up if you need anything, man. We're happy you're back. Downtime's a creation? Yeah, 100%. It's okay, though. It's okay, though. I think across the board, like I said, this might be a positive. I don't really know what the bug is that we're facing. But if it's, like I said before, if it's got us down for this long, then it's gotta be something rough. Like, it's gotta be something rough. Did we do the Peon Combat video already? That wasn't me. I made it through a second of the Peon Combat video. Like a singular 1 second. So we started it, we paused it, we got on a yap, and the yap never finished. Yep. Servers ever come up at all today? Nah, so at noon, we got an update saying that it was pushed back 5 hours until 6 p.m. EST. And then 15 minutes ago, we got another update saying that it was pushed back until potentially 9. So that's okay. The good news is, if we're thinking about it long term, and even midterm, we might get no downtime this next week because of this. If it goes any longer, we might get extended uptime again. So at this point, I'm kind of like set it on fire and then give us no Tuesday, Wednesday, man. Doing best, lab of the company. I was in on New World 2 around the same time. It's really difficult. So maybe stop playing again too. Just wanted to hop on and update when I was the past few months. Hey, well, just know, New World's cooked. New World's cooked. Ashes of Creation is the way, brother. Ashes of Creation is the way. I've applied to their content creator program, and I'm hoping I hear back soon, because I feel like if I were to do a key giveaway, especially like an upcoming like Alpha 3 key or Alpha 2 Phase 3 key, like I feel like that would be really hype. I would love to try to figure out a way to do that. Did I hear key giveaway? Yeah, I would love to try to do more of that, man. Like, I talk about this a lot, but there are a lot of people in the community that I think would love to check out the game, but much like me, it's a lot of money. If it wasn't a lot of money for me, you guys know, I would be doing giveaways. I wouldn't be asking for help with TwitchCon and IRL stuff. So I'm hoping that when I get into the content creator program and or if I do, not when, but if, there's still a chance I don't. But if I do,
why does Sword and Board have the best ability in the game now? Why did Firestaff get a 20% plague on the easiest ability to use? Why the fuck did I lose my grit? Everything sucks and nothing makes sense.
That's New World. But yeah, so I'm hoping that if I do get into the content creator program over there and stuff, that, you know, I can definitely get set up for key giveaways and stuff. It's something I wanna try to do in the future. So hopefully. But basically, New World, man, they dropped the roadmap, and their roadmap had nothing of value on it that actually impacted the game. They had 3 categories on the roadmap. It was like next season, things that were in development, and then things that were in ideation and not yet in development. So the only things that actually addressed anything in, like, New World's gameplay loop, which was the issue, were things that were in ideation and were so far out from actual, like, implementation to the game itself, that really across the board, it made me lose all of that long term that I held out with for New World. And you know me, a lot of it was like, listen, man, New World's got the core, it's got the bones. Long term, if they have a good roadmap, if they get momentum, it could still come back. All eyes are on it, right? And unfortunately, instead of them putting the game into a spot where it had the potential to rebound over that time, they're just continuing to lose more developers, bring in more developers. I haven't stayed too up to date, but rumor has it at this point that they have so few people that are actually, like, familiar with the engine itself that they're having to hire additional third-party consultants familiar with, like, their engine, aka people that left the studio, to come back and, like, work on updates. So I don't really know. They've lost so many senior developers and, like, everything across the board that it's, dude, it's rough. So, like, long term, I don't think New World really has any hope. I don't think it has anything, like, to look forward to. Season 8, the biggest thing that they advertised was a 1-week long preview to the new Outpost Rush map, which they gave a weekend preview to in Season 7. And that was one of their big advertisements for Season 7. So 2 seasons, 6 months, and they're giving people 9 days of access to a new map and calling that their content for a live service game. So long term, 2 to 3 years, I see New World continuing to go down, continuing to decline, continuing to be in a very rough spot. Even, like, in the time leading up to that point, from a content creation standpoint, the constant, like, standoff of AGS versus the community, like the uncertainty of what was next, the not knowing, right? And especially the fact that it was 3 years post-launch and it was still not changing. Like, imagine being in a relationship where you were just, like, lied to, manipulated, and everything like that for 3 years, and it just, like, kept not changing. That's New World's and AGS's relationship with their community. So across the board, I just finally decided to start trying other things. I played a little bit of PoE, and I realized I don't want to play ARP burps. I don't want to play ARPGs. Like, ARPGs are fun off stream if I can just sit there with my mouth open, mouth breathing, and, like, yo, what up, Dr. Vaxxer? Just bought this one. Can we play? Typically 1 p.m. EST. Unfortunately, there have been some issues with today's uptime in terms of getting it back. So they've had to push back the server uptime substantially. This is the first time I've seen it push back like this far, but they're down until an estimated 9 p.m. EST. So little sad short term, but it's an implication that they probably found something pretty wacky with the deployment and they want to get that all fixed up. the last time we saw an extended downtime, we did end up not having the Tuesday, Wednesday downtime the next week. So we're on the side of like really hoping that whatever's causing the big downtime, they're able to get it fixed smooth. And Intrepid has like a really fast cadence of actually being able to like fix things. And even the last time we saw a deployment issue, they had it kind of like under control and progressively worked on very quickly. So the fact that it's been at this point is going to be like an estimated 8-hour delay, kind of crazy. So I'm hoping that they're able to, you know, cook it up in a nice smooth way. They're able to control it and we'll be vibing soon. But welcome into Vera as well. Happy you're with us. If you're looking for a community to play with, we're on Vira when the servers do come back up. So I don't know if the environments are still different, but under the environment drop down, there were previously 2. Excuse me. Wait, maybe that's the difference. It looks like they may have merged the Alpha 2 environments back because it was Alpha 2 Vira and then Alpha 2 Lyneth Lotharia. So it looks like they may have merged both of those Alpha 2 environments back into one, and I would estimate there was a problem with the merging back into one. So they probably gave Lyneth and Lotharia the same backend treatment that they gave us, and maybe there was an issue with like the merge part of it. Just based on what we see here, but we could also just be seeing an out-of-date version of the launcher. Who knows? Have you switched over to Ashes? Oh yeah. Yeah, Ashes is my main game now. So I stream Ashes legitimately 10 hours a day, man. Like, I've been here since late December. I've had access to the game since early 2024, but like late December, I finally made the jump over here and was instantly hooked. And at the time, I was still averaging, you know, New World was on its way down, but I was still holding well above 100 average viewers over there. And so with New World like on its continued way down, I was kind of like clinging on to the viewership and stuff like that, right? But the first like day that I played Ashes, I was like, oh shit, this is legitimately everything that I've been looking for in like a game, systems wise, feel wise, like everything. And so, you know, not everyone's gonna have that level of, oh shit, this is the game for me. But like when I played this game, it was like, oh, this is like what I want. Like, this is legitimately what I want to do. So yeah, it was for me personally that big moment of, oh my God, I love all of the portions of this game. I love the constant risk reward. I like the long-term goals. I like the community friction. I like the dev side of it where they are, you know, a non-corporate developer. I like the fact that their communication is very good when there are like big things across the board that are issues. They're very quick to communicate. They're very thorough in their communication. Their content cadence has been extremely quick. Like, I'm just fully in on Ashes personally. Have you gone to try Due Process yet? No, Due Process, another game that just came out. Lumberyards of the base engine, which New World has 2.1k stars on GitHub. I think positively assume that only quite a small amount of people have ever used it. It's not like Unreal Engine that has a whole ecosystem of tutorials, guides, forums, and so on. And keep in mind, Lumberyard's their base. They heavily modified Lumberyard. Relish was one who kept telling me to play Ashes. I kept putting it off, but I thought it might suck me in like the EQ days, which it has. Ralos a gamer too. I like having Ralos. Yeah, no, I mean, so Carla bought me Ashes back in January of 2024. And she was like, Dusty, I really think you'd like the game. And I was like, I don't know, like, I'm not sold on it. I'm not sold on it. And at a certain point, she actually was like, hey, like, I might give your access to, like, one of my friends that wants to play. And at that point, I was like, hold on. And so I started looking at it more, right? And I was like, okay, wait. Because I'd casually followed. And I was like, let me give this a good look. And I started to see more of, like, the process leading up to and through early 2024. And I was like, oh, what do we have here? And the more, like, modern updates I saw, the more it was kind of, like, taking up space in my head. And with New World, as the ceiling continued to come down and it looked like Ashes had started to kind of, like, get that momentum, right? It got to a spot where I was seeing updates that I was just like, fuck, like, this is huge. Like, I'm really interested. And it hit a point where I was just like, the hype of Ashes for me outweighed the comfort that the extra viewership of New World provided, to a point where it was like, okay, I want to stream what I want to stream. I'm going to take a chance. I'm going to see if I can keep streaming full time. I was prepared to not be streaming full time, but fortunately, I've been able to keep it going, I think, so far. I'm hoping that we can continue it long term, but around the time I left, yeah, so probably right around that time, like early December was when I started playing PoE Early Access. I played that for a little bit and hopped into this right after Christmas, so slightly after the Alpha 2 servers had started. And I've been here like every day since then. TCG Sim? TCG Sim's lit. I built my new PC right before Christmas, and I actually didn't re-download the Pokemods or anything, so... Remember yesterday when I mentioned that extension of downtime? You did this, you bastard. You bastard. Yeah. I'm kind of curious, like, what is actually causing it. I think my theory, if it's correct, is that they merged, like, Lyneth and Vyra and Lotharia all back into the same environment based on what we're seeing here. So... figured we would with the extra uptime, not having the full downtime last week. I mean, I don't even know if it's related to not having the full downtime last week. I still think it's probably just like an implementation thing, because if they are doing backend stuff, like merging Lyneth, Lotharia, and fucking Vyra all back into the same environment to have it on that same backend state, there could have just been an issue with, like, honestly, either end of that. Are you still on your daily stream streak? Yeah. Oh yeah, that's not ending. What day is today, chat? 6:20... What? 2? 6:22. Yeah, 6:22. Yeah, I'll still be streaming. I exist. Yeah, we be balling. Oh, lordy, big stretch. Still 6'5". Still cracked at video games. Yeah, still the same Dusty. Just yapping. Probably some nice new bug. Yeah, I mean, the thing about it is if they are merging the environments, then it could have been either on, like, the merge into the new environment or the merge from, like, the environment, like, being brought, right? So, either way. Gas station pizza sticks. Gas station pizza can be good. I mean, what specifically is, like, a gas station pizza stick? Request to hydrate? No. What, like, is a pizza stick just pizza cut into a stick, or is it like a stuffed stick with pizza? You too? Fuck. I'm selling. I'm sorry. I'm into the apps today. You mean like a Hot Pocket? No, I don't think like a Hot Pocket. Gas station pizza sticks. I can only assume it's like a breadstick, but with pizza on it, right? Three more hours till it's up? Yeah, supposedly. We hope. We hope. Crow, back in time to start. You're gonna have plenty of time. You're gonna have plenty of time to start that download, brother. Like a Hot Pocket, kind of. Oh, so it is kind of like a Hot Pocket, but longer and skinnier. Okay. I'm in Georgia and have never seen a pizza stick at a gas station personally. What up, Merc? It's like twisted bread. They extend it? Yeah, 9 p.m. EST. I thought you couldn't download the game if the servers were down. Sometimes they put server backend like up prior to, in terms of like downloads and stuff, and then you may have to update, but yeah, servers will be down till 9. Grandma chose to ignore it the first time. Good golly. Man's going crazy on him. Am I reading this gathering info right? Like, whole clusters share a rarity and will move when farmed. And also certain ores gonna be only certain spots like caves. So, what I took from it, I'll pull it back up. Surprise, it's been up the whole time. So what we took from this is basically you have gatherable spawn clustering. Introduces variability in spawn times, amounts, and locations, making rare gatherables require continued exploration to acquire. So, gatherable spawn clustering by rarity. I don't necessarily think that means like, I miss the good old times of flirting with you, Jesus Christ. That's all of chat. Chat's just here to objectify me. It's okay. I accept my position. So yeah, that's basically the only thing that makes it intriguing, but I don't necessarily think that it's going to be like, you know, tree. I think depending on how large the like clusters are, you could see that over an entire node or like an entire quadrant of a node. It could be like Northeast Nuela is a hot spot right now. So we're seeing everyone go over to Northeast Nuela to gather. And then you have another hotspot pop up in like Northwest Miraleth, right? And so then you have people go over there. So it depends on how big those exact clusters are, but I don't necessarily think you're gonna be like, I hit one ash, Lego. I hit one ash, Lego. I hit an oak, Lego. I think it'll be much more spread out, just across the board. So I'm a hotspot when Dusty starts stream. What does that even mean? Why do I feel like you guys are gonna eventually write fanfics about me? Are there already fanfics about me? Maybe. I'm not confirming. That would be my guess from what I see here. Yeah, if I ever get to the point where Twitch is just like, hey, let's give Dusty a meet and greet. Like, my meet and greet gonna be some freaky ass motherfuckers. There'll be like 6 furries up in that bitch. Fucking Stomps will be like breakdancing and doing fucking death drops and shit. Rule 34. If it exists, there's porn of it. Jesus Christ. Rule 35. Dusty doesn't exist. I'm simply an AI VTuber, yes. It's gonna be meat and meat. I'm fucking running. I'm gonna use my table as a weapon. I'm gonna have to hire security. They're gonna be like, holy shit, this guy must be like really important, thousands of viewers, and I'll be like, nah, like 60 average, they just all really want to fuck my face. So I gotta play defense, and I can't turn away to hide my face because that presents another opportunity. So it's rough out here. Dusty Summit turned away from New World Sans embracing. What do I look like in the anime, Jordy? Am I jacked? Hopefully servers get actually wiped soon enough, or fresh servers introduced to see how this gathering will actually affect server progression. So the gathering isn't going to be in until late April. So you'll see the impact of it on the fresh start servers for phase 3. It's gonna start April 10th, April 24th, and then May 8th. So we'll see all of that coming to life. Just remember, if you tell people no, they're Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ, Alzito. No, low-key, though, anybody that's in the San Diego area, TwitchCon meet and greet this year. I'm going to TwitchCon. I went last year. I saw like 2 people last year. I didn't like plan anything out with the community last year because I figured nobody would really care that much about what I was doing. And so at TwitchCon, I had some really cool experiences, like meeting a lot of people, and I got recognized by like 2 entire people. So that was cool. That was cool. Somebody at TwitchCon, I was like walking by and I was just hanging out and they were like, wait, Dusty? And I was like, hi. And they were like, from New World. And I was like, yeah. Yeah. And they were like, oh, I warned against you a lot. And I was like, fuck yeah, cool. And so we talked about New World for a little bit. But yeah, that happened like twice. I'm gonna go to San Diego to smell the same air as my favorite streamer and put it in jars and sell it. If you put fresh San Diego air in a jar, the jar would turn brown. I'm convinced like the poo particles per million in San Diego, the ppm, is much higher than it's supposed to be. We stayed in Old City Hall, I think, like down in the Gaslamp district for our Airbnb last year. And it smelled like poo. It smelled like poo a lot. What I missed with today's patch? Downtime. I'm gonna devout and chill out. Hey yo, Grim, have a good night, brother. Pop in, let us know how you're doing, dog. And stay in the Discord too. Discord's always chill. We're active as fuck there now. The Ashes community goes deep, man. Everybody's cheering for you. Pop by more frequently. You finished that Lazy Peon video, by the way. Which Lazy Peon video? Do you mean the combat one? He didn't even start it. Shut the fuck up. I started it. Lion ass motherfucker. We watched it twice? Honestly, it might have been 3 times. Anything interesting in the patch notes? We haven't got patch notes yet. Now, we did get one thing that's absolutely massive, and that was the announcement of gathering updates. So, we now have, thanks to this, gatherable spawn clustering, and this will be introduced throughout April into May. So we'll see this for the start of phase 3 more than we will right now, because we won't see it right now. Ooh, so basically, this introduces variability in spawn times, amounts, and locations, making rare gatherables I can't talk. I'm having a stroke. Making rare gatherables require continued exploration to acquire. Instead of static spawn locations, gatherables will dynamically respawn at new locations within larger spawning areas, meaning that when a gatherable resource is acquired, it will not return to the same location. Our goal is to maintain the excitement of discovering a high rarity gatherable area. However, this knowledge should come with the understanding that others will also discover and act on it. The days of logging in at the exact same spot to find that legendary copper 2 hours later are over. So now you have like different pockets of different rarities. When is Ashes coming back on? Hold on. All right. I heard that if we hit 100 subs, I'm allowed to turn the servers back on. I'm just putting that out there. I have the button. I control the power. Oh yeah, this is massive. So essentially what this means is throughout the world, you will have larger spawn areas, right? But different clusters will spawn within that area. And we don't know how big the areas or the clusters will be, but those clusters seem to be grouped by rarity. So you can find a high rarity cluster that will give you a significant advantage for actually like harvesting, gathering, like posting up at, right? They also have more updates through this. We'll go through these again because these are actual like massive changes. But basically, you'll have rarity clusters. So like if you hit a high rarity, you're like, oh shit, I just struck gold. And you can either tell the guild about it, get more people out there, or you can just be like, fa la 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 la, nothing to see here. And then somebody else comes by and they hit it, and then you guys look at each other. And keep in mind, if I PvP a lot, and I see you chopping down a shitload of trees in an area, and I hit a tree and it's legendary, I'm gonna look at you like you're a goddamn pinata. There's gonna be a lot of competition there. There's gonna be a lot of things going on there. So, there's gonna be a lot of guild versus guild stuff there. There's gonna be a lot of competition at these super highly contested areas. But if you can find it, and get out without like attracting too much attention to yourself, you're good. Now you may say, Dusty, how do we get the jump on this? Let's introduce you to the new surveying updates. Surveying will be an essential tool in adapting to these exciting changes. In our current iteration, some testers have mastered ways to optimize gathering spawn times, which presents an opportunity to make the system more engaging for everyone. With these changes, testers will be able to utilize a new surveying item to discover the general location of specific gatherables and find rarer instances of them. Testers will also be able to gain information about gatherables that are waiting to respawn, giving them the opportunity to contest these respawn areas. Early bird gets the worm and the squeaky wheel gets the grease, boys. Those who commit to fully going in on the gathering loop will be significantly rewarded for their continued efforts in the gathering loop. It is insane. These changes are phenomenal. If you are going out and you're dedicated, you can bring pylons out with you. You can survey like crazy. You can find the best loops. You can find respawns that are waiting. If you find a high rarity respawn that you have a time on, you will then be able to get people out ahead of time, harvest it, get the fuck out, compete for it, whatever you want to do. Oh yeah, Grumpy, all of the sub goals are going to be on like one big day. So the beans were actually very hard to find. I tried to find them anywhere in the US, and I'm not even kidding. Heinz beans, it would probably be easier to find actual fentanyl in the US than it is to find a can of Heinz beans. I've tried everything. I'm just going to have to Amazon order them. So yeah. We're doing that. The hot sauces, the US geography quiz, the NA geography quiz. I might warm up with some GeoGuessr. How's it going with the hot sauce? Good. We're getting the final. I told people yesterday. Yeah. I told people yesterday it was their very last chance to get like submissions in. So everything's like ordered. We're chilling. Just now walking to the next store. Yeah, they're not here at all. Gonna be like New World people on the spawn timers, bro, and it's gonna be so contested too though. Like the good thing about it is it's not like, oh, I hit a Lego tree, I'm gonna log in 4 hours later and just this Lego tree will be somewhere, I ride around and look for it. Like, you have variants and respawn timers now too. This is really cool. And those survey pylons, like surveying is going to be huge in determining like what to do. It goes entirely within the same loop of everything else in Ashes. Using your time in a calculated way and thinking about what you want to do versus just randomly, like, you can be methodical. You can set up your survey pylons and you can look for high rarities and only target high rarities, or you can just go about it and chippity choppity constantly, right? And just try to go with that like quantity over quality. There's going to be a mix. There are going to be a lot of different gameplay loops that are presented through that. So yeah, surveying is going to be absolutely fucking massive. Absolutely fucking massive. Let's see. The evolution of the system strives to encourage continued exploration with surveying, increasing friction in highly sought after areas over time. Yeah, so it's just going to present so many more gameplay loops. I'm very excited about it. Additional artisanship updates. On top of that, artisanship service multi-tagging will ensure that gatherables will appear in logical, immersive locations, such as weeping willow near riverbanks, minerals like copper in caves, while still maintaining randomness and rewarding exploration. Gatherable spawn clusters use a weighted system to inform their chance to spawn at their viable tagged locations. This means that players can learn the locations in which certain gatherables have a higher or lower chance to spawn, but it will still allow encountering eureka moments. So someone in chat asked about this a few minutes ago, but essentially what this means is that things will be weighted to spawn in certain areas. So based on this, if you're looking for copper, exploring caves, you're going to have a higher chance of encountering a copper mineable, like if you're in a cave, than if you were out and about in the open world. You may still find a random copper vein in the open world, but the odds of like finding that copper vein, or like the percentage of minables being copper veins, will be higher in caves. Past that, you'll have scenarios like looking for willow, like they mentioned here. Willows will be more likely to spawn if you are on a riverbank or near a riverbank, right? But that does not mean that everything across the board will be willow on a riverbank. And that doesn't mean that only willow will spawn, you know, on riverbanks. You can still have willow inland, but like spawns near riverbanks will be slightly more weighted to potentially spawn as a willow. That doesn't mean that 80% of spawns on riverbanks will be willows, but it means if a willow is a 0.5% spawn chance for a tree outside of the riverbank, it may be a 1% spawn chance at the riverbank, right? So within that, you'll kind of see that weighted system of like, this is more probable to happen here, right? I haven't seen many real caves. Desert has a lot of caves. So the Riverlands are going to be more like architecture based. There are a few caves in the Riverlands that are carved out, but like in terms of a ton of like cave architecture, I think the desert with some of its caves, I think the Dunzenkill Mountains, once those are added, will also be a massive hotspot. And the thing that I like about that is based on these kind of like economic features, based on these, what's the word? Like the natural features of an area. Anyways, based on the natural features of an area, like an area having more mountains or more caves or, you know, more whatever. Geographic. Fuck yeah, Gray Vaughn. Thanks, man. Dude, I'm fucked on this US states quiz. I'm just putting that out there. I'm fucked when I have to take this. I'm cooked in terms of that. I'm awful at that. Geographic, so like this one is more mountainous. This one is more rivery. This one is more jungle, right? Befallen Forge is a dungeon cave. Ursine Cave as well. And I feel like there are a lot of smaller cavey areas throughout the Riverlands. So keep in mind, it doesn't necessarily have to be a full built out cave. You even have those areas where it's like a wolf's den. So where wolves spawn, you have those little rocky areas that are like tiny alcoves. Those could be more conducive to directly in that area, since it's a cavey area, having those copper veins pop up. So there are already a good amount of caves, and you also have to remember that with land management score long term, it's not going to be like this node is level 1 to 7, this node is level 7 to 15. Mob levels, gatherable tiers, all of that stuff could potentially scale with land management score. So you could have nodes on certain servers that have lower or higher tier gatherables simply based on that land management score. And it could be, you know, Winstead on one server versus Winstead on another. Winstead on server 1 has a higher land management score, so it has higher tier node spawns, potentially higher level monsters. It's like a higher node progression, right? Now we don't know exactly what the land management score is going to bring past like the guarantee of impacting node tier spawns, but there's a lot that's been discussed with that that's potential. And with that, you have even more customizability. We've already seen that spawns can vary in levels, from like certain spawns starting out low level and then respawning in higher level. Now that's also potentially been a bug in some places, but there's a ton that can continue to happen with this that could make different areas give different, you know, scaling of those rewards. Plus, in addition to that, you look at this area, right? I think all of these could continue to have more little like cave kind of like carve outs. We also have access to not everything on the map. There are going to be some dungeons, especially things in the desert, that we may not have access to yet because of node progression. There may be things in the Riverlands that aren't fully implemented and we don't even know about. The tropics, I'm assuming, will probably have some cave complexity to it within these mountains and shit. Down in the desert, you've obviously got like a lot of cave buildouts, a lot of cave infrastructure. I can see like the June Dark and stuff like that. And like, especially right along these mountain ranges, like it's not necessarily maybe you have to be fully in a cave, but if you're like on the mountainous area, then you may have a higher chance of those metals, right? So we don't know, and I'm sure there will be data mining at some point to determine like exactly what spawns where and what the weighting is. But the way that I take it right now is it's not like that was a hiccup. The way that I take it right now is it's not like you're just going to have to only go to caves to find copper. You can still be out and about and be like, oh shit, copper. But it'll be like a higher chance of finding copper per node spawn if you are in the right spot, right? So you can still do it however you want to. On top of that, you can also use the surveying if you're inside of a cave or outside of a cave. So if you're in a cave, you may still not have a ton of spawns within that cave. You survey that cave and you then see that you have a bunch of copper spawning in that cave in 30 minutes. So you're like, oh shit, I got 30 minutes to big chill and then I'll come back here. You go back in like 20 minutes to get ready and you notice other people there surveying it and you're like, oh shit, we have a problem. And then out of nowhere, you have friction. The system's going to be really fucking cool. It's going to be really cool. I also look forward to like different geographic features skewing that. I don't understand the land management, saying a town can spec into land management. Are we thinking it would be affected by the amount of resources gathered? Yeah, so good question. Good question. I'm really glad you clarified that. If you guys are like at a certain point just not understanding something or you want me to clarify, please by all means, like OP just did, ask me to clarify. I'm more than happy to. So land management score, from what we've heard so far, and I'll actually pull up the wiki on this just so we don't misquote anything since we've got time today. Flashbang. Alrighty. Wiki dive. Land management mechanics are present for gathering artisans. The spawn rate and tier of resources in a given area is influenced by how many people are interacting with those resources. Drawing excessive amounts of resources may have a deleterious, I don't know how to pronounce that, effect on the land health value for that area. So if we go into land health value, we see, okay, the same thing. Actions like ridding an area of invasive species or performing crop rotations on freehold farms may have a positive effect on that area's land health value. So land health value is just going to be the land management score. So completion of events, such as defeating certain world bosses or mobs, can positively impact the respawn rates of resources and animals in their vicinity. Node policies can be put in place that improve land management scores. PvP responses such as Guild Wars, Node Wars, and PK are additional methods to counteract land management abuse from enemy players. So the question here was, how old is this? Oh, that's recent. From our understanding, the land management system in Ashes leads to environmental consequences due to overharvesting. With the elimination of the enemy of the state feature, what mechanisms are available for node citizens to manage or counteract situations where a group of non-combatants intentionally depletes resources from an enemy node, given the significant downsides associated with becoming corrupt? And Steven said, there are answers in the Guild War system, in the Node War system, to respond to aggressive actions like land management abuse. However, let's say the people doing the work, are alts and they're not in a guild and they chose to be citizenless. The other thing we want to keep in mind is that there are ways to improve land management scores. There are policies that you can take which improve that and counteract that.
So it's not just a zero-sum proposition between somebody's griefing me and not. This now may direct the way you choose to govern your node in response to those outside actors. This is again intended to engage the systems. So while you may not want to accrue the corruption yet dealing with these alts or whatever, you now may need to manage your node differently in order to compensate. So with land management, like the healthy like harvesting and everything like that is very, very imperative. And you can like ecologically warfare a node by fucking with their land management score. So early on, if you know an area that's being kind of like targeted by your op, you may very well, if you are a guild with a lot of connections, send a portion of your crafters and your gatherers there to just over harvest the shit out of a node while your levelers level. And honestly, that's probably what a lot of people will do. You'll just have a bunch of people who volunteer to go gather and sabotage the node of your enemies. So that way you're able to like throw their land management score early before they can react to it. And then from there, if you juice your land management score and talk about like how good your node is across the board and all the benefits to your node and your land management score reflects that, then you'll be able to establish a lot of like commerce within your server from that, or within your node from that. So there's going to be an entire ecological warfare system that's fucking insane. Imagine if Steven started a stream and just had that turn server back on 0 out of 100 subs thing. Dude, he'd get it way faster than I would, in all fairness. He'd probably fill that shit instantly. Node Siege is in a good place now. So I don't play on the PTR. I actually haven't heard back from anybody about yesterday's Node Siege. There was one that happened yesterday from 4 p.m. to 4 p.m. to 8 p.m. EST. So if anyone was in the PTR for that, feel free to yap up, tell us how that was. But from what I've heard, first to second iteration, I believe this was a third test that we've heard about recently. And from what I gathered, first to second was a very good like level of progression across the board. So pretty encouraging there. I feel like certain nodes can always be overfarmed just with how resources react or spawn. And are they saying that if you're not a citizen or a member of that node, you're more likely to be purged from that node? No, so I mean like, if you're farming in an area, right? And you're doing it like maliciously. So say there's like a massive move in of people like within that node. And they're like ungilded or something. Like, there are ways for you within your, like, mayoral abilities and everything that you can pass as a mayor, policies and shit like that, that will counteract all of the malicious farming and help maintain your land management score. So what they're essentially saying is that, like, with an area that's getting over-farmed, there will be options for you to translate that into, like, a net positive for your land management score as a response, but you may have to deviate from like the way that you were planning to progress your territory, like your node, right? So if your node's farmed less, you'll have different policies and stuff that are in place, different kind of like actions to maintain your land management score in the certain way that you want to. And if your area is farmed heavily, then you'll just have different options from like a leadership standpoint, right? So that's the biggest thing. And then node to node, like realistically, if a node puts out a citizen announcement and they're like, yo, nobody farmed like these nodes, we need these for land management, and you go against that announcement, I mean, you could see yourself get bopped from the node. What will happen with the dead nodes in which are only used for folks to get a flying mount? Those won't exist. Flying mounts are only going to be for Metropolis mayors. Not every mayor of every node gets a flyer. It is only for Metropolis mayors, castle owners, and then the random drops that are like super, super rare. A full server is estimated to have only at the highest like 15 to 20 mounts. And then from nodes and castles, you'll have 10. 5 from castles, 5 from Metropolises. So yeah, it's not like right now where every mayor just gets a flyer. And I can pull that up as well. Hi Corla. No ashes yet. It's down till 9. As of right now.
All right, so flying mounts are a tier 3 class of mount that are capable of true flight when utilized by mayors of metropolis nodes or kings and queens of guild castles. Each server realm may have between 10 to 12 royal mounts, which are flyers based on the legendary world boss timers. For the purpose of Alpha 2 testing, flying mounts will be provided to mayors at stage 3 or higher. So, right now, every node gets a flyer. It's not going to be that way on launch. So not only does the map get larger, flyers become more rare and less oppressive. And on top of that, you also have mechanics that are missing from flyers. Is this going to be in heavy effect phase 3, or is this going to be applied prior? Just trying to figure that out because Vyra has dead zones like Sunhaven in which citizen population is dead. I can personally assure you that citizen population in Sunhaven is a lot more alive than you think because Sunhaven has the best physical cloak in the game. There are a lot of people that are Sunhaven residents just because of the phys cloak, just because they like don't node war as their main. Like a lot of people have gone there for phys cloaks. But with that being said, like, in terms of flyers, this will still continue. Alpha 2 testing, flying mounts will be provided to mayors. So they're trying to test flyers, get into the spot where, again, flyers will not always have the permanent flying ability as well. They're going to supposedly have, like, you know, stam and stuff like that where you have to recharge them at a stable is what we've been hearing lately. So that seems to be the direction that they're planning on going with that, with like a finite uptime. You can go become a citizen, equip the cloak, enchant it, and then leave the town citizenship and keep the cloak on. I'm aware, but that's also probably not going to be a permanent thing. And again, with that being said, like, so are you asking about like flyers being in effect for phase 3? Or are you asking about land management score? What about like low population? Land management? So what about land management with low populations kind of like interaction? I'm just kind of like curious. Are you asking if land management as a whole will be in for phase 3? I don't have that much information, unfortunately. I wish I did. Yeah, I don't really know their internal plans for things that are super far out past like patch notes and stuff. Couldn't find the comment on Stan that I said last time, so got no clue if that's a thing anymore. I'll try to do some research on my end. Being affected in our phase 3 is the real testing for that. Yeah, I don't have enough information for that. If I gave you an answer, I would be bullshitting you. But in terms of like, they explain within the land management system that we were looking at that your land management will still be manipulatable. And you also have to remember that like there are meant to be nodes that are higher population and less population nodes are meant to have less benefit to them to establish capitals, metropolises, smaller areas, suburbs, right? So that's within it. Not every node is going to be able to hit max land management and maintain that, right? So with that, you're going to have different land management scores across the board. And this explains that they have different node policies in place that can improve your land management scores. And there will be different policies that you can put in place that will adapt to like what your node is facing. So again, if it's like a node that's more populated, that's being heavily harvested, you can put in certain actions, certain policies for that that will impact your land management score as a result of that crafting. If your node is being crafted less, you'll probably have different options, gathered less. You'll probably have different options to impact your land management score. We don't have enough info on like what kind of is possible. But you also have to remember, just like this point down at the bottom of the screen says, the spatial inventory system is intended to mitigate the potential for players to diminish land management scores by stripping resources from particular zones. So like early on, you won't just be able to infinitely, fill your bags with everything day one. So Sunhaven is watching the Node Wars. Sunhaven had almost a week of war, citizens because all three used to boost the votes up. Oh yeah, I also think voting should be one per account. Yeah, I definitely agree. But yeah, I mean, across the board, you also have to remember right now, whether it's Sunhaven, whether it's New Ayla, whether it's, I mean, shit, most of the nodes right now. I don't even want to think about what Az's pop is. But across the board, you're also in a spot where it's an alpha test and server pops are going to be low right now because you're in between large, like, update phases. A lot of people have been waiting on Rogue and, like, the Tropics. So with that right now, you're probably in the lowest of the low points that Ashes is going to be in. I'm not even going to lie in terms of player base. So I think Asma has higher pop than Sunhaven. They're both pretty fucking lonely. I will say. They're both pretty lonely. Both are fucking mostly empty. I don't even know who owns Asma. Like, no mean stuff. I just don't fucking stay tuned to any of that. I personally couldn't be fucking asked to get into server politics. But yeah, no, across the board, I think like pop issues right now are just a temporary thing, like long term, regardless. Hi, Nelly. Then you make the desert node resources actually useful. They will. They've been doing passes on that, and like that's something that's just going to come within the artisan system developments, I would assume. Can you explain node surveying again? Yeah. So surveying, basically, you'll be able to put down different types of survey beacons, and those survey beacons will essentially give you information on a certain area. So what the rarity of the nodes that are there currently are. It could be a survey beacon that tells you the respawn timers of incoming nodes and gives you information on like when that certain area will repopulate and what the density of those repopulations will be. You could survey to see like what the type of nodes that will be respawning are. So surveying will basically be like a dedicated input where it's like, if you're someone who just likes to roam around and chop a bunch of shit and like play the quantity game, then great. But if you want to go at it methodically, you'll find a densely populated area. You'll drop a survey beacon there, check your rarity before like full committing to that, or you'll kind of like dip your toes to see rarity. And across the board, surveying will be that kind of like informational gather where it's like, oh, this area in 30 minutes is going to be a high rarity spawn. We need to try to secure this. So surveying is that like gathering, kind of like information gather where you're able to definitively discern what's going to be there. So other than that, you have your just full quantity kind of like strip mining where it's like, I'm going to hit as many things and hope I stumble upon something good. So those will be the big two approaches that you take. Do you think they have room for 5 nodes in the tropics? Looks more like a 3-node biome. So I think with the tropics, area-wise, it's important to keep in mind that nodes will probably be based like on an island with a different node cork. But with that, I think a lot of the tropics actual area will be like the open sea too. Like I think your open area will probably be included in that, because area-wise, just in terms of like the landmass itself, if we look at the tropics and include this little strip here, just in terms of like raw area, if you include the water, it's, I think, probably the biggest biome right now. But it's like, how will you fit massive, like, do you think that there's room for multiple metropolises? Like, I don't think that there would be cognitively room for like 5 node corks here. But one thing I could also see is maybe like a new type of node cork that could be like a harbor cork or something, where you potentially have like the node cork expand into the water a little bit and build out. But I don't know. I don't know what they've got cooking for that, but I do agree in terms of like fitting node corks in a non-cramped area, I could see 5 being a little bit crampy. Because even if we split it into like 5 areas and try to discern like where we could put corks, you'd have like a really close one on like kind of this like Haiti Dominican Republic island. And then you may have this as like a standalone, but I don't know. It would depend on like how they plan to split everything. But I could definitely see it being more of a 3 biome, or a 3 node biome, because I don't think everything across the board is going to have 5. I could definitely see that being like one of the smaller ones. Especially with like I could also see like Dracath, like the small island, stuff like that. Like I don't think Pelagor is necessarily going to be a 5 biome or 5 node biome. I think there will be multiple that end up being smaller. Be cool if they had some super high tier gathering nodes on Lawless Islands. It would be interesting to see like what the ocean is going to present for kind of like a gathering route past, because obviously you think like boats, deep sea fishing, like I think there'll be like commercial fishing vessels, so to say. There'll be like merchant ships that are going out. There'll be pirates that are hitting both. Why do you nuke the servers and make them pop it back up when I'm going to bed? Well, if you take a nap now, Locke, then you can get on the servers later. Are they opening nodes in the tropics here soon? Or the node towns being added to the new desert areas first? I haven't heard any confirmation of like what nodes will actually be conclusively added first. In terms of biome expansion, like the entire tropics isn't in yet. So we're going to be getting the tropics expansion at the end of this month. And I would assume at that point, the tropics will probably be full lawless, almost like Sand Squall is, like the east side of Sand Squall is right now, the peninsula. I don't necessarily know what's going to get full nodes first. I could almost imagine that caravan drop-off area that they have in the tropics now becoming like the first tropics node and having like one tropics node, and then they may go like Squall's End, Jinnah, which is the peninsula, and then maybe incorporate like the rest of the tropics after that when they add in the June Dark. But I don't have a definitive source. That's just kind of me cooking in my head in terms of what would be like a smooth progression. I don't really know what their exact like process that they have planned is. So add good. I have to piss. I'm going pee. Deep fried shrimps. Wait, like popcorn shrimpies? King, popcorn shrimpies. Fuck. I'm getting water real quick, chat. I'll be right back. What up, bitches? Oh, okay. We're back. Server's still down? Yes, sir, Mr. South Shore. 9 p.m. estimate, or I hit the streamer switch and turn it back on at 100 gifties. I just went out to smoke a bowl, and as you guys can probably see in the bottom of the screen, it's 33 degrees out. My nipples are hard now. So now you guys have to know that. I'm glad you can't see them. I would think each race will start in a different zone. Like, wow, that's racist. It's 2025. Be better, Bosun. Jesus fucking Christ. Maybe I start calling you Bozo. No, I'm kidding. I love you. Thank you for being here. So one thing that I've heard that is on the docket of potential things is maybe Chile is potentially being able to select your starting area. How many subs to turn the server off again? 200. 200. I agree with different starting zones. I think different starting zones would be cool, but I also think like the option to select and not being racist would also be great considering how large the journey is going to be. I think like in terms of different starting zones, the journey of running to meet up with stuff or like meet up with your group is very cool, but it's also, you have to remember, going to be such a large world that was starting mounts. Like if you do not start with somebody and like being a low level, just traveling across to meet up with someone is going to put you so far behind. So then you're going to have like a lot of pressure on people to just start as the same class, or not the same class, but the same race. And like, I think like different starting zones are good canonically, but I also think that the option of kind of like choosing to start where you want to with your group is incredibly useful in a world this big. One thing I do think that would be extremely cool is if you're in a different starting area. So say you are a Dunir that spawns in the Riverlands. You get kind of like slightly different dialogue as a low-level Dunir doing like the Riverlands introduction, and then it opens you up into the sandbox where it's almost like you don't like gain or lose anything from being in a starting area, but they're kind of like, huh, a dwarf here. The fuck? So I don't know. I feel like that could be a cool touch to add to the like immersiveness of actually being able to pick where you start, instead of it just being like, okay, well, these don't matter. Be starting zones for each race, but you can choose to start in another zone with your friends, no matter your race. I think it should be by race. I think it should be your choice or random. Random would choose an area with appropriate pop. That's kind of what New World did, except they didn't give you the choosing. So, as you know, I made a lot of New World, like new player guides and stuff like that. And in one of my guides, I did a guide for like new players getting into the Eternum launch. And I had to specifically be like, so you may want to play with your friends. If you spawn in different areas, just do the main story quest until like level 15 and then you guys will meet up. It takes like an hour, but you just got to start separate. Because you could either re-roll completely, or you could just do your main story quest and then meet up with your group in Everfall. But like the forced split made so many people just be like, ah, shit. Because it wasn't even like New World didn't have different races or anything. So it was like you just had 3 different like areas that you could wash up on the beach in. And yeah, it was intriguing. It was intriguing. What you getting up to tonight, Chili? Love to spend 5-hour day, one to travel the outskirts of the map and avoid the Zergs. So I think that'll still happen personally. So I always talk about this, but if you have an area that you want to farm, whether it is gathering, hitting mobs, getting bitches, right? It applies the same way. If you are farming an area by yourself that is 100% peak output at its best, like it is the most efficient area on the map, so it's 100% of possible output, right? The second there is a second person there, you can get bitches in this game. No, just in case anybody's not playing the game, just in case anybody's like not playing Ashes and you're like out there and stuff. Yeah, just in case. But yeah, so whether you're farming mobs or bitches, if you're farming where it's like the most optimal, bitches is the cash shop currency. Jesus Christ. That would be pay to win. Okay. Whew. Settle in. So basically, say it's like an XP grind. and I take my group over to like the most efficient spot. We have it uncontested. We're able to farm the most efficient loop uncontested. That is 100% of possible XP output. Same thing with gathering. The second another group comes over there, we are no longer at 100% output because we are now splitting in some way, shape, or form. There will be some carryover, some contest that long-term results in you not being at 100% output from that most optimal spot. So, most optimal is always relative to the situation. It's dynamic. If you're solo and you want to do frogs in East Jova, and there are 10 people at frogs, you can't do frogs anymore. You can, but it's going to be way less optimal than just going to a smaller spawn by yourself. So this is one of the cool things about Ashes, with everything being open world. Hi, Kanko. Welcome back. It is cold up here. Why does Steven hate on solo players so much? Steven doesn't hate on solo players. Solo, like, this game just isn't meant to be like a soloed off game. It's meant to very much like lean into multiplayer as its strength, right? And with that, I think that it's actually like long-term going to be very accessible to solo players with the systems that will be added. But it's important to remember as a solo player, you're not going to be on the level of a group that is pumping optimally. That's just going to be the scaling, right? And so with everyone, not everyone, I try not to speak in absolutes, but with a majority of people erring towards that like social side of the game, you have a lot more of that complementary gameplay that allows you to do content that you otherwise wouldn't be able to. And with that, you can go to harder areas, more rewarding areas, and play it safer. And with that, you have solo systems that still aren't in the game. I think combat pets add a lot. I think that there are multiple things in terms of quest optimization that aren't quite there yet. But I also think that soloing will never be on par with engaging in a community, engaging in the social loop of the game, and it's important to realize that. Solo accessibility is, can I physically play solo 1 to 25? Yes. So, you can play 1 to 25. It's just not going to be the fastest way. It's not going to be the easiest way. Every new patch comes out with something anti-solo from what I can see. What have you seen that's anti-solo recently? Not in like a judgmental way or anything, just like curious. Because I've seen a lot of questing optimizations and things that would otherwise like indicate solo playability. Surveying will also show information on gatherables that are waiting to respawn. Right, so you as a solo player would then be able to survey an area and have a better chance to get it if you know ahead of time versus competing for a solo spot or competing as a solo for a spot that is like landmass. So you have to think long term. As a solo player, your options are either cut down a bunch of shit and run around everywhere until you find gold and hope that nobody else pulls up, or run around, drop surveys until you find a spot that is going to present you as a solo player an opportunity to actually fight for those mats by getting there ahead of time. That's your best chance as a solo player. That's more a solo accessibility feature than anything else. And yes, you do have to be able to get that information to survey in the right spot or waste surveys in the wrong spots until you hit. But at the same time, still accessible for a solo. And as a solo, if you survey somewhere and you see legendary Willow coming in 30 minutes, you know that your best chance is now to go back there 20 minutes from now, even if you don't have that social network that's showing you, oh, dudes, I got a Willow over there. Go check it 20 minutes from now. I'm going to be taking a shit. So then you hear that there's a Willow, you know where the Willow is. That's a system that favors solo players, if you think about the actual addition to the core gameplay loop. Because now as a solo, you have the information that's being passed through guilds. You have the same chance to have that same level of information that somebody who chopped the tree and told their guildies has, which otherwise wouldn't be available to a solo player. So I think with that being said, it's still more advantageous to have a network of people. It's a social game, right? It's like, if you're playing solo in this game, you're playing basketball without air in your ball. It's going to be worse. You're not playing optimally. And like with what the systems were really like designed around. To begin with, I agree with favorite solo players, but over time, Zergs will ruin that for you. you're overestimating how much impact a Zerg is going to have on this outwardly like massive map. The more I get to know people, the more I love animals. I also love animals, and I don't like a lot of people, but I think we have good people in the community. There are always fun communities to play in. But you have to remember, Zergs won't be able to just like full control a spawn because the spawns are going to be dynamic. They're going to be moving. Zergs will always have more power and a force multiplier, but you also have to remember the type of Zergs that will now have the most power in terms of information. If you're a PvP Zerg that's been logging in to hunt willow trees on the static map where you know where every single willow spawn is, that attracts a different type of player than having to go out for 10 hours and consistently survey and farm to get the most rarity, because everything's moving, everything's changing. That's really important to keep in mind, in my opinion. And I think the type of Zerg that you see that takes power from this is crafting Zergs, gathering Zergs. And if you do see a massive Zerg, then you're also going to have like responses. It adds more friction to the game. If you are a solo player and you're over there and you're hitting a high rarity area, and then you see 5 people run up with, you know, a group, and you're sitting there farming and they hit something and realize it's Lego, you got to be like, oh shit, do they know? And if they do, you might get killed. Do they do any form of layering or increase mob density with early server life, or just with masses it becomes slow? So server like respawn rates are typically very fast compared to like a World of Warcraft or anything like that. In terms of layering, there aren't plans for layering. Their plan for like server density is essentially called what is it? Fucking dynamic gridding? Yeah, dynamic gridding. So essentially with dynamic gridding, you will have, as of right now, server workers that are assigned to like a certain area. And in high density areas, dynamic gridding will allow them to essentially change the parameters of where like a certain part of the server is partitioned to have a smaller percentage of people, like a smaller number of people on it. It becomes a smaller area. And then another worker, like another area of the server, will be able to fill that area. And so they can kind of like change the gridding of how the server is distributed. So there won't be things to like pull people into other instances or anything. But again, it's intended to be, with this, it's a massive map. You've got to remember, this is meant to be on foot from here to here, like an 8-hour trip. Same thing on both continents. The entire ocean is open and traversable all the way around, and there's an underworld. So like, again, this breaks down to what I was saying a few minutes ago with the optimal output versus efficiency. If you want to farm in the most efficient spot that has the most materials available, you're going to be in the highest friction area. If you're a solo player, you're not going to go to Carfin to try to farm mobs because you can't. If you're a solo player, you're not going to go to the highest density area to farm mats because you can't, because it's competed on. So you have to kind of like fall into where you're at. So if you're a solo gatherer, you will still have a ton of opportunity to go around the edge of the map, hit less dense areas that are more conducive to a solo player having success, drop a pylon, it doesn't have anything fruitful, move on. You play more guerrilla warfare instead of posting up in those big areas. Like, I'm sure we'll see guilds that eventually, crafting guilds especially, they comb out over an area, everybody drops a pylon, and they're like, okay, this is a high rarity area, everybody go here, clear it out, and then we go next. But while they're doing that, and they're mass like deforesting, you'll be able to work around the areas that they're not, and you'll be able to kind of like fill in your place as a small player, like as a solo player, small group player. So that's the entire thing with Ashes. On launch, if you're trying to level in a new player area, like the place you spawn in, everybody's going to be there. So on launch, you're going to see a lot of people that want to level skipping the new player area, trying to either force into a higher level spot, trying to go to an area that is like less, you know, populated. So that way they can get more mobs, more freedom for themselves. It's massive. Massive. No friction when it's you versus a button. I mean, that's the game. That's a hiccup. But that's the game. Like, if you don't have the numbers to do something or the force to do something, you can't do something. When new servers, there won't be any high level areas. Yeah, because shit has to be progressed, right? I mean, we looked at land management, and land management didn't indicate any, like, mob spawn levels or anything like that. And I don't necessarily know if their long-term plan is for land management to impact mob spawn levels, considering we say with new areas, there won't be, like, new servers, there won't be high-level areas, but we already have areas on the map that are not incorporated that have level 25 plus mobs. So I feel like there may be some base levels, and not every area will be, like, a new area. But what I think will happen is probably every node will have like its level scaling throughout it. So you'll probably be, or not every node, I'm sorry, every biome will probably have like good amounts of level scaling throughout it. And I could see like carry over like late game areas, but I can only imagine that most biomes would be conducive to going like a big chunk of the leveling process. I don't know like what their full design is, but when we were looking at land management on the wiki, it didn't specifically mention anything impacting mob levels, but I also thought mob levels were a part of it, so I'll have to do more research on that, see what I can find. Ashes sounds like it's going to be finished when I'm already in grave and I'm 30. Why is that? I mean, their development process realistically is moving quite fast at this point, and they're staying pretty true to their time estimates, I will say. I mean, certain things in development obviously have to be pushed back, but overall the plan is still to transition into phase 3 in May. Phase 3 is going to last probably a year to 2 years. And then from there, we go into betas. And then from there, we'll launch. I mean, it's going to happen. Like, total development time being, if it's 2 to 3 years from now, like 10 to 11 years total. That's really not that far-fetched for, like, a very, very, very ambitious MMO. I'd imagine they have to have it out by a certain time set point. No, they don't have any, like, for the investors. There aren't investors. Is that meme? Steven's the investor. Yeah, so, like, all of the money originally, like, to get started was a portion of Kickstarter and Steven, and then their sales have given them, like, server cost and stuff like that money, and Steven himself has invested 55 million plus so far of his own money and estimated that he would spend 110 million for the development of this game. Like, that's just Steven, the dude that runs the company. So, like, that's one of my favorite things about Intrepid, actually. Mr. Vaxer retiring from Classic WoW and want to try this. Brother, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. I promise you, if you're leaving Classic WoW for this, this is going to give you the things that you really like about Classic WoW. And not only that, but the feeling that you first got when you played Vanilla WoW. I started playing Diablo 2 when I was 4 years old. I started playing WoW on launch when I was 8 years old, and I was raid leading when I was like 10, 11 and main tanking. So, like, for me, this has really been that transition back to, like, WoW, the feeling of not having a mount till 40, right? Like, you get a mount off rip, but, like, the scope of the world and, like, oh, fuck, I gotta run from the Northshire Abbey to Goldshire. Oh my God, I gotta go Goldshire all the way over to, like, the south part to do the fields, like the fucking farm quests and hit the mine. Like, what do you mean? This is such a long run. But along the way, the run is fun. You're not just like, oh shit, this is so boring. Like, it's an immersive world, it's an active world. You see a lot of players. There's no instancing that pulls people off of the map right now. The gathering is going to continue to become more dynamic over the next couple months as well. So do wish the chat channels were more like WoW, where the global was only in node towns. I believe global is planned to not make it through to the actual launch. I think that's just a temporary thing where everything's so squished right now. Yeah. I think that's what I've heard there across the board. More localized chats, shit like that. I think word of mouth, like, spreading through, like, just server yap itself is cool, especially if things will have, like, different regions to it. I think, like, criers from every area, or, like, word of mouth going, like, node to node and then spreading to different biomes and shit like that will be really cool to see. Quality of life too. Oh yeah. Chat, I feel like they've made multiple passes to chat very recently in development, and it's one of the things that they kind of, like, frequently keep an eye on in terms of improvement. So, going based off word of mouth, I haven't seen anything about this yet. Oh really? Well, if you have any questions, feel free, man. I stream Ashes every single day. I left New World after about 7,000 hours of New World. My channel was the largest that it, had ever been in October, coming off of the Eternum launch. And in December, I was playing this instead. So I saw a lot of things that I eventually like started to really, really, really love about Ashes. And I continued to see New World just on a continuous downturn. And dude, I've loved every second here. With the map going to be so big, what do you think the max on the server will be? 10K is what it's planned to be. Prox chat would be dope, but toxic at the same time. In terms of prox chat, there are going to be taverns eventually. So like in-node, in-town taverns. So you'll be able to go there, drink ale with the lads. Maybe that's where you get bitches. I won't even lie. Maybe that's where you see like the Ashes pickup artists like work their words. You ever play the original EQ or familiar with the traveling throughout the world in it? That is a big negative Ghost Rider. I did not. Came from WoW retail and hardcore WoW, completely addicted to Ashes. Thank you, so I appreciate you. Taverns get proc chat? Yeah, that'll be nice. I'm going to put my dick in a blender if it's not up at 9 sharp. Why wait? Make the sacrifice. The blood god demands it. The blood god demands it. Best thing about it, by the way, like not best thing about it, but any new players that are out there that are looking at Ashes that are coming in, just know if you absolutely hate the playtest, which in the entire time that I've been streaming Ashes every single day for like 10 hours a day when the servers are up, I've had 2 people that I know of in chat that have refunded. One of them was actively playing the game while they were waiting for their refund. So I'm still confused about that. I asked them one day what they were up to, and they were like, oh, I'm just waiting for my refund. And I was like, oh, that's going to be a bit. What are you doing while you wait? What are you playing? And they were like, oh, I'm just mob grinding. And I was like, what do you mean mob grinding in like WoW or something? And they're like, no, I'm over at Oakenbane Keep. And I was like, what the fuck do you mean? Are you playing the game while you wait for a refund? And they're like, yeah. So I still don't know about that one to this day. But 2 people that I've talked to that have confirmed got refunds. Out of that, I can promise you a lot more than 2 have enjoyed it. And the 2 that I've talked to that did get refunds both plan to return at a later date. And if you do not enjoy it and you really, really hate it, you have 90 days from the day of your purchase where you can get that refund. So in my opinion, it's like a stress-free playtest as well. A lot of people see that kind of like 110 to get into Alpha 2 Phase 2, the 100 to get into Phase 3, and they're like, oh shit, what's that actually getting? And when it's broken down, it tends to be a lot more palatable, and knowing that people can also get their money back and it's not like you are locked into this regardless early access purchase. It tends to be that like, okay, I can actually have fun with this now. So sacrifice it for y'all, for the server to come up right now. We probably just need a larger sacrifice. Hope we can name our taverns we build on the freeholds. I'll be naming Goldshire and posting a mailbox outside. Man, the Goldshire mailbox hop up to the roof of the inn. I remember specifically, it was the first time I realized how powerful video game rage could be. So that, like, basically outside of the Goldshire Inn, you could hop onto the mailbox, hop just right onto the corner of the roof of the inn, and then you could get up on the roof of the inn. And I started playing WoW when I was 8, right? So I liked all of that shit. I've always been terrible at jumping puzzles. First keyboard I ever broke was because I got really pissed off one night and I fucking karate chopped my spacebar. And it was like just a shitty, like fucking $10 flimsy keyboard. So the spacebar always wobbled after that. And like, I didn't have the balls to tell my parents that my keyboard broke because I smacked it. So I played with like a wobbly ass spacebar for years. I remember that mailbox. Cost me a goddamn spacebar. It was hard as fuck to jump. Maybe that's why I play with my thumb a certain way on my keyboard now, honestly. Because everyone always talks about how my thumb placement on my keyboard... Who the fuck is singing? Fuck out of here. Lyrical ass music. Fuck you. But I basically like... People give me shit when I show people this, so don't make fun of me, please. My keyboard's vertical when I play, like this. And I set my thumb like this. So basically, like, the bottom of my thumb is what's on my spacebar. And then as a result, my thumb, while I have my movement here, can work this entire part of the keyboard while still being on the spacebar. So, like, I legitimately can swing and hit, like, fucking hyphen and shit. So I play vert keyboard, I play like this, and then when I jump, It's legitimately like this part, like the fat part of my thumb hitting the spacebar in the middle. And then I just hit everything from like T to P, L, M, like all of this with my thumb. Please don't make fun of me. Weird, efficient. A lot of comp shooter players play vertical. Vertical's comfy as fuck. Yo, what up, Para? Troll shaman that would chain lightning killing people in the Gold Shower Tavern? Bruh. Bruh. Rude. Rude. You play vertical? Yeah. Yeah. Like my keyboard sits completely vertically. I have in front of me far. When I lean forward, it's my stream PC keyboard, which is horizontal so I can type. This keyboard, I will pick it up right now, and I'm not kidding, show you the angle. That is how it is. It is like this on my mouse mat. This is the bottom of my keyboard. It is legitimately vertical. You should be jailed? Try it. It's comfy as fuck. It feels weird for a week, and then once you actually get used to it, and you have your entire like elbow up on your desk, and you're just kind of like chilling, it's so comfy. Dude, it's so nice. Is that a Wu-Tang? This is a Logitech G Pro X60 wireless that they gave me for free at TwitchCon. How vertical are we talking? Pretty much like straight vertical. This is like spacebar side. So it's like this. It's comfy. I like it. I just can't type like that. That's why my typing sucks sometimes. Wu-Tangs are phenomenal. I've heard a lot of people that like the Wu-Tangs. My buddy Drewski, him and I are both like peripheral freaks. And he has a Wu-Tang board, and he fucking swears by it. He has always told me that Wu-Tangs are just absolutely nutso. How much are the new Wu-Tang boards? Can't help I wasn't blessed is crazy. Yeah, when did I start playing vertical board? I started playing vert keyboard when I was playing Fortnite, actually. It got a lot comfier. It was like end of Dota, start of Fortnite. They came out with a less expensive one. Does it still have their like tap strafe tech? Anything good is 150 plus. Yeah, boards are pricey. Boards are pricey. But like, if you get a good board, then it lasts a while. What you eating? Bitter Galaxy, Mr. Douglas made some sausage and some rice. So I was walking out and he was chilling. And I was like, yo, what you making? He was like, sausage and rice. Whip you up some. And then we went out and smoked weed. And now I'm eating sausage and rice. Sorry, we went out to stretch. I have to stop saying that. Never seen the vertical keyboard style. Certainly interesting. I want to give it a whirl, but play on a laptop. Vertical keyboard on a laptop would fucking suck. But hear me out. What you could do. How many mirrors do you own? Because if you put your laptop vertically, your screen would be like this. So if you had a mirror in front of you that was like this, and then a mirror behind you that was pointing at your laptop screen, you may be able to like reflect the laptop screen onto the mirror in front of you. Low key, I think that might be the solution. Surely you play on like an exterior mouse and you're not trackpadding, right? I have a laptop but a separate keyboard since keyboard's fine. When I got this at TwitchCon, the G Pro X60, I had used a Vortex Poker 3 LE. It had a nice metal case and everything like that. Nice heavy board. I used it for fucking years. I used it for so long that my W key was dying. Like, my W key would sometimes just stop fucking responding. And on top of that, because of it being a wired board and me always having to like go vertical to horizontal, I like slide my keyboard. So the bottom feet on my board are always fucked and like worn out because my keyboard just goes like this every time I have to type. So eventually, that being a wired board, the wire connection ended up fucked. So anytime I rotated it, it would turn off for a second. So it was rough. Trackpad Bard, I was curious. I was just wondering. I mean, you say Trackpad Bard, but one of my buddies, JT, back when I was playing Dota, he was in college at the time. Yeah, he was in college, yeah. Or like shortly after college. But he had played Dota on a trackpad. On a fucking laptop and on a trackpad. He was playing Dota 2. He was okay at Dota once he actually got like a mouse and keyboard. But he always did really weird meme shit. There was one time that we were fighting an anti-mage. We had like dual lanes set up. Our off lane was really bad against anti-mage. And he was playing Jug. And he went mana boots on Jug. And for whatever reason it worked. Because he would just pop mana boots and then spin. And we would kill the anti-mage. It was super strange. Consider using an HDMI from laptop to a larger screen, monitor, or TV for you laptop users. Two mirrors. One mirror here, one mirror back there, and then you just reflect it. It's cheaper. 2 mirrors, like 15 bucks. You have to get an HDMI and then another screen. That's way more than 15 bucks. I buy food based on calories per dollar. We're not out there getting fucking more screens. Any ashes yet? No. Not yet. Their estimate was 9. What, you eating your mom's butt? It's delicious. Yeah, you heard me. We should clip that. What do you mean we? Are you one of them? Are you supporting them now? It's like when the police start to support the citizens. I'm fucked. This is surely the downfall of DustyWhy. What are you doing? I can time out someone real quick. Do not abuse your powers. Maybe a little bit. Maybe you can abuse your powers a little bit. But I'm eating some rice with some sausage that Doug made. I was walking out to refill my water, and he was making sausage, and I go, ooh, sausage. And he goes, yeah, I'll whip you up some. And I was like, bet. So he made me an offer I couldn't refuse. I remember being poor and eating Taco Bell basically every day. Taco Bell in the right scenario can be good calories per dollar, but it's also not clean calories. What I've done recently is, because keep in mind, I'm still poor. I stream full time. I don't make a ton of fucking money from this. I'm not Summit. So, like, I'm still pretty poor. My grocery store refreshes the sales in their app every Friday. And the app sales, like the online deals, are better than the in-store deals. So every Friday, I wake up in the morning and I check their app. And I'm like, all right, what do we got going? And so I meal prep Fridays. I usually make like a week worth of food and I just nom. So I do big meal prep and then we chill. Today, I had no food left because I ate all my meal prep yesterday. So I was feeling tubby. And so I got Subway. I did code 699FL and I got a foot long for $6.99. Yeah, no, Carly, you were being mean. You were abusing those powers. Carlo abusing powers. So, yeah, I try to buy everything on sale in the app. And then, like, last week, I was able to meal prep like a week worth of food for, I think it was like $16 or something. I did like corned beef and cabbage and stuff like that. Kenko, any last words? Oh no, I think Kenko's saving for VIP so he can't untime himself out. Bullying those below her. She feels bad. You don't actually feel bad. You're just trying to save face. So, wait. So this isn't in wrestling terms. Chat's been telling me about wrestling terms lately. So this would be Carla becoming babyface. Because she's being nice now. And me banning instead would be me turning heel because I would be mean. What? So, John Cena recently turned heel when Big Justice suplexed somebody off of the top rope and the Rizzler walked out with another wrestler. So yeah, that's something that saying the Grizzler while we're trying to find a fucking mob in Ashes of Creation has done to my Instagram algorithm. I now get WWE reels and I saw the fucking Rizzler walk out with a wrestler. I saw a larger version of the Rizzler just suplex somebody off of the fucking turnbuckle. I saw the fucking Rizzler himself do his whole like, it was like, but I don't even know. He like fucking does some weird shit. And so we've been trying to hunt the Grizzler, which is a grizzly bear. And apparently Instagram thinks that I'm saying fucking Rizzler. So I keep getting goddamn fucking Rizzler memes and shit like that. And I'm gonna keep it a buck. I'm also getting a lot of WWE memes.
Cat with abs is absolutely S tier.
Yo, what up, what's up? Appreciate the follow. Remember Die Bingo? Yeah, of course. And like, bro, my fucking algorithm is just corrupted. It's corrupted. It used to be like cat memes constantly. Like, just cat song remixes and shit. I now understand that John Cena has turned heel, which is apparently something that his fandom is very happy about. I learned through chat that turning heel is becoming a bad guy, and turning babyface is apparently going from a bad guy to being a good guy. So, I'm learning. One day I'm gonna show up in a unitard and I don't know, just some high lace boots. And just start fucking DDTing people. Dusty, a Dom Mysterio fan confirmed? Listen, I will say, day 619, I did consider showing up in a Rey Mysterio mask. And then I realized I did not own a Rey Mysterio mask. I sat down and I was like, oh, it's day 619. Well, it would be cool if I had access to more resources. I don't have access to that many resources, unfortunately. But it was a thought that passed through. If I ever get like Kai big, then I guess we're balling. I'm good at it. Thank you for asking. Yeah, Carla's living the high. She probably had some Cheetos, knowing her. Had a meal today? Oh, she's up tremendous. Wait, what do you have today? What? You had Cheetos aren't a fucking meal, Carla. A meal? Yeah, I don't let her eat 4 days a week. Yeah, she's got to stay in tip-top shape. Yeah, we've got to do like some IRL streaming and stuff, and she's got to be in shape to carry the backpack. So we've been on a diet. I'm kidding, by the way. That's the adrenaline. No, she has a new medication because she's all like iron deficient and shit because she got like sickle cell or something. No, sorry, I mixed that up. It was AIDS. So she has AIDS. So her new medication makes her tummy hurt. My bad, Carla. I mixed that up. Yo, chat, I just got something awesome. King, what'd you get? Was it sickle cell? Because if I called that... Oh. I just got an item for a game I play. It's worth $800 IRL. What the fuck? Can you sell it? You pulling CS2 skins or what are you ripping? You can't sell it? Did you spend $800 on it? If it's not CS2 or TF2, is it like, oh, you can sell it? Is it mobile gacha game? Is it Raid Shadow Titties? It's in a Roblox game. Wait, you're up tremendous. Wait. So, do you sell it for Robux or for USD? I have a Roblox hat that costs 300 USD. Yeah, I mentioned one day to Carla that Roblox was offering me a sponsored stream, and she was like, wait, low-key, take it. I was like, what do you mean, take it? And she's like, take it. You have to have lots of Robux to get it out. Are they still doing the thing in Roblox where you can like work at a grocery store in Roblox and get paid minimum wage? I feel like if I did that and then streamed it, that would be good. I think they stopped. I wonder why. All their employees were probably just fucking smoking weed all day. Also, yeah, Ozap, I don't know if you heard or not, but yeah, I remember Die Bingo. Of course. Of course I do. USD, I get a middleman and the buyer gives me money to the middleman. And then I give the horse to them and I get the money. I get a middleman and the buyer gives me money. To the middleman, I give the horse to them and I get the money. Oh, and then they get the Robux and they're like conducting so much like business that they're able to extract the Robux. So they probably have a conversion where they give you like slightly less than the Robux value. They sell it for Robux, acquire the Robux, and then cash out. Yeah, so you're literally just like laundering the money. There's a whole stock market on Roblox. I mean, yeah, Roblox is like publicly traded. Like it's actually on the New York Stock Exchange. Yeah, you can be a shareholder in Roblox. It was only kids from like Switzerland that were able to work or something. At the store? Why? Most expensive hats only $300, but there are hats that are like thousands of dollars. Oh, Dota 2 has a crazy market as well. I don't know how their market is right now, but there was hold on. I'll pull it up. Alpine Stalker Dota 2. So basically, there's a set in Dota 2. There is a... Yo, Grumpy, have a good night, brother. There's a set in Dota 2 for a hero named Ursa. Ursa is a bear that smacks. The set is called the Alpine Stalker. Now, I don't know like what it is at now, but when I played, this entire set was well into the 4 digits. It makes Ursa like a little cowboy. Now, keep in mind, each of these are like different spots. Or like different slots. But yeah, the hat, the gloves, the legs. It's all incredibly drippy. It's all incredibly drippy. So I don't know like what Alpine Stalker is like currently costing, but it's a horse in a game called Wild Horse Islands and they can sell for like an IRL car. Jesus Christ. How did you get it? Was it like an RNG pull? Or did it drop? Oh, Dota 2 skins are so good, Carla. I haven't even played in a long time. This is a skin that is probably like Yeah, 2014. Oh, wait. Set dropped 20 times after it was accidentally added to the drop list. Okay, yeah. So it was released on 2012 and then had an accidental redrop on 2014. So the set was removed from the Dota 2 store a week after release due to community feedback over thematic concerns. A small number of copies purchased before its removal can still be found on the Steam market. On October 30th, 2014, this set dropped 20 times after it was accidentally added to the drop list. Yep. Dota has good skins. Dota has very good skins. Kind of. You run around islands and catch wild horses. Wait, and it's like free? It's a horse with a really rare hair color. Interesting. Wait, so like it's free and you can run around and just cash out? What? How much have you made off of that game so far? I'm about to start playing that on downtime days. The fuck do you mean? I farm up an $800 horse? How many hours have you played and how much have you made? If your hourly on that game is higher than my hourly on stream, I know what I'm doing tonight. Do you really want to know? Are you up tremendous because of that game? Do you, it's either not a good hourly or he's made like way too much money and just plays that game as his like shenanigans now. I use a bot to catch while I play more games. That's fucking insane. That's insane. Are you able to just do that like full time? Or do you like have the bot run while you work and shit and then you come back and you're like, oh shit. Cause back when I used to run like Diablo 2 magic find bots and stuff like that, don't shame me, everybody fucking did. I was an 8-year-old kid running a D2 bot. So anyways, I would turn my bot on when I left for school. I would come home after school. I would check my stash. I would see what my bot got. And I would turn my bot back on. I would go to practice. I'd do my homework. I'd come home. I would see what my bot got. And then I would trade all night. Because I really like trading. Let's just say overnight, I can get over $300 from a mid-tier horse. And is that consistent? What the fuck? That's crazy. Good for you. It's all about the D2 MF bots and Glider and WoW. Oh yeah. The D2 MF bots were absolutely insane. I never did anything like that in WoW. WoW was when I played ethically, but I was still very malleable and influenceable, so. Oh, I'm sorry you have to play COD during the downtime. Holy shit. I don't envy that. I feel so bad for you, brother. 2 bots, usually I get 2, maybe 3 lower tier IUHs. What the fuck? So you're chilling, and you have like not a lot of input on that. The fuck? Why doesn't everyone just do that then? Is this game just like a whale's heaven? That's crazy. Like, that is actually fucking insane to me. That people will just pay that much for a horsey. Is the game all horse? Why does the market collapse by enough people doing that? Yeah, that's what I was wondering. Yo, what up, Swift? Are Apocalypse servers still? Currently all servers are Apocalypse servers. Didn't play WoW very long. Did that Warlord thing in the beginning, and then bought it for gold with the Glider program. Interesting. Yeah, I didn't know too much of like the WoW botting ways. Like when I was a kid, I very lightly botted D2 for a little bit. Just like an MF bot, and then, yeah. Not too popular of a game yet, but the players are super hardcore. Interesting. So they'll pay house payments for a horse to flex on other people for. What? I got an event horse with an island unique hair. That one's like $2,000. What? Has anyone war decked more than Envira? I mean, in a PvX game, I would almost argue that more war decks on a server would indicate a healthy player base on the server that's like actively participating in the systems. I don't think Ashes is really intended to be like a holistic everybody gets along everywhere, and if your server is probably getting along too well, it very likely means that there are just too few people left on the server for conflict to happen. So, while conflict can be an inconvenience, I think it's a sign of health within the game in a PvX game more than anything else. And I think more use of the declaration system gets more positive implementations from the deck system. So, personally, like, I think that's a good sign of an active server. More decks, more guild versus guild stuff, more farming, more risk, more everything. And for people that don't want to play on servers like that, that's kind of where, like, the server lore comes in. So, you know, on launch, people coming in, they'll kind of know, like, where each server is eventually aligned. And if they hate that, not to mention, like, every server will have its hotspots and it's kind of like cold spots for decks and shit like that. But, yeah, I think across the board, like, more decks and stuff like that, probably healthy for the game. I don't want to love me some more. Yeah, I don't mind either. I mean, it can be an inconvenience for like farming and shit like that, but that's also temporary because there are so few nodes like currently occupiable, if that makes sense. So even if there are 10 node wars when there are 80 plus nodes on the map, it's like, it doesn't really impact as much as it would right now. So that's kind of one of the things where I'm just like, I don't really mind. It's a thing right now where I'll be trying to get a group together and it'll be this like mild level of inconvenience where it's like, oh shit, I guess I can't do that. I guess I can't farm right now. But across the board, I really don't feel like it's that bad right now. It's a little inconvenient, but well, thank you for the hydrate. Fuck botting, they ruin every game. Oh, yeah. No, botting and stuff is actually terrible for games. I agree. Keep in mind, when I bought a Diablo 2, I was literally like a fucking 7-8-year-old child. So, I literally had my older brothers doing something cool and did it so I could be cool with them. So, I will say, in terms of botting, Diablo 2 was actually kind of a very interesting case study on like what botting can do both in terms of bad and good to a game. Because on, is there no way to report a player for botting? In Diablo 2? In Ashes there is, yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. There are a lot of ways to report bots in a lot of games. Diablo 2 had a lot less like regulatory things for botting. Like there were a lot of bot ban waves, but like it was always a cat and mouse game, right? So people that abused it like insanely in public games to try to level to 99 were typically the first ones to get smited. If you were just botting in like private games in Diablo 2, you were pretty safe. Really hope we can just kill bots and gold sellers and steal their stuff with little consequence. I mean, I hope that they take active measures on the developer side to try to implement those. Men and Ashes have become random if you want to see a report player option. Just go into the /bug and then file feedback from there. Include a screenshot, include like player name and stuff like that. But yeah, so Diablo 2 is a really interesting case study on like botting and how it actually can positively impact economies in a certain extent. Because again, Diablo 2 is one of those like entirely player-driven economies. So not in terms of like a positive, but you saw this sense of like regularity and long-term price establishment based around the botted items that were in the economy. And while that's the result of a problem, it was interesting to see because there were a couple ladder launches where Blizzard actively took steps against botting in D2 and there weren't active bots on server launch. And everyone on Diablo that was accustomed to playing with bots was actually like, not everyone, but a lot of people who were accustomed to playing with bots were actually like, oh shit, this server or this ladder launch is worse without bots because item availability is so scarce. I can't get Shakos. I can't get my Jaw and my Burr for my Enigma. I can't get my Heart of the Oak. I can't get my Smiters set up for Ubers day one. Like, The bots actually in Diablo 2, weirdly enough, added a form of like regularity and like convenience store level stock of everyday goods and uniques to build characters around. So with Diablo 2 over time, they became kind of like familiar with it. And it's a weird like contrasting side. Servers up. Oh, I'm gonna come through my pants. Thank you, Ganji. Let's give her a try. Type my password. We saw your password. My password is quack. Yeah. It's quack. Sorry, I won't lie. I know that's unbelievable. It's quack 1 exclamation. They made me put a special character in. And apparently DustyWhy is not a special character. So they wouldn't let me put my password as DustyWhy so I wouldn't fucking forget it. Kind of some bullshit. Apparently, I'm not a special character, chat. Do you believe that bullshit? They wanted a fucking exclamation point or some bullshit like that. My mother and many counselors always told me I was very special. I'm kind of offended. You are a special character? Thank you. Thank you. I just don't know why I can't make my password DustyWhy. I tried for everything. Where are the cat ears? Well, they're not here right now. The cat ears are here for the first week of each month if we hit the sub goal. Well, technically, the first of the month is when the sub goal refreshes, and then if we hit the sub goal, you get a week of those. Then past that,
absolutely S tier.
Yo, Raven, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. Past that, you can redeem 50,000 monkey bucks. Yo, Locke, thank you for the 100 biddies. I appreciate you. So yeah, you can redeem 50,000 monkey bucks for a day pass of them, or you guys can save up, get ready for the first of that month, or we hit the ground running with the Cat Week sub goal. That's the 1 week of it. Other than that, it's all those monkey bucks. So you save up your monkey bucks, those are your channel points. You can earn those day passes. You can work with chat. You can determine if you want to spend them by yourself, if you want to corroborate with others. You do have a snail mount, that's special. I do have a snail mount. I got lucky though. I don't necessarily think that makes me special. I think I just got lucky. I think I was just right place, right time personally. I'm not like an important enough streamer to have that level of like, oh, I gotta give this guy cool shit. I have 950 hydrates in store for you right now. Well, I guess I should get a soda then and hydrate like a goddamn man. The update's rolling, chat. We're merging deltas. When are we getting a monkey buck thing that lets us do text to speech? Monkey buck text to speech. I don't know if they have that because monkey bucks are the Twitch side of things. There's a dono text to speech to encourage you to give me money because right now we're taking donations for the IRL backpack and TwitchCon fund for this year. The IRL backpack will also be brought to Iceland with us for all of those IRL hiking streams. The plan is to get a very nice stabilizer, a very nice encoder. We've got a lot of effort going into this to make the streams the best that they can possibly be for you guys while I am traveling. And as always, the streak is going to continue. Iceland has fantastic internet all throughout. So between everything that we're putting in that, it should make an absolutely great experience in terms of the streams. That'll also travel out to TwitchCon with us. So we'll be able to stream out at TwitchCon, bring you all of the events, all of the happenings, the community meetups, me in the shower. What? Not that. That wasn't supposed to be on the script. All of the fun stuff that TwitchCon has to offer. So if you're in a spot where you can, consider donating to that. It's entirely optional though. And please, as always, never, ever feel obligated. If you can't donate, I only hate you a little less. I'm kidding. I appreciate you just as much as everyone else. You're all amazing. It is entirely optional. That's why I have it in the bottom corner. Carla had to yell at me for like 2 months to actually put this dono goal up because I don't like having dono goals up. Flight booked. Well, that's what the stabilizer's for. Yeah, it's gonna kind of like compensate for the clapping of the cheek. Sorry. There's gambling in here? Oh yes, there's some gambling in here. You can gamble with those points freely. Those are a separate point from like the monkey buck system itself. So. There's only like 6 subs because dumb Twitch glitch. Stream the... No doc. We're not going that route. That's a very dangerous route. Boys, when we get on, we all need to immediately start gathering. Everybody spread out, start gathering. I'm bringing my bowl out, I'm getting a soda, and we fucking ball. We ball. We're merging! Chat, I've drank the last of my dead grandpa's soda. No, I don't have any soda left. It's tragic. It's tragic. Well, may he R.I.P. I got a whole case of soda when my grandfather died. That was my pass down in the will. Dusty stop patching faster than me? Oh, I have fiber, you're cooked. Yeah. You also can't get mob tags before me because I have fiber. RIP Grams. It's the gift that keeps on giving. No, it's okay. Don't ... me. Don't ... me. On the off chance that Socks is just a Thor lurking. My bad. My bad. My fault. I already finished downloading. Your fiber is slow. My fiber is also dealing with me streaming and existing. I'm just putting that out there. I'm not Thor, pull me up. What if you're Thor coming in here to roast Thor? Downloading and uploading at the same time. I'll upload a fucking knuckle sandwich to your chin, buddy. Emerging deltas. My fiber's also dealing with you streaming. Yeah, listen. Somebody, hear me out. Somebody in one of my YouTube comments earlier today, because you know me, I've been posting more YouTube stuff. Somebody in one of the YouTube comments, they were like, man, this game looks terrible. And I didn't even have to say anything back because like 4 people commented back and were like, what do you think looks bad? And somebody in that comment like responded and they were trying to defend the game, but they were like, you're not going to get the full value off a low bit rate, like low quality Twitch stream. And I was like, whoa. What do you mean low bit rate, low quality? I stream higher than the Twitch allowed bit rate because I am a partner. I stream over 6K. I have more bit rate than Twitch allows. I stream on the nicest possible settings, visually and audioly, that a person can stream on. My game looks fucking impeccable. Now, I don't play on cinematic, because that's for bozos, but PTR Siege Chest was pretty good yesterday. What were your key takeaways? What went well and what went poorly? What's your PC specs? Exclamation specs. I run dual PC as well, so that's like specifically, as you'll see, just running Ashes, not even Discord or anything. Oh, wait. Roche said, while we're still working on getting Alpha 2 Realms up, you can now download this update. Also, Vira Realm is no longer on a separate drop-down from the launcher. All Alpha 2 Realms can be accessed through the launcher by selecting Alpha 2 as the environment. We'll ping here once they're up, estimated to be 9. Okay, so they are not up yet. It was fun and pretty good. Casuals are not going to do so well. Well, so short-term, yes. Long-term, do you think that casuals will be more focused on like the node end of like the much smaller nodes? So I feel like across the board, there's going to be a wide variety of like, you know, Metropolis sieges Metropolis because hopefully they have like a large investment to siege like, you know, different things and different payouts, of course. So I feel like you'll have this sense of like the large fight the large, the small fight the small to start off to kind of keep it parodied. This whole big patch they put in and get any testing. So what are we getting with this downtime? Do you have notes? Sorry, it's some teeth. It was bugging the shit on me. I tried to like swish water and I couldn't get it. I gotta finish my dual PC setup. I'm still working on the digital cables. How are you trying to run your dual PC? We get on in how many hours? 1 hour. Yeah, 1 hour estimated. This is why I don't eat on stream. Every time I eat, I usually like brush my teeth directly after. And I hate eating without brushing my teeth ever. 1 hour till Ash is up, 1 hour till I need to sleep. True. Yeah, that's gonna be slightly rough, but No, it's okay. Thank you for the food. Oh, we're so up. Generic the goat. Thank you, sir. Actual god tier gamer. Let me Windows key shift us. And then here. And then did that get all of that? Character archetypes in combat example, yes. Open link. Open link. Chat! Patch note review, 1 sec. Smokable. And getting floss. Alright, I'm so sorry. I had to go floss my teeth. I'm not even kidding. Hey, what's my booty doing there? I had to go floss. I feel so much better now. More of a Benjamin guy? Benjamin Franklin was one of the founding fathers. Wait, what's happening? Chat, where's all of this? Where's all of this shaking coming from? Why's the update so long? I mean, you have an hour before the servers go up, so there's no rush. There's no rush. Benjamin Franklin is one of the founding fathers of our country. I will say, I'm not here to contest that. But just across the board, I don't know. I feel like cost and like fish knees across the board. My bong sees the play. But I also feel like if I were a smart man, like if I had more money, I would increase my budget to supply myself with Eddies so I would stop coughing and stop smoking with my asthma. That'll be like, there will be signs if I'm rich. One of them will be that I no longer take smoke breaks because I am just on edibles. And that would be the dream. I'm about to DM you a screenshot. Sick. Is it you selling the horse for $1 million? Yeah, if I'm ever summit level, that's the play. It's like a private chef, edibles. Oh, money mo. Yeah, what up, Tick? I mean, that's also a strat. That's also a strat. Rogue archetype playtest. Wait, pin this message. Rogue archetype playtest on the PTR on Tuesday, March 18th, 2025. Is that from the Discord? Oh, wait. Where's that from? Or is that the patch notes? Okay, fuck it. We're getting to this. We're getting to this. Boys! Regard type playtest on the PTR. Oh, PTR patch notes that would make, or PTR Discord. Everything except OBS on my micro PC and all audio connected using digital cables. Oh, okay, that's not the worst. I had someone help me with all of my grouping, but I route mine through a GoXLR. And basically, like, all of my pass-through is just done through the GoXLR. So in my OBS, like, he cleaned it up to the point where it just says GoXLR mix. And, like, everything is routed through there. He helped me get, like, all of the levels set up, everything all organized. So it was nice. I set up my original dual PC. And when I went to, because now I have my stream streak, right? So taking a day off stream now has, like, way more implications than it did previously. At least in my mind. Streamed 622 days in a row. I don't want to stop and lose that streak. So I built this PC. It was the first PC that I'd ever built. And the build actually went well. It booted first try and everything. And I labeled all of my cables. And my goal was just like plug and play, basically all of the cables in the same spot. And unfortunately, due to having to set like routing and all of that stuff, which I had forgotten because I changed out my setup in literally years, it got a little hairy. So I spent like hours trying to sort it out myself. And finally I was just like, oh shit, I need help with this shit. So I got help and it was sorted within like 30 minutes. Like going through somebody that actually knows what they're doing with that stuff makes it so incredibly easy. But dude, I was literally sitting here like freaking the fuck out. I had Kando and multiple other people that were like in Discord trying to help me with it. Like Mags, people from the community just... And dude, it was going bad. I was full freaking out. So audio setup on that thing can be the hardest thing, I will say. But once you get it up, it's really nice. Gonna be more careful about giving info and remembering where I found it at now. Yeah, don't get yourself in trouble. I mean, so everything's verbally NDA'd anyways. So like, visually NDA'd, not verbally. So as long as you're yapping, you're fine. It's just like if you were like screen sharing their Discord live on stream, we'd both get in trouble, but upgraded and I have PI now. Oh, so does that get you access to like ahead of the curve information and stuff? How much is it to get Phoenix Initiative? I have the January 2024 pack. Monthly dev Q&A. Oh, that's neat. And is that NDA'd? Or could I PI and then talk about the Q&A? And other info. Huh. Full NDA. So I couldn't. Oh, that would be so dangerous. Maybe I shouldn't then. Oh, that would literally make my life harder. Because then I would have to sort out mentally in the middle of conversation what information comes from where. Yeah, no, I physically shouldn't do that. It would be cool, but like in terms of being able to interact with people, I would get in trouble guaranteed. I like to talk about things too much that I would slip up and just be like, oh, fuck, I'm cooked. And then I get like fucking DJ Jazzy Jeff out of the Fresh Prince mansion. You have a Kickstarter account? Let's buy one. Oh, that's tap. 2,500 total. Okay, never mind. Yep, you keep that. You keep that. God damn. You love this game. Good for you. That's cool though. So like what all in all comes with, I know I read more about like the PI like instance that you'll get to go into and basically tea party with the devs and GMs. My question on that. I guess it's not necessarily pay to win or anything. How will instancing work during active cases of wars? Would you be able to go into the PI like lounge or into an instance dungeon during a guild war and just like sit out the war? I don't know. It won't. I've been curious about that. Like, what about dungeons? Because surely you just can't lock somebody out of a dungeon like an instance dungeon content. Yo, what up, Spectro? Server on? Soon. 1 hour. Do the devs do a lap dance from time to time for you? Oh my fucking god. That would be so funny. Holy shit. Like the $2,500 pack in one day, like Planendorf just knocks on your door and you're like, all right. Oh, that's so funny. Have your character immortalized within Ashes of Creation. A personal statue will be placed in the persistent game world. Oh, that's cool. 5 additional closed beta keys. Phase 1, 6 total. Oh my god. Gain access to the Phoenix Initiative. Access to monthly live Q&A session with the devs. Work with the devs to design an event within Ashes of Creation. That's cool. That's cool. Ear! What up, Eclipsington? How you doing, brother? Wait, so what are you gonna make your statue? Are you gonna try to have it as like an object? Have you thought that out yet? What are the limitations? Are they gonna kill you if you talk about it? Don't talk about it if you'll get yourself in trouble. No, it's $2,500. $2,500 and like worth in general is different with everybody. You gotta remember that. Like $2,500 to one person with one thing, maybe a lot less or more person to person, right? And depending on like the interest in something, some people will spend $2,500 on a spoiler for their car or new rims because their car is what they really care about. Some people spend $2,500 on crack. Some people spend $2,500 on skins over the course of playing Fortnite or Dota or CS. So, like, with me as well, like, I spent money on skins. And for me, $2,500 is a lot of money. For other people, you got to remember, there are people who have worked very hard in life to get to a point where $2,500 isn't that much for them anymore. And so I think people that have money that they can throw on their hobbies to enjoy their hobby more, fuck yeah. Whether that's like, you know, a car related thing, whether that is a, I don't know, whether you like really nice carpets, whether you like really comfy designer clothes. Like, I don't really judge what other people do with their money because I think that's a concern that people that aren't focused on bettering themselves have. I more so look at it as like, oh, cool. Like, people are able to do that. I'm glad that people that are passionate about something have a level of that, like, you know, higher investment. And if that gives them enjoyment, like, shit, over the course of my life, I've spent $2,500 on worse. You should see my investment portfolio right now. My strategy early into investing was basically lasers, weed, and robots. Because I thought at the time that it was going to be a really cool, like, trifecta. And, like, some of it's worked out well. Some of it hasn't worked out the greatest. Implying everyone who has money work very hard for it. I mean, no, I mean, of course, there are some people who literally just had good RNG off spawn, but what up, Jumaraf? Servers are still down? Soon! Soon! They said by 9, hopefully. Dusty Strat, lose money early so the market underestimates you and doesn't expect you to do well. You catch the market off guard. Just when they get complacent, bam, we hit them with the whammy. Exactly. Exactly. Oh, God. Exactly, Max. You know my investment strategy. Wait, what's against TOS? Because the last thing that I read was from Bristle that said build a time machine, buy Bitcoin when it first came out. And then I jumped to generic saying yes, but that's against TOS. And I kind of giggled to myself because I just picture generic having access to a time machine now. And they just being like, no, you can't do this yet, man. You can't do this yet. All right, chat, time travel against TOS. Are people selling their packs? Oh, that's against TOS, like account transfer. Interesting. You got to do the disclaimer about how this isn't financial advice. Chat, Mad Max is giving free financial advice. Get him. Yeah, chat, don't time travel or sell your packs. So honestly, in terms of TOS, you'd probably be better off like time traveling and buying a pack than you would be like to buy a secondhand like sold pack. Those will probably get, I don't know. How would they Thanos snap those? They would have to monitor that very closely, but watch they all make it big. Do you recommend bring up packs closer to launch? Some packs before alpha keys. Some sick cosmetics. So before alpha keys, those were like the long-term like backer packs. I don't really know, like pre-order packs, I guess those were called. I got into the last wave of those. I got the January 2024 pack that has like the skeleton skin and stuff like that. So I don't think there's necessarily a plan to bring like those back out, but there will be the in-game transmog store as well, where you'll be able to like buy skins. I just don't necessarily think that you'll see like those pack skins coming back in. I just want to thank Mad Max from Twitch chat. Big shout out, Mad Max. What if you buy one and it's one of the ones that were banned? Well, so like the whole third-party acquisition of like the pack transaction is probably what's banned, like the buying and selling of the account. So if you buy a third-party account knowing that it's against TOS to buy the third-party account, then you're engaging in like a transaction that's against TOS. That would be like buying like gold from a bunch of gold sellers and then being like, well, why'd I get banned? Yeah. That's, yeah, at that point, you made an oopsie. Steven stated in the past, the pack skins would not be part of the store. Biss, yeah. And I think there aren't any of like the pack skins that are just carry over to like regular mobs or anything. I was trying to think, but I'll pull up mine real quick. January 2024 Ashes pack. Like, they're pretty unique, so this is mine. This is mine. So basically, like, this is the Caravan and Beast of Burden skin that I'll have.
Farm him, reaped. Dead. Fucking idiot.
You're an idiot. This is... I think this is the pet, and this is the mount. And then this will be, like, my freehold house if I get one. Armor skin. Looks dope. Oh, there are a lot of very cool ones. There are a lot of very cool skins. Like, just on this alone, you see... Let's see. This is another one of the packs. Like, these packs go crazy. Oh. What's going on here? What's going on here, boys? What's going on here, boys? Streamer client confirmed. Fuck, I can't use a mount. Gotta go, gotta gather, gotta run, gotta go. Whoa, questing UI updates, what? Wait, what is this? Quest becomes invalid if you're outside the level range. What? They did like a lot of UI updates. The UI looks a lot more crisp. What the fuck? It seems like they did some like outlines around text. Just like some small black outlines to make text pop that might not have been there. They didn't fix the textures on my shield, but that's okay. Okay, Intrepid. I do have patch notes, but like, I gotta go hit trees. Why can't you use mount? Sub goal. I can't use it for 4 more days. Maybe they fixed UI issues where it wouldn't save. Are you hitting your keybind to reset it? People in chat were having that like issue, and then it was a setting that they were using that wasn't saving it. Oh fuck, go. Go, Dusty, go. Go, Dusty, go. Every time I log off, it doesn't save. That's interesting. Mine has never reset. Chat, what do we get? Up. Oh, this looks different. This UI looks a lot different. What the freak? Boys, it's evolving! screen. Okay. What do we have here, boys? This might be a large Patchington after all. We've got quest updates, complete all commissions. Nice. We're up. This is nice. I like that this has more UI improvements constantly. Trees need to do damage if full on players just make trees a form of warfare. You bring somebody through a tree that's about to get chopped down and it just ends up changing the entire like fight. I don't disagree. Environmental damage goes crazy. Is it just me or is everything crisp looking? Yes. Yes, everything looks great. They did some UI changes. So in terms of names, it looks like they added, like the quest UI has been revamped. Looks like nameplate's got a slight revamp as well. They added a slight black outline to a lot of the white text to make it a bit better. Yeah, it looks really nice. Looks really nice. It looks very good. Why can't you use them out? So every sub goal that we hit, like every big threshold, we have a different like form of pain for me as a thank you for the continued support for the channel. So it's currently hidden because I kind of wanted people to forget about it. So I'm upset that I'm talking about it right now. But basically that sub goal at a certain point was me not being able to use them out for 5 days. And I didn't think we were going to hit it, but due to the grace of chat's fucking 800 plus combined credit score, apparently, we've basically obliterated every single sub goal to where the ultimate gauntlet has been thrown down. And I guess at this point, I should just re-enable it, let the cat out of the bag. I've thrown down a challenge to chat that I don't think is really achievable. So, until the end of the month, there is your challenge. For Halloween last year, the New World community went absolutely crazy, had me up over 1,500 subs, and ended up somehow putting in my possession like this cat-made type outfit for a 6'5" man with huge biceps. Massive biceps. So we've already gone through like 7 sub goals this month because apparently I need to start making the thresholds way larger. But like, if I keep going through sub goal ideas this month, I'm not going to have any sub goal ideas for next month. So we're bringing out the big guns. But yes, as of right now, I cannot. Cute Halloween. As of right now, no mount for me for the next 4 days. Counting today. I kind of got off early. Got off easy today, but I like the no armor one. Let's do that one again. That was terrible. Servers up. Yes, sir, Ski Cheeks. Servers are back online. Be back after the download. Have fun. I did my pre-download. I found 1 willow so far. It was only green. Excuse me. Where are we going? Boys, who's farming right now? How many do we have on? We had to be some of the first on the server, right? Good luck on all of your willow spawns. And braidwood. I didn't get my fucking axe up for braid. Forge? Is Carf event up? Forge could be fun. I haven't done Forge in a little bit. Chat, what do we think about Forge? Forge? I would just have to haul ass over there, but who knows? Maybe I find a willow or two. Actually, I'm not that far away. I heard you doing Carf leveling again. I heard you're sucking on my waywos, brother. Hey, what up, Apito? How you doing, man? Is this a world seam? Uh-oh. What's going on here? Is this a world Dusty capable of swallowing a dwarf whole? That is a world Dusty. World visual. A new world Dusty has appeared. It could swallow a man whole. At what point do we think Intrepid's gonna ask me to stop reporting stuff? And just be like, Dusty, we got it. We'll just go through the VOD, man. Surely soon, right? They might have finally released the dagger quest in the desert. Have you checked it out during the PTR? I'm not on the PTR, unfortunately. They wrote Pocket Dungeon rework plus a bunch of new quests in the desert. Is that current? I actually didn't get a chance to check out the patch notes. I'm doing a little loop right now since we got on right at the start of server uptime to see if I can find myself some lumberjacking goods. I'm on the search of lumberjacking goods. I'm trying to chop trees. Almost caught myself there in a bad spot. Chat's been going crazy lately. We gotta be careful in these parts. I have patch notes pulled up though. World crack. I think it's technically a world seam, but world Dusty is super appropriate. All right, hold on. I'm right near the town. Do we want to do forge? I'm pretty much down for whatever. All right, boys, let's peep patch notes real quick. Excuse me. All right, PTR update notes. Oh, these are from yesterday, right? Are these the same ones that we hit? Yeah, we did these yesterday. So this was a bunch of quest fixes. Quest items now support stacking up to a maximum of 100. So quest item inventories that were full are up tremendous. Issues with events that players couldn't complete have been resolved. Map indicator location for events now display properly. Notifications now properly appear for quests. More commissions have been added to the desert commission board. Staunch the Bloodblade, a bunch of quest fixes. Quick Teddy is disabled. Like, not him personally, but the quest. There's a PTR. Yeah, these were the ones that I was just sent. Like, these are the most recent. They didn't link anything, like, with the patch notes on Discord. Do your Windows update. I'll make it a sub goal. Yeah, we'll get to it. Yeah, these were, like, the most recent notes. There wasn't anything, like, attached across the board. But in my opinion, the biggest thing here is temporarily added a war declaration cooldown. In a future update, we're planning to add an energy-based mechanic to war declarations. A node or guild will have a default amount of war declaration charges, and after being used, this will take time to recharge. So it'll be interesting to see, like, what comes of that, like, mid to long term. But pretty cool. Good to know that that's something that they are keeping in mind as well. Link patch notes on Discord. Did they link the new ones? They must have just done it. Oh yeah, they did it after. That's what I get for being in before they go live. All right, let's peep. See if there's any difference. Same. This is all the same. Prismatic Beam, Ice Beam was doing double the damage. Camouflage and Arcane Eye. Arcane Eye lowers the stealth level. Yup, same. This was a power leveling change. Adjusted base experience gain from monster kills to be based off of the direct contributor's level rather than the highest party member level. So basically, what was happening based on this was a power leveling strat where you would have the base experience from a kill, right? And then that base experience was then subject to the group XP modifier, which was determined by the total group split. So instead of, like, if you were a level 2 hitting level 25 mob in my group, since I'm level 25, instead of you getting level 2 base experience, it was the entire group getting the level 25 experience and then the experience split weighing in after that. So you could have somebody that was a low level in your group kill mobs that were like the high level appropriate. The base experience would then outweigh the XP split, and they were still profiting a massive amount of XP, so it was a really quick power leveling tech. So as a result, you also have this. Players who kill out of level monsters will in a party no longer receive experience despite the levels of other members in the party. So a level 6 will not receive any credit for killing a level 20 creature, even if they are the party member who's level 15. So, anti-power leveling stuff. My power leveling tech still works. War deck cooldown, same thing with the energy. Fix some caravan component recipes. Fixed a bug preventing materials from being deleted from the inventory. Fixed an issue on Vira that would cause some commodities to have no sell value. Hey, I accidentally ran into that one day. Enemies and NPCs. Risen Warhorns will now cast their Battle Prayer Resonance as intended. The zombie created by the cultist self-sacrifice will no longer disappear after 30 seconds, so your zombie thaumaturges. Minotaur Disciples will no longer become stuck in a charging ability and be unable to path or take other action. Najash Predators will no longer become stuck and unable to path when leashing. Giant Scorpion's tails will no longer clip through their own back while playing certain out-of-combat animations. Flame Elementals will no longer deform unexpectedly around the chest during certain animations. Continued iteration of Sand Squall Desert, including its terrain and population. Various bug fixes to Sand Squall Desert. Actually, I know where we're going. Chat, Desert Pocket Dungeons. We need to test the loot tables. Desert Pocket Dungeons have been fucked. Game looks sharper to me too. Game looks extremely good to me. Like, look at coming out of this node. The game looks phenomenal, and I'm not even on, like, high settings. I'm on my, like, what I call my comp settings. So, hello. Hola. Is hola still hello in Portuguese? Or is that only in Spanish? Because I think that was Nova. And I don't know Portuguese. But I know Spanish, and I know there's like some sort of relevancy. Don't question mark me. Spanish. I know that it's hello in Spanish, but I was wondering if it carried over to like Portuguese as well. Like if it was kind of like a one-size-fits-all greeting. Or if it was just like way something different. It's hola, just without the H. Oh, we're fine then. I wonder if they changed the regen and the score spawn again for hunting. That's a good question. What about the regen were you curious about? Ooh, Scleretia loot table maybe? Oh, also fix issues with water not loading at a distance. Improved lighting passes across Ursine Caves, Carthan, Communion, Stonehold, Lost Heroes, Sepulture, Scarab Song Hollow, and Apothecarium Dreadmire. Fixed issues where transitions between dusk and dawn would have unnatural green lighting. So we're up. The game looks really good. Look at the mirror image on the water. Oh yeah, the reflections. I mean, keep in mind, my reflections are low. Hold on, I'll put my game on cinematic for a second. Chat, someone remember my in-game settings for me, please. So we go... Epic, low, low, high, medium, 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 low, medium, medium. What GP do you have? Exclamation specs. I have a 4080 Super. No jelly water? What do you mean? Oh, the water's been nice. So like, here, I'll just show it for like demonstration purposes. I'm not actually going to mount up. I'm not going to mount up. I have to for a second, but it's just to swim. But the thing that's been weird is with this, they've fixed like the swimming like character animation to where it looks really nice with like the water terrain collisions and stuff like that, right? But with this, it still has like the snowplow animation with it. But I mean, I guess it's kind of wide, but I think all mounts probably have like the same base, like water cut to them, if that makes sense. Like their same water push, because it seems a little like, yeah, that's the same like jelly water I'm assuming that you were talking about, where it just kind of like rolls. Better than jelly water. I mean, the swimming is really nice. Like the water looks great. Wee woo, wee woo. The water displacement looks a bit too big for the snores. So what I'm thinking there, Tarvo, let me know if this also makes sense to you. I think that there's basically like a default water displacement for mounts, and instead of each water displacement being like catered to the like the rigging of the mount or like the size of the mount, it's just kind of like that one mount. Because characters also used to have this like that same water displacement about them. And the character water displacement looks a lot better now. But yeah, any character would also have that same level of displacement previously. My little Santa hat looks like a shark fin poking out. Progress? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I mean, this entire, like, playtest is progress. Game good? Yes. Yes. Intrepid did unfortunately put it back up before I got the 100 gifted subs that I had demanded as ransom. So we'll talk about that. We'll talk about that. But yeah, we're up tremendous. Servers are back up. Everything's feeling smooth. Everything's looking good. Yeah, don't say the G word, please. Good golly. Can I get this yet? Oh, I can. We're uppity wuppity, chat. Will it be Lego? If it is, I need to run to town. Nope. I tried. I did everything I could. Now go find the willows before the scavengers get on. I've found one willow. The problem with me and finding willows currently is that I'm on fucking foot, brother. I got 5 Lego copper and 5 Lego willow. Run. Put it in your... Don't say where you are. Don't say who you are. Nobody knows. Nobody knows. Man, that snail in... Envious... He's always stacking up all of those goods. Yes, just stay anonymous. Stay safe. So far, I got a willow and it was green. And that's okay. Green willow is still willow. And it's also willow that's not worth killing me over while I run to the desert. But I would like it on record. I need all of my cats to the desert. Oh, where the 2 and 3 star regen's just insane? I think that's intended, honestly, cheeks. So my theory on 2 and 3 star regen being the way that it is it's slowing TTK to a point where, like, think about on launch, high density areas, especially elite farms, when you're able to just 10 pull and kill those 10 extremely quickly, and how much that reduces the validity of all of the open world farms, where if they have very fast respawns and slower kill times, it adds this level of, like, infinite, like, space availability. I just took no fall damage there. It adds this level of kind of, like, infinite space into it, right? So I think across the board, like, I've got used to the slower TTK on elite mobs, and I honestly think it may be better for the game, just in terms of, like, looking forward to denser areas, or the thought of, like, progressing through, like, even an open world dungeon area, right? Just the potential that that provides in terms of it feeling like an exploration, I look forward to a lot. And I hope that things continue to scale up. Like, I do feel like each level of elite mob should feel unique. And I think 3 star right now is really where it starts to kick up in terms of, like, oh fuck, I'm fighting something difficult. Need tank, cleric, or DPS, wanted to carve until 25. Let's go desert pocket. Dungees. You'll level. It's almost impossible to kill a 3 spawn, 3 star of the same level or higher solo. Well, yeah, that's the point of elite mobs, right? I don't think elite mobs are necessarily supposed to be soloable on that 3 star and higher scale. If you're killing 1 star elite mobs as a solo, that's probably meant to be a challenging fight. And then it's like, if you want to kill 2 stars as a solo, that's probably going to be really hard. 3 stars, I think, should be where it, like, necessitates a group. 4 stars are typically, like, are there 4 stars right now? I think 4 and 5 stars are both boss levels, yeah? So across the board, I think, like, 2 stars should be, like, very not easy to solo across the board. 2 stars should be, like, small groups to mid-sized groups. 3 stars should probably be, like, group required, and then past that, it's like, I mean, maybe not like that stark, but you get the general idea. I think those, like, higher elite mobs, especially if you're playing solo, like, 3 star elites aren't necessarily meant to be something that you solo. The desert pocket with the Najash is the best XP in the game. Is it that good? I mean, I'm more concerned about drop tables than XP, but if there's something that's a carryover of both, then that's very good. Sub goal to get back on mount. Chat, how many subs would it be for you to allow me back on the mount? What would we have to get? What would be a fair amount? 5,000. Man, Mr. Beast wasn't asking. What the fuck? God damn. What if we settled on 1,000 and I get back on the mount? Lose some bungees? Bet. Oh, give me one sec. How many do you have right now, Bristle? Oh my god, there's so many. Wait. Invite Dasher as well. You only get a mount if you're up tremendous. All right, so what about 1,000 subs and I get back on the mount? What about that? I feel like that's fair. Is there an auto running button? Yeah, there is an auto run button. Uh-oh. But like, it's just oh wait, they made it a lot easier to see where your group's at as well. That's quite nice. Map looks great. Being able to see where your group is sick. You used to have to like scroll in super far to see that. Good updates? Oh, very good updates. Very good updates. I like that a lot. So far, game looks very crisp. UI updates, subtle but very good. Quest updates, like in terms of the layout, extremely nice, very clear. Map updates so far, being able to see your entire group is great. As you know, I am a big tester of things. So hearing that they have given the pocket dungeons in the desert a little bit of love, we're gonna go check those out because there was a bug where the new pocket dungeons were not dropping anything. So I've been a bit intrigued about the inner functionality of that. The only bad thing about this patch so far is that I can't use my goddamn mount and I gotta go to the desert. So if anyone is lurking, just like anybody with teleportation powers that happens to be in the desert and you want to help a dwarf out that's trying to do some goddamn charity work here, my fucking tiny ass legs are getting tired. You're welcome. Thank you. No TPing? You said no mount. You didn't say no asking GMs for help. Lick my nuts. I can use my resources. If you guys can use the money that you have over me to make me walk, I can use the connections I have over you to teleport. That's fair. That's fair. You did not say no god powers. What if I got them to let me fly? Exploiting the devs, are we? Yeah, I send them 20% of my Twitch earnings. If everyone on the Earth peed in the Grand Canyon, it would take 800,000 years to fill it up. Probably longer than that because some freak would be at the bottom. Sorry, we're not going to think about that. We're not going to think about that. Anyways. Good point. You can do it, Waterfall. You can do it, Waterfall. I think the water got a little borked there. Oopsies. Report bug. The water is falling. I don't know if this is how it's intended to be, but world visual. Yeah, I don't really know if that's the intended waterfall or not, but maybe somebody worked like all week to implement this new waterfall and I just like shit all over it with that report, but looks kind of sick. Well, it looks kind of sick except for like the fact that when it renders out, you realize that there's like actually more waterfall behind it. It might be like a me thing. The texture looks a bit broken. Yeah. Yeah, it looks like a Minecraft waterfall. Because, like, over there, it's, like, gone now. Huh. Huh. Alright, down to the desert we go. Gosh darn it, man. Servers are going to be down again by the time I make it there. Can see the party on the map even all the way zoomed out. That's one of my favorite things about the update so far. I'm not even going to lie. Actually, I wish it was 1 fucking week later because now everybody's going to be like, Dusty, why are you moving so slow? Terrible for me. Good for the game. Selfishly, I'm pissed. I got exposed because now my little, like, dwarfy hooves. Oh, hey, look at my shield. Damn it. Not fixed yet. Such good quality of life. Oh, I mean, the map reworks in the past couple of patches have been phenomenal. So you now know normal POIs. You have elite POIs. You have fully built out dungeons. You have Ember Springs, which are your respawns for new players. Like, the map build out continues to go extremely good in terms of the map UI. I very much like the direction that they're going with it. It gives me like a nice retro vibe with good modernization to it. I don't necessarily know if each of these needs to be like green in the way it is. Maybe that's an indicator of like what difficulty the quest is. But this also says quest becomes invalid if you're outside of the target range. So I almost wish it, if they're doing this dynamically to the quest, which would be really cool, outside of the target range, it becomes like gray, and then you get this, and it like grays out the name as well or something. And then green is for quests that are like a little bit under your level scaling, like suboptimal XP, but still within the range of benefit. And then yellow is appropriate quest, and then red, you know, you have orange red as a higher progressions of that. And you could have that color fade go into that to indicate like the relative level of quests on a very like, you know, worked in UX scale as well. I think that could be a very cool like next step to take that. I don't know if that's how it is right now. I don't have many quests in my log. Oh, let's see for science. Fuck! I still can't do maps. Someday. Someday. Little tiny things make it better. I've been told that my entire life, and it's really nice to hear this too. Green on a non-active quest seems kind of misleading. Yeah, I mean, I do like that it's a highlight, and it's a work to actually like, or it's an effort to actually like make the quests seem a bit more like uppity. You send a bug report each day. I send a lot of bug reports personally. I think, chat, what have we sent today? 3, 2, 3? I had the world to see and then I had the waterfalls. Oh, for the maps? Oh no, I already reported it once. I try not to be a burden. You see the update on gathering that's happening next month? Oh yeah, I'm adding that into my video. Yep. I am definitely going to have to restructure my entire video that I was working on this morning, but it's worth it because those are absolutely massive. Do it each day, they'll fix it. I submitted my bug report. I can wait in line. I don't need to burden them. I'll get fixed eventually. I try not to be a nuisance. I'll be running maps soon enough. And I'll be up tremendous. I would run multiple maps a day. I can't. I'm like physically incapable. I'd have to make an alt to do them. Skirt. This run is gonna be awful. I'm playing out of the desert this whole last week, bro. Maps are so relaxing to do. Invite Toad. Fuck Toad. Do we have room? Invite Toad. Skirt. Tropics maps are gonna be really fun. I wonder if there will be an element of like, obviously like buried treasure, right? But like with the tropics being predominantly like open sea area, I wonder if tropics maps are going to be like dive underwater and simultaneously use the kit. I don't want to invite Toad. Why do I want Toad here? I'm kidding. I love my Toad. Toad's always welcome here. I thought I was gonna fall in that. Why are you here? I'm shocked that I've only found one willow so far. Hey!
Abs is absolutely S tier.
What's up, Kylesy? Toad stole my legendary nodes? Good, get faster. Yo, Eric, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. Kylesy, you don't need to rub it in. So slow. You don't need to be mean. I'm trying my best. I'm hitting my B-hops. I don't really know like how much you want from me. I'm doing everything a man can do. Like, I'm sorry. It's rough out here. Oh, the drip is impeccable. Oh, chat. Oh, chatty chat chat chat. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Feeling fresh. Honestly, it's kind of like ketchup and mustard if you have like the bugs and then not the bugs. Yeah, it's those little bottles of ketchup and mustard that are on your diner table. Yellow Power Rangers crazy. Is your main? Yeah. We just started putting more effort into actually gearing out. I spent legitimately the last like 2 months helping new players level. So the process of gearing has begun. Somewhat. It's going mixed at the moment. We're getting there though. Some animations seem different too for the fighter. I haven't smacked too much yet, but my running animation looks the same. Let's use some abilities on the way. That's less pulsy. What's my intercept looking like? Same. There's always a cool ability. That's the same. Textures in the inventory window are broken? Yes. Level 20 bear just came, one shot my bear, hit me for 900 and ran away. Why you need a level 20 bears if you can't kill him? Where am I at this point? I'm almost there, man. Holy shit, now I just need to run across the entire desert. New pocket dungeons for science. Nothing to see here. Personally, I don't mind like bug textures. Sometimes they're extremely drippy. Isn't Asmaran? We'll go to the one that's like right across here. It's probably the best, just in terms of like mob density and what's available at the moment. I'd already be there if I want them out. Why not use them out? Sub goal. I let my chat convince me. How's leveling and small group content in this? Can a group of 3 do fine? Yeah, group of 3 can do fine in my opinion. You'll still run into very difficult content as a group of 3 in the form of like, especially once you try to get into more dungeony content. Right now, the 3 areas that I would consider more like built out dungeon types. Citadel of Steel Bloom is technically an elite POI according to the map. I consider that like the smallest dungeon. Then you go into the Wreckage of Carfin, the Tower of Carfin, and then Befallen Forge. That's where you'll start to kind of like struggle in terms of like a 3-person group. But a 3-person group, especially with like a complementary composition, I think could level pretty solidly. There are a lot of kind of like small elite areas that you could do 2-star elites relatively smooth with a 3-person group. And then 3-star elites would probably be a bit slower of a time to kill, but I would say 2-star elite farms would definitely be solid across the board. You got your Santa hat back? I never lost my Santa hat. Yeah, did you lose your Santa hat? Yeah, of course. Let me know if you have any questions. The weapon screen now shows how many points you need for each passive. What do you mean? Weapon screen over here? Yeah, I don't know. Did everybody lose their Santa hats? I never lost mine. I don't know if it was because it was like a distributed one, but just wait till we get more of the world. No mount will be a bitch. Man, I'm not doing this when there's more of the world. Yeah, you think I'm doing this again when there's like more world to traverse? Fuck no. Fuck no. All content covered, best mounts in game. I don't know about best mounts in game. We don't need to exaggerate, but we don't need to exaggerate there, EBC. I am kind of sad that I can't use my mounts. I like the start of this quest UI. It can go another level with it, but very good so far. Now at this point, man, like they could update whatever. I'm just looking forward to like phase 3 fresh starts with that new crafting system, or not the new crafting, the new gathering system in. That's gonna be nice. That's going to be very nice. The embalmed berserker. Is that... Okay. What are they farming? Are they killing these on loop? What would they be doing here? Peculiar. Pocket dungeon here? Oh, right. Wait. Which one's this? Oh, it's dark as fuck. I can't see. Oh, isn't this for a mount person? The dark one. Yeah, I'm pretty sure there's a mount spawn. I don't know that it's up right now, but involve war priest, unless there was a war priest, but interesting. Interesting. Excuse me. Pardon me. Pocket knows where you get the bone starter. Which one drops the bone starter there? Oh my fucking god. Oh, Jesus Christ. Chat, don't go to the light. What's the bone strider drop rate? And how frequently is that up? Oh, thank God I'm gonna be hopping. Holy shit. What do I got? Maps? They can drop or they can be made. If you don't have any, I'll check player markets. Just make sure they're buying a map for the correct region. They're Riverlands maps. They're desert maps currently. They're not tropics maps. Flashbang? That wasn't even a full flashbang, dog. That was like, that was fucking worse than a flashbang. I don't know the drop rate, but the bosses. It's called Honored Sacrifice. Okay, yeah, we came over to kill that once. I'm hoping that by now we've seen these pocket dungeons have loot tables added. It's hell, but also the fastest mount of the game. It's fastest mount of the game. What's Bone Strider? What's supposed to be there? Is it faster than the Bug Scorpion? I feel like I'm the fastest mount in the game right now. I'm fucking thumbing. Faster than Scorp. Jesus Christ. Can other players see your treasure mount? I've done it with a group before. Before my character got full bugged, I was able to do like one treasure map, and I did it with a group, and my group ended up finding the mound itself. I don't know if outside of group is able to see your mound or not, but I haven't tested that yet. I don't necessarily know if you can like steal somebody else's map or anything, or like yardy har har. That would be absurd though, because you can't like see their event or anything. You're so fast, the game's holding you back from your true potential. Yeah, I mean, they just know that I would simply like test every single bug in the first day, and they're like, Dusty, we need to slow you down. And so like Intrepid collaborated with you guys to like make sure that I was completely incapable of forever using my mount for 5 days. Forever. I should grab that copper. It's gonna be Lego. I'm calling it now. All right, we're up. We're not up. Why don't you have an actual bag instead of Sanctus? By an actual bag, do you mean one of the gathering bags? I like it being square. I'm a simple lad. I like one of my bags being square. There's no need to judge. You're a square. Listen here, yellow belly. That's some fucking fighting words. God damn it, these crocodicks. Leave me alone. That's where I'm by. Dusty is up by 8th. I'm on my fucking way. With your 90-degree jawline in your hair that won't quit. Don't worry, it's all shaping my neck beard. It's not that impressive of a jawline. It's just my neck beard grows in substantially faster than my beard. So I'm able to trim the neck beard to kind of like contour. Yeah, it's not that bad. It's not that bad. No! I do not consent to this. Genetics are bullshit. Have you learned yet that I'm also 6'5"? The downside is that I have very bad seasonal allergies and asthma. So it's like, I got good rolls on the outside, but it's like, I'm stupid as fuck and I can't breathe very well, especially during times of like, heat and cold. You have lighthouse teeth? Sensitive though. I can't bite ice cream. The good with the bad. The good with the bad. Nothing's perfect. They might be nice, but I never had braces, so I didn't have to fuck with that. My bottoms are kind of like cramped a little bit, but they are sensitive. If I like have ice cream touch my teeth, it's like a ooh level of sensitive. And like not a nut and she keeps sucking. Why would you bite ice cream? You know, there are a lot of ice cream biters. Chat. Fess up. I know at least one of you out there is like hoofs an ice cream biter. Oh, dude, I want to like you so much, but they're just like red flags. They're just red flags. I bite ice cream. Dude, you guys are nuts. I eat ice? Cheeks, that's terrible for your teeth and you might have an iron deficiency. I used to chew bottle caps when I was a kid. Like plastic water bottle caps. How many subs to ban the 3 people above me? I don't know, Hoofsy got one of those badges. He's an expensive one to get rid of. It's gotta be a long-term contract at that point. I gotta have you on retainer. Depending on the form of ice cream is in, I'm not biting a cone. What ice cream are you biting if not a cone? I feel like a cone is the most efficient form of ice cream to bite. Done it since I was a kid, I can't stop it. Hoofs! Thank you for the gifty, paying another day of his security. Cheeks, have you ever been tested for an iron deficiency? You should get tested for an iron deficiency if you haven't been. It's like a thing where if you're iron deficient, you like your body like craves eating ice or some bullshit. It's like when you have rabies and you're afraid of water, except you're afraid of not having ice. Carla always eats ice and she's iron deficient as fuck. Popsicle is the most biteable. Oh! Oh, fuck. Oh, dude, Felipe, what the fuck, man? Oh, like fresh out the freezer, just chonk? Oh. Dude, my hair just stood up. Oh, fuck, no. He puts ice cream into a bowl and bites the bowl. He's just over there chowing on the bowl. Oh, dude. Oh, biting a popsicle would be so cold. Oh, you're not afraid of water if you have rabies. Yeah, you are. Yeah, if you get rabies, your body's afraid of water. Being hydrophobic I think hydrophobic means you repel water. But having hydrophobia, you like can't drink because the rabies is in your saliva and that's how it's transmitted. And so basically it like stops you from like drinking water and stuff. It said they can't actually drink fluid, they have a physical reaction. It says not. I'm gonna Google this right now. What are you? Rabies does not cause a fear of water, but a symptom known as hydrophobia. Hydrophobia is a characteristic of rabies that manifests a painful spasm in the throat and muscles involved in swallowing when a person attempts the water. This occurs because a rabies virus infects the brainstem, which controls swallowing and other involuntary movements. The spasms make it extremely difficult and painful for people with rabies to drink water, leading to the appearance of fear of water. It's important to know that hydrophobia is not a true phobia, but a psychological response to the virus's effect on the nervous system. And it's because the virus reproduces in the salivary glands, and drinking the water would reduce the risk of the virus spreading because it would wash the virus away. Yeah, we just Googled that bitch. And then you also want to bite people. Chat, if I had rabies, would you let me bite you? Where are you leaning? I'm running the wrong way, by the way. I just baited Toad. Your teeth are weak? That's what I'm saying. Yes, I did not win every genetic lottery. Like, I am 6'5". I am good at basketball. But I'm dumb. Stupid. I have allergies seasonally. I'm allergic to bees and hornets. My ankles aren't the strongest. My lateral quickness leaves something to be desired. And my teeth are sensitive. I have to brush with sensitive toothpaste to try to counteract it. I've seen Chunky Monkey flavor since 2020. That means Ben & Jerry's must have started COVID. Are wasps safe? What's the difference between a wasp and like a bee? So when I was a kid, I stepped on a bee and legitimately like flatlined by the time I was in the back of the ambulance. And I got like rezzed. I was literally like the IRL equivalent of down but not out. And like somebody stuck the revive. So shout out to the EMT. So we're balling now. And then recently, a few years back, we were clearing land for my oldest brother's like new place. And there was a ground hornet's nest. And I walked over it. And so there was a hornet that ended up on my right leg. And I went to swat it away and like get it off of my leg. And the fucker was strong. It was like gripped onto my leg. I swatted it, I hit it, and it just like, no! And it like staved off the hit like it was a fucking anime. And this dude just instantly sting right on my right leg. And I shit you not, my entire leg from my knee to my ankle swelled up. Because like, I don't get stung much. I will literally divert what I'm doing away from bees and hornets. And we were up on the, like, my brother's land, and we hadn't, like, we didn't have my EpiPen on me because I hadn't got stung in so long. And so I got stung, and there was a moment where I was just like, well, if I'm dead, I'm dead. Hornets land on living tarantulas and eat a hole into their abdomen. What the fuck? Yeah, fuck hornets. Hornets are kind of scary, and they're so big, but usually they're not aggressive. Hornets are fucking huge. Like, I'm not even exaggerating when I say I swatted the hornet off of my leg, and it stayed on my leg. And just, like, said no. And, like, staved off my swat. How's PvP? Yo, what up, Toji? PvP is fantastic, in my opinion. There's still a lot to be added in PvP. But I think they're kind of like... their combat blend between the bases of a tab target system paired with like the action combat elements of like the dodging, the gap closing, oh my god, the flashbangs, like the stamina usage as both a utility where a stamina, like a dodge roll will give you half a second of 100% evasion, so a half-second iframe. And then you also have that level of 50 stam per dodge. Like, I think that the PvP right now, in terms of systems, is very Zergy, but when you are in small scale, like even numbers and stuff like that, man, the PvP feels so fucking good. And I think as they continue to get time to kill in a spot where they really want it to be at, you're gonna see those really well-established fights where you see the back and forth, the ability usage, advantage on one person, and then a counterplay comes out. And we already see a lot of that potential. It's just across the board, most of the systems that are in right now kind of favor that like strength and numbers aspect. But I think once duels come in, once arenas come in, once just kind of like different accessory systems come in and the map continues to spread, and you get more opportunity for like evenly distributed PvP, then it'll be real nice. Tanks can't PvP? That's a lie. I have such a nasty clip. If you go over to my YouTube and look at my most recent short, I have a filthy clip. Tanks actually have a really good spot in PvP, I won't lie. I really like what they've done with tanks in PvP, where we're like a decent, like tanks with gear are a really solid burst. And in addition to that, tanks bring a lot of like utility past that. We can put protect on somebody to make them take 30% less damage. We can taunt a target that's hitting somebody that's not us to not make them like attack us, but our taunt applies what's called humiliated, which is a 15% damage debuff if they're attacking anybody that's not the taunter. So like say Dasher starts hitting like my cleric. I can taunt Dasher, and if Dasher's not hitting me, he does 15% less damage. Then, if I have Protect on that same cleric, then they take 30% less damage. I think Tank, past just its like, you know, I do burst big damage numbers, and this is why I'm excited for small scale as well. I think Tank has a lot of validity in like small scale numbers match, like a supporty type beat, in addition to its, you know, its burst potential. Do your research thinks YouTube video. It's a cool clip. I'm not trying to scam you. It's just a really good clip. So tanks have a wall ability that we can summon. And I was chasing people down and hit like a dodge hop momentum carry into a 3-man wall into a trip combo, and then they all died. It was real cool. It was smooth, boys. I'm telling you. So lighting is kind of borked. Okay, hold on one sec. I'm going to do the pre-drop ritual, and then we find all of the epics. One sec. So what are all of your moms up to tonight? Z-Tap, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. Rave Show Pocket Dungeon? Yeah, fuck it. Honestly. I kind of want to put on some club bangers. What would we have? Oh, I'm spending the night on her back because she's dead. Jesus. Jesus. Well then. Oh god. Oh, the flashbang. I can't see. I can't see shit. Oh god. Oh, the other flashbang. Okay, so I can confirm they did change something with pocket dungeons. Reduced visibility at all desert pocket dungeons. Shing shing. I'm just curious, cause like, these have not been dropping shit other than Glint. Nearly Dead Prisoner is a boss. Excuse me, or not a boss, but a named mob. Tons of them, probably best XP in the game, good Glint. Yeah, we can go up there if we want to. I want to check this named mob real quick to see if it has, like, a drop table, and then we can go up to the other one. I just got a food recipe. What was the food recipe? Oh, I didn't even see this guy here. Whoops. That's my bad. Ironclad sausage rule. What is that? What's it for? Alright, so no loot off of the named mob. Isn't lighting a dwarf thing? Only when stuff goes wrong, because then he has to, like, make people fight, fix the lighting. So yeah, I'd assume at this point this may be a dwarf thing. I don't know what happened, but you got some, like... It looks like a mugshot of my dwarf. I'm not even tall enough to get, like, into the light properly. I need, like, a stand. Beautiful lighting, though. Big main character vibes here. Alright, into the sun we go. So, like, you get flashbang the first time, and you kind of, like... It catches you off guard. And then at a certain point, you just start making adaptations. I've played this game long enough now to know when's when. And we're off! Guys, can I catch a ride with somebody, please? For the love of God. I was hoping that that Dungy was going to drop good stuff for us immediately. Unfortunately, it did not. Put you in a side saddle pack. I mean, I'm pretty sure I could fit in most material bags. If we're being just completely upfront. You know what we need? Steel Bloom? Caro, if you think I am running back the fucking Steel Bloom right now for anything short of 1,000 gifties, you're delusional. I just got out here. Don't harass me. Oh, thank you. I appreciate you. I'm zooming now. I thought you were gonna call me slow and make fun of me again. We're going. We're zooming. I'm so fast. The fastest dwarf alive. My little steps. At least my shield's cool. We've got that going for us. Whee! Oh, that was a good one. Okay. Wait, why did my intercept not intercept to you? What if we... Why did intercept self-cast there? That's actually strange. Am I actually that much slower? Why is intercept? Maybe it's outside of range. Huh. Peculiar. I'm so slow. Wee. We're off. We're off. Is intercept booked? Or is it because... Wait, Kazi, dismount for a sec in like 10 seconds. I think intercept's bugged. It's not casting on allies. Oh, it's because of the force flag. We both have to force flag. Draper? Oh, hey. I know that guy. Good evening, Quantum. How are you tonight? I hope you've been well. I hope the inconvenience of the downtime didn't catch you too bad. Oh, wait. So, we have to Alt-F. Flag up, Kalzi. Like, just Alt-F, flag up, and then run in front of me. There we go. Okay, yeah. Just keep running. I'll be able to leash to you. I literally am just gonna keep intercept chaining to you. Blessings. Blessings. I feel like, is this the equivalent of when bicyclists grab the water bottle as the vehicle is going by and hold on to it for slightly too long? Yo, what up, Nell? Took leave tomorrow? Let's fucking go. The important priorities. You do love to see it. Oh, the buff. Oh, I'm a strider. Look at me go. I'm as fast as the fucking bird. Chat, we're zooming. We're zooming. We're unstoppable. And have Monday off. Time to grind. Let's fucking go. We are on our way right now up to the Vajash Pocket Dungeon area, I do believe. So feel free to come through. I can make it a raid and throw you an invite. Good XP, good glint. Think I've seen enough purchasing tomorrow. I love that, Quantum. What were the things that you saw that really appealed to you that were just like, I want to get in at this point? I'm gonna look for the G word. Man, I can't keep saying like that word because my Instagram algorithm keeps thinking that it's like that without the G, and it keeps like giving me those videos. And so like I saw him walk out at like a WWE match with one of the wrestlers, and I saw like another like influencer person like suplex somebody off of the top rope, and I saw John Cena turn heel, and I was talking about this, but I now understand that turn heel means turning into a bad guy. So like it's fucked. I broke up with my girlfriend earlier. Want to loan me your shield for a couple days so I feel good again? Having a shield won't make you feel better. But what will make you feel better is knowing that instead of having to spend time with your girlfriend, you now get to spend more time doing whatever the fuck you want. And instead of dates with her, you can gift the channel subs, which is basically a date with me. It sounds like a pretty nice life, doesn't it? Skiest to the east, Drewski. Who turned the lights off? Someone get Planin Dork in here. Chat, anybody epileptic? By the way, if you're epileptic and you're not already having a seizure, look away. If you are already having a seizure, I am going to go back in the VOD and Photoshop a warning in so you cannot hold me liable. But I think the lighting's fucked up here. Hey! Is this the border of spooky and normal desert to you too? I'm the true snore sparer now. Trepa, please. Trepa. Trepa, not in front of my community, please. Please. I can't get it. Ooh. You know what? I worked hard for this. Agreed. Drops confirmed? Yeah, that is true. Skirt. It was a win-win situation. Yeah, it was absolutely a win-win, man. It was absolutely a win-win. I like a day with the big Dusty. I mean, Shroud went for how much to Ludwig? Swanson, my boy. Thank you for the big 21 months. I appreciate the fuck out of you. I hope you're handsome as fuck, as always. I hope you're doing well. I hope you're thinking of me. I hope when there's a little tingle in your pants at night and you're like wondering what it is, you're like, that's Dusty. Because it is. It is. Always thinking of you. I'm always thinking of you. That's crazy. Hope you've been good, brother. Hope you've been good. The people are enjoying the video. Are they, Drewski? Has it continued to increase in success the further into stream we get? The video was performing well. That's a good amount. This dude got no mount. My Twitch community hit a sub goal where I wasn't allowed to use my mount for too long. Too long. So thoughts and prayers. I have 4 days left of that. Boop, boop. I feel like a couple of my abilities are wacky right now, but oh, are you 690 people? Yeah. So we have main guild and then we have second guild over here as well. So people, as they kind of like, you know, become familiar with the game, if they decide they're going to be more dedicated to it, stuff like that, once they get familiar, get all set up, like, have an opportunity to move up to main, and then anybody, you know, regardless of how casual, competitive, or whatever you want to play the game, is always more than welcome to join second. Hey, yo, Fit! What's up, Goat? Thank you for the 6 months, dude. God damn, everybody's coming out from Schnoo World. Yeah, it's cooked over there, huh? Y'all ready for your OPR map preview next month? Or next season, sorry. No Grizzler? That's tragic. Wait, why did I say that? Fuck! My algorithm! We're cooked. There's more than one Snorse? Yeah, there are a couple Snorses out there. Drapa, one of the friends, Sir Doink. Have fun. If you guys run into any gankers, shoot me a whisper. Yo, I appreciate you, Drape. Yeah, Drapa, a good friend, actually acquired the Snorse. Your game's a bit loud? Yeah, I think it should be better now. Seems like the patch fucked with it a little bit. I tweaked it on my end. Oh wait, what is this? Where'd he come from? Is in-game better at this point? I also thought that. I thought it was just on my end and I was tripping. And then I was like, wait a second. No, this is actually loud. Seems good right around there. Who's leader a second? It is Kando in the Discord. He's not on right now. I don't know if anybody's like on in second at the moment, but oh my god, this poison that they put on is so toxic. You get like a paralyzing poison on you, and it just like staggers you every like half second. Shit's so rough. I hate it. Okay, we ball. Okay, is in-game volume better now, by the way? Boys, we do have 40 seconds left, by the way, to start up a hype train here. If anybody else out there is lurking and has their free primer available this month, you can find out if you do by clicking on your purple sub button and seeing if that use prime sub box is checkable. It's a free sub that supports the channel that does not auto-renew each month. So if you used it last month on your favorite streamer, you could use it this month on me instead and help support the channel. Keep me here making Ash's content and all of that good stuff. In addition to that, you do also get an absolute slapper of an emote. One of the best on Twitch, in my humble opinion. Boys, if you are currently subbed and you do want to show it off, feel free. Is there not a pass all button in the roll UI anymore? Yo, Tootsie, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. So we found one very early on. Yo, Nell, coming in with the 5 gifties. Boys, the hype train has been brute forced by Nell. We're up tremendous. No, thank you for the 5. Quantum coming in with a gifty as well. Yeah. Boys, the hype train is fucking rolling. It's on the tracks. Choo choo. We are up tremendous. Yeah. Yo, no, thank you for the 5. Quantum coming in with a gifty as well. Boys, we got a level 3 hype train going already. 4% in. Make sure you click on your purple sub button, see if you guys do have your primers available. If you did not get a gifty there, and if you didn't get a gifty, congrats on the iframes. Means you're mechanically cracked. We got some very skilled gifters in this chat, boys. Some of the finest in the industry. Some of the finest. Yo, chat, if you're currently subbed or you just picked up a sub from one of our very generous gifters, do me a favor real quick. Go into your Twitch emotes and search up DustyW Booty. That is a single greatest emote on all of Twitch, and that will not only make you question all of your life decisions if you're currently married to somebody that's not me, but it will also cause roughly a 6.9 faptitude girthquake on the Dichter scale. Rumor has it, if you spam this enough in the chat, it can start a punami that washes over the entire screen with DustyW Booties. That is, in my opinion, the single greatest emote on Twitch. I don't even know why they allow it. I don't even know why they allow it, boys. The punami's firing up. It's out of control. It's absolutely out of control. It's unhinged. You can't stop it once it starts, boys. It's an uncontrollable gush. Rumor has it the punami rages through multiple countries, leaving men, women, and that's about it. Devastated. We're not finishing the rest of that. Quantum coming in with another gifty to Dr. Vaxxer. Quantum, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. I appreciate you so much. We're up tremendous, boys. Yo, big shout out to the gifters. I appreciate you guys. Seems like the enchanting mats are dropping like crazy from here. Okay, yeah, I understand how this is nuts XP per hour. Oh, wait. Who else needs to come out for XP or Glint? I know a couple people were running out. Do I need to get invites out? Hoof's the level 25. Crazy to think about. How's the XP? XP should be juiced, right? Oh, this one's friendly. Everything's fine here. Everything's fine. That one is also friendly. These are all friendly, fun fact. So I should relog, if I do say so myself. I am now one with the serpents. Chat, which Harry Potter house would you be and why? Like where are you? Am I dead? So I'm not an op, right?
I'm healable. I just can't hit anything. Okay. I need to restart. Puff? Why? Why are you a Hufflepuffer? Hufflepuffer because I'm whimsical in nature. Hufflepuff for the hot women. I love that. We got a lot of Hufflepuffers in the chat. Jesus. Where are you guys putting me? Is there a consensus where you guys would sort me? I'm curious. I don't know if it would be like Slytherin for sure for Bristle. I respect it. I'm gonna slither in your pants. I'm gonna leak your fucking location next time you get Lego mats for 5 gold. We're not the same. Watch your back, Toad. I have connections everywhere. You're never safe. I'll find you. I can see your location everywhere on the map now. Okay. Hopefully, that's a terrifying fucking picture. That's absolutely horrifying. Or are the nodes always different? Are you talking the desert nodes? The desert nodes received like a rework. I love the color bug. Oh yeah. It's beautiful. I wish I could just enable it on and off. I can! Sick. Sick. I'm a little mustard bottle. I love the alpha. Wait, what if we just don't fix this one? What if we just like let this one be? You got the conductor badge? Choo choo. Nell's up tremendous. Boys, where are the current conductor badges at? Is it just Nell? Oh no. I scrolled out and put the rest of my drip on. We're down. This kind of gas. Do you have like a train conductor hat? I feel like there should be a like a merch acquisition that can happen through this. Whoop. This is smooth so far. Other than that one time I hit Exalted and became friendly. I still had a 2-star elite, a level above you while pulling four others. Are you on the cleric? Clank. Ooh. Luminon earring recipe might be nice to have. I blame not me. Might have been me though. I might have let that guy die. Might be a dumb question, but are healers in demand? No, never a dumb question. Ask whatever you need, man. Healers are always in demand at the moment. Right now, I think it is more than ever. So with secondary classes eventually coming into the game, if anybody's new and wondering, exclamation classes, the first 2 secondary classes that are available for every like primary class will be tank and cleric secondaries. So I think like as those are integrated in phase 3, when we do see those will kind of like lessen the demand on like pure cleric bases and also add a little bit of variance to like what we see from clerics themselves. But for the time being, like most MMOs traditionally, I don't want to say most, but like when I think of WoW and stuff like that for group architecture, I typically think of a 5-person group and I typically think of 1 healer for that 5-person group. So a 20% like healer ratio. If we look at Ashes group comps, traditional Ashes group comps are going to try to have 2 clerics in most groups for an 8-person group, which is going to be a 25%, right? So you instantly have like a higher demand on clerics specifically, not to mention in like WoW with that 20% demand, you also have like multiple healer classes spread throughout. And over here, it is like just 1 cleric for now. The multiple classes, quote unquote,
will come as those secondaries come in, because that's going to be your true like total class output. Is that like primary with your ability set being determined by your primary class, and then the augments that come to that like primary class from your secondary class. So that's going to be the very exciting thing. Every cleric base will have like cleric abilities, but then all of those healers will have like different augments to their heals or other parts of their kit based on what they choose for a secondary class to really have like player identity, like adaptability to different scenarios, specializations on certain classes. So it's really cool. The exclamation classes grid is a really good resource for anybody that may be curious about that hasn't seen that and doesn't have a kind of like an idea of where they're going with things. Clerics are my jam. Clerics are really fun. I think everyone in chat, and I usually don't say everyone unless it's literally been everyone, but I don't think I've heard somebody say that they dislike playing a cleric once they start playing a cleric. Stomps was playing a ranger and was like really enjoying the ranger, and then started playing a cleric and was instantly just like, oh wait, this is it, because he's a healer main in most games. And it really hit for him. I think it's been hitting for a lot of people that are interested in that healing archetype. Oh, thank you for the hydrate. I appreciate you. Ranger's fun, but no clank. 25 finally. Yo, Grats Bristle. Up tremendous. Another level 25 joins the ranks. How is the XP per kill here? Oh, a hydrate can happen at any time. The only reason I want to online healing is I want to test everything. Yeah, only reason I haven't played more characters, like more classes, is because I want to fucking help people get leveled. That is the goal. I will play more varied things when the guild is pumping. But until the guild is pumping, my objective is to get the guild pumping. I'm a simple man with a simple plan. Can't take 3 stars because of the regen. Yeah, the regen is definitely going to be the limiting factor on a lot of like progression for those sustain builds. But I think that's also kind of intended, right? Because with how mob terrain pathing works, thinking about it a bit more critically, like mob terrain pathing in certain areas, you could just kill anything if regen's not high enough. And it's a way to prevent not only like POIs from running out of mobs incredibly quickly, but it's also a way to make sure that solos aren't able to just like infinitely out sustain and kite like super high rarity, or not high rarity, but like high level mobs and benefit like absurdly from that. Yo, what up, Apito? Tried going to the pocket dungeon with a dagger quest. NPCs are not interactable. I was also over there, yeah. Well, I was there. It started an event which I couldn't finish since I was solo against level 28 3 stars. Maybe by completing the quest to get an opportunity to interact with the... I think the event's bugged. What did the event specifically do over there? I was over there a little bit ago and didn't see anything like particular based around that, but we were only there for a little bit before coming over here because we killed the barely alive prisoner or whatever it is, like the named mob over there, and it didn't drop anything. So we just kind of concluded that loot tables over there were still borked. And then we came over here, and I don't know if it's just because it was like a trash mob or something, but we got a steel sword drop, like first mob kill over here. And then we haven't seen a single like other item drop. Yeah, I did kill the named mob over there. Still nothing. There's still bug then? Yeah. It seems like that one definitely is. This one, oh no, we found multiple. We found Luminon stuff here too. So yeah, this one is confirmed like dropping stuff. I think this may have been dropping stuff beforehand though. But yeah, we found some Luminon stuff here as well. It was only Glint last week here. Gonna check again next week. Yes, sir. Someday these new Desert Pocket dungeons will be at their full glory. Someday. Someday soon. Get a house CNI ring recipe. Let me know. Where do those drop? I have a ton of extra recipes just kicking around. And what's Halcyon ring roll on it? Okay, so if this was only Glint last week, then at least like this one got updated. Yo, Quantum! Coming in with a third gifty of the night. The first 3 all time for you. I appreciate you so much. Thank you. Apito, welcome in. Welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. Congrats, brother. And we appreciate you doing your research on your end as well. Yo, what up, beloved? I am over on Vira with my community. And we always have room if more people want to come through and join us. Whether you are new or experienced with the game, we will also be starting fresh in Phase 3 on some of those fresh start servers. So, a good chance to learn now, use the remainder of the time that we have here before May 1st in a productive way, get some good knowledge throughout, and then hit the ground running with Phase 3 and try to do something fun. Ooh! Whoa, whoa, wow! Wee! Wow, boys! God damn! God damn! Do our fighters need that? Dasher, bowgun. I'm gonna roll on it. Bowgun got it. I rolled a big 3. That's a big pickup. They changed party to be white. Oh, we're in raid. Duh. This is good for me, right? Yes, that's huge for you. Yes, that's very good for you. Congrats, dude. Wait, he's level 22? That's so big? A blue steel 2-hander? Yes, sir. Ski, give me your best blue steel. Skrr. We have a few EU boys in the guild. Not having a good time on EU? You should come through. I think most EU players are playing over here. Like, to the point where, believe it or not, I actually have to eat beans and toast as a sub goal. Like, it's that much EU. I also have to do an NA and an EU geography quiz. So yeah, we support everybody over here. We're welcoming of all new friends. Today's the 30th birthday. Wait, yo, Apito, happy birthday, dude. How do you feel about being 30? Boomer alert. I feel like 30 is still hella young in MMOs. MMOs, you got like grandpas. Flanker, what up, goat? Hope you're having a good night out there, man. Skirt. 30's fine? Yeah, I mean, if you're looking at like 70 as relative. As someone in the peak of my 20s, like the actual prime of my 20s, the best part of my 20s, the meat and girth of my 20s, and nowhere near 30. Like, 30's cool if you have nothing else to look forward to. 30's still young. You sound older than 30. Oi. No, I feel really old. Well, are you really old? I'm 45 and new to the MMO space. Yo, welcome in, Smoda. No, I always give people shit. I started playing MMOs with like WoW when I was actually 8 years old on launch, and before that I played Diablo 2 like on BNet online servers when I was 4 because of my older brothers. So I grew up in gaming. I've been calling people old my entire life, and it's been a glorious life to live. Except for that time that I played Fortnite as a 20-year-old and I was the old one. That was a humbling time. Fuck you. Hey, fuck you, pal. Look at the drops, boys. The drops are dropping tonight. Hope you're having a good night, Leona. Steven's taunting me with this okra already farming.
Farming.
It's not in yet. It's not in yet. You're the idiot. Spoda, what do you play before MMOs? I have a very, like, diverse gaming... Ow! I have a very diverse gaming background and very burned retinas. So, I started out playing Diablo 2 when I was 4 years old. I played WoW on launch when I was 8. From WoW, I went into Dota 2, and these are just my main games. I took a lot of, like, detours along the way, but from WoW, I went to Dota 2. Dota 2, I went to Fortnite. Fortnite, I went to New World, and then New World, I came here. PlayStation, mainly RPGs. What are some of your favorite RPGs? When I was, like, console gaming, like, very little as a kid, I was a huge fan of Dragon Age in terms of, like, RPGs that were more based on console. But then I encountered Dragon Age on Steam, and so I bought it, and I went to load it up like years after originally playing Dragon Age, and it didn't age as well. Assassin's Creed 1 and 2 were dope. I was huge into Assassin's Creed for a little bit. Yes, that is also true. Assassin's Creed lost me with Black Flag. I remember vividly, actually. I was playing Black Flag, and I just hit a point in that game where I went, like, I looked at it and I went, this isn't very fun. And I just stopped playing. DAO is cool, but it looks pretty dusty by now. Yeah, DAO and DA Inquisition. Like, Dragon Age Origins and Dragon Age Inquisition were a couple of my favorite, like, early RPGs that weren't just, like, you know, online multiplayer. And I spent so much time, like, crafting and playing different builds. So that was actually part of, like, because I had played, you know, WoW since I was a kid. I had played Diablo, stuff like that. So the concept of builds was nothing that was, like, you know, lost upon me despite being young. And so Dragon Age Origins was the first game that I was just like, wait, I'm going to play through this game as every single, like, type of character that I can imagine, like every single, like, archetype, and, like, do that. And dude, I spent so much time. Dragon Age Inquisitions isn't that early. It's from 2014. 2014 was end of high school for me, so it's not like it's ancient, but Inquisition still feels a little... I also think Inquisition was just a less good game than Origins overall. If you were 8 at WoW launch, wouldn't that make you 29? I'm 28, you goddamn bastard. I am 28. Do not put that fucking shame on my name. I am 28. I am nowhere near 30. No, I am not 29. I'm 28. I'm in the girthiest part of my 20s, the healthiest part of my 20s. Past peak 20s. You're past being a peak chatter. I'm in the heart of my 20s. I'm in the best part of my 20s. This is legitimately the healthiest part of my 20s. Most athletes hit the best part of their careers, like, at their, like, 28 mark. Like, this is legitimately the peak of the 20s. Foot in the grave. I'm gonna have a foot in your ass. Everything before 40 doesn't count? Okay, yeah, let's shift the attention where it needs to go. Death creeping up on Dusty. Okay, I'd be more willing to say that the death creeping up on me is because of the copious amount of non-stop bong or pinskis. But that's kind of like a self-induced thing. That's on me. But good lord, are they yummy. I go for walks, I balance it out. I have an inhaler. I'm fine. Every bong rip is 1 week. Wait, I'd be cooked. I'd already be gone. Yeah, so I'm 28. I was 4 when I started playing Diablo 2, 8 when I started WoW. Played WoW through early Kata, quit during Kata. Kata rating as a paladin tank, in my opinion, becoming extremely like face roll and just boring, even as a literal child. And so then I got into Dota. Dota made me the absolute unhinged, mentally unstable freak that I am today, and has molded me in the video game space. It basically detached all of my emotions from video games and made me into the machine that you see currently. The reason I'm untiltable is because I'm dead inside. I know how to initiate in 3 languages. If you have Russians, you say divide, 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 divide when you're initiating and they follow you. If your team is Spanish, you say ayúdame and then they follow you. And if your team speaks English, then you're probably losing your Dota match. Welcome to Dota 2. I was born here. What is Zoltaresh's loot table supposed to be? The Najash have been dropping like crazy. We found multiple item drops already, including a blue steel 2-hander. What do I say if we're losing? You drop your items and run down mid like a man. And then you probably blame your supports. In League, you don't have a voice chat, and I'm thankful for that. League players are soft. There are reasons that Dota is the best MOBA ever created. And it's not even close. I'll stand on that hill. League of Legends is the hockey of MOBAs. It's like it's marketed broadly, but it's not fun to watch. League players are soft. They weren't forged in the fire of Dota 2 ski. Unless you came out of the crucible then. Hockey isn't field hockey? No, hockey isn't actual hockey. So, I have a take about hockey that in terms of like a watchable, viewable sport, hockey is a bad sport to watch because the best part of hockey viewership is when they stop playing hockey and start fighting. I remember playing the Dota custom game in Warcraft 3. So, my older brother AMC, during the, like, Dota custom game era in Warcraft 3, he was a big Warcraft 3 player, played against Ice Frog and, like, the early, like, team that was creating Dota. That was his claim to fame. He got his shit smacked, but he did it. Large damage. That was satisfying. Yeah, so this will be some good XP for the boys. Probably pretty solid across the board. What the fuck? This is okay. A lot of solid drops. Dota 2 and League. I'm not sure about which game's the best MOBA, but Dota 2 and League are the only relevant ones. Deadlock on top! Yo, what up, Vazmar? How can I farm Glint fast as a solo ranger level 23? So, one of my personal favorite solo Glint farms is in the desert in certain areas. You'll be able to find the shardlings, like the little mini golems. There are a few spots where those are plentiful, and I actually like farming within node corks a lot as well as a solo player. So between like shardlings and node corks, which have beast mobs and like low elite to no elite scorpions, you can typically farm those solo, and beast mobs and those shardlings will have fewer things in their total loot table, so they're a lot like more likely to drop glint on a regular basis. They're also pretty easy across the board. Very, very soloable. Flanker, you got the high scaling Techington? Time to make dinner. I gifted subs versus ordering food. Listen here. Gifting subs is supporting small business. Ordering food, you're probably just getting DoorDash fees if you're having it delivered to you. And you're eating better without ordering food. You're welcome. You're welcome, Quantum. I'm here anytime that you want to make a responsible financial decision. Chat, if anybody else is interested in supporting small business as well and saving money on delivery, you can type /gift5. Low-key though, hear me out. If you guys are big food orderers, unironically, exclamation HelloFresh, whether you're in the US, Canada, or EU, will get you 10 free meals. And if you're in the US, you also get free breakfast for your entire sub. And a support stream. So if you guys are massive like takeout orders, that gets you good ingredients actually delivered to your door. Easy to cook recipes. I have a bunch of recipe cards personally from when I got HelloFresh myself. And I have cooked those recipes multiple times. So it's super convenient. You support stream and you get free shit no matter where you are in the world, boyos. I'm using HelloFresh too. What do you think of it? Completely unbiased, you're not a paid actor. What do you think? Positives and negatives. What's your favorite meal? What's your least favorite meal? Give me the good and the bad. I got the Taco Bell app because of you and it changed my life. Man, I'm not paying for your fucking inevitable medical bills. I have not got Taco Bell in so long. I've been trying to be reformed. There was even like a dono one day that told me to go get Taco Bell and I used it on meal prep instead. I'm a bastard. But I know the Taco Bell app is so good. The Subway app is also very good. I rolled a Dwarf Bard. Let's go. That's why League Esports gets 2x the viewership compared to Dota. Okay, hear me out. League has better mass marketing. And this is very simply like reiterated by the whole League having Arcane and Dota 2 having Dragon's Blood. And you may say, Dusty, what the fuck is Dragon's Blood? Well, it came out before Arcane, if that's any indication of how bad Dota 2's mass marketing is. But gameplay-wise, the far better game is Dota 2 ski. And I will die on that hill. Arcane's so much better. Arcane's insane compared to Dragon's Blood. Yeah, Dragon's Blood sucked. Yeah, League kills the mass marketing on a global scale. Yeah, they go Insano style. Like, I think Dota would be probably the wildly more popular game if League's marketing, like, if you switched League's marketing and Dota's marketing, I think Dota kills League to the point where League is, like, not even trying to pass off TFT, which was stolen from Dota 2 Auto Chess, as their own thing. Riot's marketing has been dope regardless. Yeah, except for that part where they were marketing their MMO by saying that it went completely dark. I was always a fan of Han. My brother did a lot more venturing through MOBAs than I did. I was very committed to Dota. And in one of the tourneys that I played in, they were like amateur tourneys, so they were MMR capped throughout the team and stuff. And we were known as like a sandbaggy team. We may or may not have had people that currently play tier 1 Dota. But that's not the point. We were in a tourney and people were all like hyping up this other team because they were supposedly larger sandbaggers than us because they had a former Han pro. And I don't even remember the dude's name at this point, but I built strats entirely around facilitating my mid player, who now is a tier 1 pro player in Dota. And we shit so hard down that supposed former Han player's throat that I will never forget that match. We absolutely rolled his lane. I was a position 4, so like a roaming support. And I spent so much time just ensuring his life was absolute fucking misery and that my mid had so much free farm. It was one of the most hateful drafts that I've ever dropped simply because everyone was like, oh, you guys are gonna get cooked by this guy. And I just, dude, I made our entire strategy around just making this guy hate that entire set. It was so good. It was so good. We switched leagues in Dota 2's marketing, character design, content strategy, and made it more accessible. I think Dota 2's character design fucks. I think one thing that League players don't like about Dota after playing League is the fact that Dota, not in character design, but in terms of character feel, and this isn't like an every League player thing by any means, but like a lot of the League players that I've talked to that go to play Dota after playing League are always like, why does Dota feel weird compared to League? And it's because Dota has a turn radius on heroes that's unique to every hero. League, you don't have different turn radiuses. heroes turn very quickly. So, like, Dota can feel very clunky movement-wise, especially if you pick a, you know, a new player-friendly hero. Like, say you're on, like, a fucking Tide Hunter as a new player, and you're coming over from League where everything just moves super whippy and fast. You're like, oh, shit. What the hell's going on over here? Finally, a man of high culture and fellow scholar of Dota. Oh, yes, yes. I'm nowhere near, like, you know, top-tier professional level by any means. My solo MMR was always sandbag for tourney purposes. My party peak, which was what I actually played with my teams that I had played in, was a peak around like a respectable 55, 56 when pros were in like the 75 to 8K range. So I always did okay for myself, but I was nothing remarkable. People that were in my group that very much committed to the way became something much more successful than I ever was, both in the realm of casters and players. And I'm super proud of them. But I experienced a lot of like, you know, what the competitive feel of Dota really was. I went to many events as like a spectator and everything, and it was, in my opinion, extremely fun. I know a lot of people that were much, much, much better than I was at the game, but Dota for me was a large portion of my like development of understanding gaming on a much deeper level, especially being like a roaming support, being a drafter, being like an IGL. I really learned a lot about like that side of gaming, the mental side of gaming, keeping teams composed when shit was going bad, like the ability to like brush off a bad moment and like push through to the next and shit like that. It really taught me a lot about the build-up of games and shit like that. Played OG Dota, was very different. Was friends with Yule. Hey, he has a scepter. I've played with that guy's weapon. Position 34 is my cup of tea. Oh yeah, man of absolute culture. Yep, I was a pos 4 main, and then I was an off lane by trade when I wasn't pos 4ing. I could play everything like at an okay serviceable level, but those are my preferences. Give me your like top 3 heroes if you had to pick. It's one thing we gotta give League. Movement was real smooth. Oh yeah. I talk my yap just as a Dota player, but it's literally just yap. League is a very respectable title and has done a lot for the MOBA scene as a whole. And like, I think like different games can coexist. I just like to talk shit. Feels good because it made me change my food habits. I ate a lot more fish than I did before. Only problem is sometimes with deliveries being delayed, missing ingredients 4 weeks in, 4 recipes out of 60 with missing ingredients. Oh, so that's not that terrible. I'd also like a more bio ingredients. Sometimes I feel like the veggies aren't that good, like giant carrots that look genetically modified. Like how large of carrots are we talking? Like absolute juicers? Yo, Victor, hello, my friend. Did you ever play Paragon? Not really. I watched a little bit of gameplay for it. It never really hit with me. 99 greed for the great sword. I know. I always blow the good rolls. We always get rid of them when we don't need them, boys. I lost the roll on the blue great sword with a 3 earlier as well, so it's the dichotomy. It's the give and take associated with life. Being a Varan has many benefits, one of which is constant disappointment. It's a beautiful roller coaster of emotions constantly here. Please stop. This, like, paralyzing poison makes me so sad. It cancels so much of my shit. What's with the new patch? Any highlights? Temporary cooldown on guild and war declarations. Long term, they're looking to add in an energy system associated with those declarations that'll have a cooldown and limit like how many decks can just go out across the board. So you have to kind of be like, you know, cognizant with the decks and everything like that. So they did address that. We got some really large news today as well that they are going to be updating how gathering works starting in April. So end of this month with the tropics rolling into the next few patches, the game at the start of Alpha 2 Phase 3 is going to feel and look and play entirely different than it did in Phase 2. And a lot of the biggest issues that were present in Phase 2 are simply gone in Phase 3. Simply gone. Intrepid is doing fucking amazing in terms of like addressing core things, important things. They discussed with their crafting updates how they were like moving this to a higher priority because of the like the influx of community feedback revolving around the topic and like how important it seems like is to the community in the future of the game. So they legitimately like expedited the development of these systems because of community input, man. It's insane. Intrepid is doing as good of a job with this title as I could ask any developer to do. After coming here from New World, it is so ungodly, like mind-boggling to me to see how in touch they are with all of the pain points that are currently like hitting the community and how much they actively want to solve those pain points. It's remarkable. I wonder if I can do a desert map, but not Riverlands maps. What stats on the Greatsword you want? Wait, I didn't even pick up the Greatsword I won. I won't even lie. I just been tanking. Map updates, Pog. Oh yeah, also a map update. So we're underground right now, technically, but you can see where you are, like where your team is, where your party is, anywhere on the map now, without having to like zoom in and hunt them like crazy. So that is another very nice quality of life feature. You'll notice a lot of white text that could have previously been hard to see received like a very, very slight black outline, some very like nice crisp text borders there. So small UX stuff that will, little 4 HP live, small UX stuff that will add up to make a continued large difference over the course of the game. We got the first iteration of what looks like to be new questing UX as well. So I'm pretty excited for the future iterations of that. They added in a quest becomes invalid if you're outside of the level range. So they're adding more like UX improvements to the questing experience to make it more relevant for people. This seems to be like the start of, I don't know if that's just like a generic like background with that green placeholder, but I thought about another implementation with this where they could actually use that background area as a coloration to show like the level range relevancy of quests. So this green background could be like quests that aren't like inactive because of level range. Those would be grayed out. But if you have a grayed out quest, it's inactive with this on it. And then if you have a quest that is in your range, but you're on like the higher end of the reward scale for it, like, or the lower end of the reward scale, you're on the higher end of the level for it, then that's green signifying that it's easier to complete. And then you have like a yellow background for quests that are level appropriate. And then you have an orange background for quests slightly above, and a red background that for quests that you're probably not going to be able to complete, or like elite quests. And I think that would be a very nice like follow-up iteration on the UX that they've added here. But everything in this patch that I've seen, I really like. It seems like they actually added a lot. And we have to remember, not only with this update did we seemingly receive a lot of like front-end progress that you can physically see, but by the look of it, I'm dead. By the look of it, we also have received a lot of back-end implementations that brought all of the like servers up to the same spot of like back-end state. So instead of having the different environments where you had to like manually opt in to play Vyra and it was a little bit confusing for people, it's now merged under all of the same the same environment. So that initial launcher is consolidated again, and that leads us to believe that the back-end improvements that they tried on Vyra either worked well enough for them to continue with, and they merged the actual like, you know, the environments into one, or the updates were bad enough that they scrapped them and we're back here. So either way, everything got merged on that back end, and I'm assuming that's probably where the big delay ended up coming from because, oh shit, I have so much on me. Whoops. I definitely should have stopped by somewhere before coming over here, but that's okay. That's all right. Everything's fine. Everything's good. We won't die anymore. I'm actually gonna put a helm on for this. We'll go there. There we go. I feel better already. I feel rich now. Yeah, you said you sold coal for 30 gold? I really miss all the mechanics and nuances of Dota, would probably not be able to come back to it. I feel the same way. I feel the same way. Even watching Dota now, the game has evolved so much, both in terms of map changes and like the actual gameplay. Dude, I would be ass if I went back. I went back for a little bit and played Turbo and like recalibrated my ranked, and I was nowhere near what I used to be. Which is naturally going to happen. Like if an entire game continues to have like an evolving meta and you're out of it for a long time, you'll have that period of coming back where you're like, oh shit, but I'm up to 55 gold out of the 100 I want to make before I do enchants. Okay. That's good. That's good. No, you're actually pumping there. Now that the wars are over, I can start doing my refining loop in fucking Winstead again, man. That's gonna be extremely welcome. Due to the Sunhaven Winstead node versus node war, I wasn't able to do my normal like gold refining loop that was genning me a decent amount, or gold refining loop, my wood refining loop, which was genning me a good amount of gold daily. Like it was just this nice little like low input loop across the board. Novice restored desert treasure map of the blue variety, boys. Good luck. Give me a high roll. No, I want it. I wonder if I can do desert maps, because I still can't do like Riverlands maps. Can't wait to get back into the grind. I can't wait to have you back into the grind if you're coming over here with us. If you're going anywhere else, then fuck you. Stay out. As soon as my shoulder feels good, I grind again. Shit, I hope the shoulder heals up well. Shoulder stuff can suck. Damn it, listen, alliances are a strong thing in this game, Scaper. And we're recruiting. What's your ETA on the shoulder? Being all good. Oh, my current alliance? All right, that's respectable. That's respectable. We're friends with other people too. Except for whoever the fuck is doing these pulls. Holy shit. Oh my god. Actually, that's insane. It's Toad? That's fine. This is actually so good. Everything died fast. We're good. I just got stomped in the Fortnite tournament. Yeah, so you get for going back to play Fortnite. Listen, man, if you're considering playing an MMO as your main title, you're not cut out for Fortnite anymore. Like, Fortnite comp is behind you the second you're like, hey, this MMO looks fun. You're too old for Fortnite comp at that point, brother. Just give it up. Gonna want to shift, but if I do dramatic stars. Oh, I was just giving you shit. I was just giving you shit. We like everybody. We literally have no enemies over here. How's the update? Dude, the update's been amazing so far. It's been really nice. We continue to get more and more great changes. Like, whether it's small UI stuff, seems like their back-end tests that they ran on Vira have concluded. So, I don't know if those ended up with it being implemented everywhere across the board, or if it was an issue of like, not an issue, but like a more of a matter of like, they've completed the testing period and got what they needed, and they just stopped the testing. But this dungeon looks sick. Dude, this is just a pocket dungeon. Holy shit. So like, I can't wait to see the full build outs. People don't even realize, they think the desert looks good now. Brothers, we haven't even seen a full desert dungeon yet. We don't have any of the full dungeons unlocked. Oh my god. Oh my god. Big Hoss! If I use my points for sub, can I give it away? Yeah. Yeah, you can give it away. The way that the gift me a sub works, you can give it away to somebody else if you want to. If it doesn't get picked up, then I will do it myself. I have a beautiful gifter badge to myself because I love me. Oh, a blue Lumi earring. Oh, really now? I rolled a 37. Min roll, but that's tragic. The desert isn't even close to done yet. Not even almost. Not even almost. It's just gonna keep getting better, brother. Calzy, congrats. Oh wait, the big 79. Need it if you need it, please. I'm here for people to get upgrades. Yeah. If you need it, please. Congrats, Kyles. That's huge. Good piece. 7 hours of driving, Beard. My God. Glad you drove safe, brother. Hope it was a good drive at least. Went from ESEA main in CSGO with 2,600 hours played. Then all that muscle memory went to hell with 12K hours of Arcage. Wait, Haas, if you liked Arcage, why are you not playing Ashes? Steven, the creative director of Ashes, was like an Arcage like main. Like a lot of the systems in Ashes pull some form of inspiration from Arcage and a lot of Arcage like MMOs. Yeah, dude, you would fucking love this. I fought against him when he was running 2. You fought against Steven. Okay, yeah. Why are you not playing Ashes then? Two-lane Texas highways, still pretty chill. Okay, that's nice. Yeah, living in Maine, we have like just 2-lane interstates. And I see pictures of like massive interstates and I'm like, oh shit. I'm gonna jump in, but I'm gonna go take a shit first. That's reasonable. I take a shit before stream, so I don't have to do it during stream. I feel like it's a good approach long term. Very sustainable. Oh golly! Oh gosh! Wait, so Haas, what have you been playing? And why are... DM me after your stream. Yeah, come play Ashes. Come play Ashes. You DM me, because I'll forget. I'm hooked on Ashes. Dude, I'm telling you, I'm over 500 hours up in this bitch. CS2 and Escape from Tarkov. Oh yeah, just come play Ashes. Can I join y'all? Please, for the love of God. Pull up. Join us, you'll enjoy the Rangers movement. You would, and you'd enjoy being able to hit on me all the time. Once you level, you get to play with me all you want. And we're starting fresh for phase 3. So like anybody that is interested in taking the stuff like more seriously as you go and preparing for like a good start on launch, because our goal with main guild is to have like a very prepped core for launch. And then we will at that point have multiple guilds, especially if guilds are going to be 50% cap. The community is going to keep growing through future playtests. We're going to pick up a lot of people. And keep in mind, I started this guild over here and this community over here in December. I came from New World late December with nothing over here. Came with 40 average viewers. Have grown everything since then. So the community is going to continue to grow. If you get into it now, you're going to get a ton of knowledge. You're going to get a ton of experience. And going into launch, if you are someone who wants to take it more seriously, that environment's going to be there. What's bottom and a south? 17. Came from New World, Eagles came from nothing. I mean, so, like, in terms of the game and, like, the outlook, yes. But, like, community-wise, man, I had built something so crazy in New World. And New World was where I took my channel from legitimately 5 average viewers to 300 plus. And, like, peaked at above 1,500 subs and stuff there. So it was really tough for me to be in a spot where I was comfortable just being like, all right, I'm sending it. Like, I'm fully in on Ashes. But as soon as I started not only playing, but streaming Ashes, and like, I saw the excitement of the community, I myself got hooked into the excitement of the community. Like, I had thousands, like well over 1,000 wars in New World. I was warring 20 times a week at my peak. I played that game for 3 years. I had 7,000 plus hours in that game. And like, uprooting that was very tough. But as soon as I came over to Ashes, and for whatever reason, people, especially content creators, that don't make Ashes content as their main content, have this perception that it's like this toxic scene to create content for, and that there's so much like negativity surrounding the game and this, that, the other. Dude, we never get like toxic griefers in chat. The vibe as a content creator that makes content for Ashes every single day that the game is available for like 10 hours a day, we do not get a lot of negativity surrounding this game like that, like a lot of people think. It's really not that fucking bad. You suck, you suck, get off the fucking stage. I'm yapping. You know the problem is? Chat tries to tell me it's just me as a content creator. Do you want to pick a fight with Pirate Software? I mean, I feel like even before Pirate Software really got into it though, Ash has always had that like negative perception from the outside, and like, I don't know, I haven't been inside the Ashes scene for a long time, but I was making content for New World while that game was legitimately 3 years post-launch, still having very, 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 very game-breaking issues that should not be happening 3 years post-launch, that just shouldn't occur, right? And I was trying to cope it out for that game long-term. I was trying to, like, my goal is always to build a community because I stream full-time. I'm not one of those streamers that makes zillions. Oh wait, Ralos, I was supposed to invite Ralos. I did invite Ralos, didn't I? But my goal is to build out a community that I am able to stream like full-time to. And I want to continue to do that for a very, very, very long time. And I'm not someone who started with fucking 10,000 viewers, has a zillion dollars. I have to try to build a community with staying power in a game that I think has staying power. And I really do think that Ashes has an incredibly bright future in front of it. I think that making content for this game every single day has been way more fun than I thought it was going to be. And it's given me already more opportunities than I thought that I would have as a content creator. And I just personally, and this may be my own bias, but I don't deal with a lot of negativity as an Ashes content creator. I really don't. We get a lot of people who are very curious about the game, who want to learn a lot more about the game. And honestly, I deal with a lot more excited people about the future of the game than I do people being extremely negative about the game. And like, there's always going to be somebody being negative. But I don't know. I just think across the board, it's like a very nice community to be a part of. As a player, as a content creator, as a play tester, as an MMO fan that's very excited for the future of this MMO, all of the systems that it provides, like everything across the board, I don't know. Maybe I'm just coping it up too much. But I'm having an absurd amount of fun with this. Bible Boofer, what up? Oh, thank you. A donation. That's very generous of you. It's a crazy fucking name, by the way. Doesn't sound like hope at all. Yeah, no, I'm not out here thinking that Ashes is gonna be like the largest MMO to ever exist or anything just immediately. I think any MMO in the current state of MMOs has a tough road ahead in terms of establishing themselves with a positive, like, you know, sentiment. And it's definitely like, it's definitely an uphill battle for a lot of games. Yo, Scaper, thanks so much for the T1. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. That means a ton to me. Thank you, thank you, thank you. No longer a plebe. I love it. And you have the greatest emote on Twitch now. The single greatest. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. But like, I'm not out here expecting Ashes to like fucking break the Guinness World Record for like most players ever on a video game. But what I hope for is that Ashes stays very true to its core systems that it's founded upon. And as a result, the game has long-term staying power and remains the game that I am like enjoying a lot. And like, in terms of a gaming perspective, like feeling that, you know, the love for the game, right? And I hope that, unlike New World, which shifted so far off of its core principles, its initial like build ideas, its initial systems, like I hope that this game is able to long-term withstand the test of time and just remain true to everything that it wants to be. And I think if it does that, it might not necessarily be the #1 population game in the world, and it probably never will be. But what it will be is a very, very, very good game that appeals to the audience that it's meant to appeal to. And I think if you are able to make a game that starts off doing that, then the sky's the limit. And once positive sentiment spreads, and you are able to actually have just a dedicated community from any part of gaming that makes your game their main game, then there's always a percentage of the community that doesn't know that your type of game could be their type of game yet, right? If you haven't played a social sandbox MMO because there hasn't been one that appealed to you, you may never know that there's a good one out there that could be the most fun MMO you've ever played. But if you have a friend that gets into Ashes and then they hit you up and they're like, oh man, I think you'd really like this. You try it out. That's when stuff starts to spread like crazy. And I think that's what really could happen with Ashes. It could really have that just that genuine level of like word of mouth spread that we saw with a lot of MMOs that became very popular very quickly, because a lot of MMOs being massive multiplayer games are so rooted in community, or they're supposed to be. Not all of them are anymore. Slash invite Ralos. Wait. Is Ralos on? Slash. Oh wait, Bristol's leader. Yeah, Bristol's leader. My bad. Can I get the sword? Yeah. I was wondering. Here, I have a mace too. Do you want the mace? Hold on. Do you want that? I have that. If you need a level 10 weapon, that's probably better. Yeah. Happy to help. Chat, does anybody else want to come through for the farm? It's good XP, pretty solid glint as well. I think we're gonna go drop off glint in a sec. How much would it be for them to let me voice act something? Uh-oh. The 540 was because those were non-elite mobs. If I was high enough, we'll go toke up, brother. I'm not stopping ya. Gotta be fried to get in a group with Dusty. Yes, chat, I know he's talking about his level. Let me have my fun. I would like to think being in my groups is a relaxing experience, almost like a day at the spa. You just kind of semi-lock in, you pump out some big numbers. This is nuts, XP. Currently toking W. Sometimes I get sweaty. Well, you have to heal me. Like, DPSing in my group and healing in my groups is two different things. Yeah. That's where your mileage may vary, in my opinion. If you're a DPS, you probably really love all of the numbers just like popping up constantly. If you're a healer, you probably hate all of the numbers popping up constantly. Summer would be the craziest part of the I love that. I love that. Is the classes finish? Just gotta finish school on my real estate license. When are you done? May? May 1st is Alpha 2 Phase 3 start. Chat, do you guys want me to do a subathon for Alpha 2 Phase 3? Shall we? Little marathon stream type shit. I've never done one before. I'm nervous because I talk in my sleep. And so like, I'm not even exaggerating. When I was like just grinding New World, I would sometimes talk in my sleep in like Warcom in my sleep. Don't ride all the way back, just deposit.
Ni hao.
Just unstuck. Yo, Alchem, ni hao. Hope you're having a fantastic one. We want subathon because random Thursday. May 1st is? Or today? I can't do a subathon today. I don't have anything planned. I gotta have like a big like pinnacle goal where I like flop my titties around or something. Wait, chat. I don't have a tattoo. What if I get my Phoenix tattooed for the pinnacle subathon goal? What if that thing is a genuine work of art? Like, a tattooer would probably pay me for the honor of doing it. Thanks for stealing my idea from yesterday. Shut up, it's never your idea. I'm the streamer. Get the sandal. Ooh, a sandal tramp stamp at 10,000 subs. That would be so fucked. I'm not getting a tramp stamp. There will be no tramp stamping me. That's just not gonna happen. I'm not even storing glint. I'm selling glint. I'll save it up and then do one big sell, I guess. This storage is kind of juiced, huh? I have more glint than I have money. I just have so much glint throughout the desert. I don't know what to do. I should probably just sell it all. That's where like all of my glint is because I was doing Vans. And then I just have a random 8 gold worth of glinted Mira. We're in an interesting spot. I should probably just sell it all. Tramp stamp that reads sign here in Elvish. Jesus Christ. Wait, they added a slash roll? Oh shit. Wait, can you link? Can you link an item yet? No, it doesn't look like it. Oh my god, they added a slash roll. Holy shit. Wait, this is huge. Slash roll 1,000. Chat! Chat! Chat, who wants to death roll? Who wants death roll? Ralos. Ralos, 1 gold, death roll. Right now. Alright, chat. I'm gonna introduce you to gambling. So, the way that a death roll begins is one of the contestants will do a slash roll of a high number. The subsequent roll from the other person will be the number that was rolled. Okay, but 92 silver? Okay, fine, 92 silver. So basically, if I start with a slash 10,000. Wait, that's not death roll. Who knows? Death roll. Toad? Alright, Toad and I will demonstrate. So I will start with a slash roll 10,000. Toad will then come in with a slash roll 3352. We will continue doing this until one of us reaches a 1, and whoever hits a 1 first loses. So we bring it down to a 791 here, and this is going to be gambling for a gold now. So not only does Intrepid have a crazy good core gameplay loop, now we can gamba. Wait, 781? Wait. What do you mean? I rolled right, didn't I? I rolled 781. Did I say it wrong? Did I say 780? My fault. I combined his. All right, so 781. So, oh. Oh. It says 791? Oh. Whoops. Oh my god, Toad brings it down to the 42. Okay. Okay, we're getting down to business here, boys. So I'm gonna drop the slash roll 42 here. It goes down from 781 to 42. From 42, we go down to 30. 30. We're getting close, boys. We're getting close. We're getting close. Down to 21. 21, 21, 21, 21. Down to the 13. 13's my lucky number. I'm not losing this. I'm not losing this. 13's my number. I literally do not lose when the lucky number comes up. It doesn't happen. The 2, Toad, you're cooked. It's over. It's over. Does he make the last stand? Does Toad survive the last stand? Oh no. Oh no. Oh, Toad hit the 2. Oh, Toad hit the 2. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Okay, boys. Boys, do I hit the 2? Do I hit the 2? Do I hit the 2? The rebuttal. The rebuttal. Streamer loot. Fuck. Oh, shit. GG's. GG's. Toad's taking my fucking money. Toad's taking my goddamn money. Oh, fuck. I gotta go sell Glint real quick before we take off. Dude, that was literally my last gold. Ah, man. I gotta go sell Glint. I'll be right back. We can't leave yet. Streamer luck isn't real. There's also no God. If there was a God, why do bad things happen to good streamers? All right. All right. Off we go. We sell all of this and we're up. I'll loan you a gold plus interest. I don't need your loan. Get out of here, shark. I'm an independent man. Oh, I'll farm that glint back in a fortnight. Isn't that like 2 weeks? That would suck. Would you like to take a loan out of 2 gold for a week? You give me 3 next Thursday? Would you like to take a loan out of sniffing a fart out of my butt and you never have to pay me back? Double or nothing, you frog-faced fuck. $10,000. The 5702. All right, I'm getting my damn money back. I'm getting my damn money back here. It's double or nothing. Toad brings it down to the 1443. Toad brings it down to the 1443. Slash roll 1443. All right, down to the 404. Toad, roll in party. Roll in party. Toad down to the 218. We'll hit the 218 on my end. And we bring it out of the 46. The 46. Okay, we're up tremendous. We're up tremendous. We're up tremendous. We're up tremendous. Okay. Okay. $15. Okay, we're safe. We're safe. We're safe. We're safe. We're safe. This is fine. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. Slash roll 8. 5. Okay, we're good. We're vibing. He's fucked. He's fucked. He's fucked. He's gonna 1 here. No. No. Not again. Please don't. Please don't. Please don't. Please don't take my shoes. Please don't take my shoes. Toad, please. Please don't take my fucking shoes. Toad, please. Yes! I get to keep my shoes. Please. My shoes. My shoes. Toad, please. Come on. Come on. Come on. Roll the... No. Nani? Oh. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Come on. Come on. Come on. Give it to me. Fuck! God damn it. Don't death roll, Toad. Oh, fuck me. Oh, fuck.
Farm him, reaped. Dead. Fucking idiot.
Oh, fuck me. Alright, fuck it. One more. One more, 1 gold. He's got nothing to lose. He's got nothing to lose. I got 1 more to make back. Alright, let's go. Let's go. I'm not walking away. We're cutting it down early. 1459. 1 million? Okay, fuck it.
Why does Sword and Board have the best ability in the game now?
All right.
Why did Firestaff get a 20% play?
29k, baby. 29k. This is the one, boys.
Did I lose
this is
my
the
grit?
one. This is the fucking
Everything
one.
sucks and nothing makes sense.
Dr. Murloc, thank you for the follow. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. Welcome in. This is the fucking one. 11408. 11408. Come on, boys. You just gotta fucking believe. You just gotta fucking believe. You gotta believe in DustyWhy here. We're gonna rock to 1071. We're gonna big 1071, 1027. We're playing defense here. We're playing defense here. We're dragging this out. We're so up. We're so fucking up right now. All right, the big 487 coming out. Okay, ready? This is gonna be 486. 486, 201. I'll take 201. Toad's gonna go 201 to 197. 197 on the Toad. We're gonna go 197 here. 197 down to the 107. Okay, Toad's gonna hit the 107. Toad's gonna bring it down. Toad's bringing it down. Oh my fucking god, it's a 4. Oh fuck. Oh shit. Oh god. All right, boys. All right. This is the one. This is the one. This is not one. This is not one, but this is the one. Slash roll. Two. Come on. I'm on the board. I'm on the board. Big money, no whammies. Big money, no whammies. Come on. Execute him. End it. Yes! Profit! I'm still down a gold. Wait. Get the bastard! He's making off with my shoes! I'm faster! We're up. We're so up. Alright, we made 1 gold back. I bitched out. I only did 1 gold. I don't want to scam you. I still lost 1 gold. I'm an honorable man. Technically, you're not up, you're still down. Yeah, I could have just scammed him too, I want you to know. I could have taken advantage of him. I'm an honorable gambler. Down huge? I did have to sell Glint. Alright, that was good. It's bullish, go back in. You gotta feel out the hot streaks. You gotta feel out the hot streaks when they're hot. Whew, that was good. That was some good gamba. All right. Where to? Do we want to go check out another pocket?
I'm not very smart.
Been hearing a lot about the stream from Metacrow. Yo, Crow the big plug. I appreciate that, brother. Am I dumb? I'm trying to PM you for a guild invite, but I'm failing. Are you on Vyra? Did you make your character on the right server? Oh, who else needs guild invites? At Dusty, how do you do cat ears again? 50,000 monkey bucks or the first of the month? Yeah, your choice. Do we want to go back to XP/Glint farm or check another dungeon? Okay, just type your in-games. If you guys need in-game invites, like in-game guild invites, type your in-game in chat. That's what I'm saving for. You guys could have them, you just gotta work harder. An average beard. Got you. Who else needed invites, boys? I'll be right back, 1 sec. Chat, I want to organize like a march across Vyra. Like, not in any like bad protesty way. I just want to get a bunch of motherfuckers together like Dunhold and all the rest of the guilds and then just like walk across like Vyra. I think that'd be lit as shit. Just get everybody on the server to RP for a day. We already got Polar and Envious down with it. We hit a mean RP when I got the shield. Is World War III still happening on Vyra? Not only are the current node wars done, but they also, with this patch, implemented a cooldown on guild vs guild and node vs node war declaring. In the future, they plan to make this a little bit better and like more well thought out with an energy system that will be added to guilds. So there will be limited declaring even in the future, and you will have to like think of, you know, the long-term kind of implications of declaring. Now for whatever, can hit 23 tonight if we go back to the last spot. The last spot was insane. It was really good. They had a gambling to pacify the violence. Oh yeah. Yeah, gambling's great. Now, if we get a good, like... If we get a good... What am I trying to say here? I lost my entire train of thought because I was reading what Kelsey said again. My fault. I was also reading what Stomp said. Any people leveling an Oak group looking for DPS? Chat, Stomps needs people for Oak. Anyways. If we get a good implementation of that energy system that allows people to like deck when they want to and have like the right amount of decks to like actively play the game without feeling restricted on that end, and allow them to deck frequently to not have abuse of the system, I think it'll be a very good follow-up to like what happened over here. And I also think going into the future, looking at the gathering developments that they have planned, those are fucking massive. Absolutely massive for the future. I'm not going to lie. I am so ungodly excited for phase 3. What's that red stuff in the distance? Are you talking coming out of the little towery thing over here? Excuse me. Yeah, that's called an essence geyser. So essence is something that flows through all of Vera, and it's essentially like a resource, so to say, that allows you to use magic. Different planes of Vera in the lore have different levels of attunement with the essence. So you have like the gods, which have the most in-touch attunement with the essence, giving them the most powerful, you know, spells. They're said to be like parallel with the essence, so they control it entirely, can manipulate it however they want it. We're kind of like in the middle ground of like familiarity with the essence, but nowhere near mastering it. And then there are like, you know, mobs and like things below us that have like less intertwinement and mastery of the essence, therefore less access to magic. So that's kind of like the first one of those that we've seen, but it'll be intriguing to see how that plays into world building long term. Glint is actually a crystallized form of essence as well. So the essence is like very present throughout the lore of Ashes, and it's a very like commonly recurring thing. So I would almost be willing to bet that there would be events where there are like essence breakouts eventually, where you may have, I don't even know, but maybe like a story arc where essence overflows into an area and people go into the essence, and while they're in that area they have like new like experimental abilities and stuff. It could be a really creative testing ground. I've thought about this a little bit, but like for a story arc, say you have a story arc that populates, I don't know, Oakenbane Keep, And during that Oakenbane Keep story arc, mobs spawn at max level, and they spawn with like some additional modifiers or difficulty on them. But then within that, you can also go within that like essence spillover, and they give you like more powerful abilities to try. You unlock like something that's not typically there in those essence spillover areas, and you leave it when you're not in that additional essence. That's something that's not even been talked about, like, in terms of, like, a story arc or anything. But I've thought about how many different fucking story arcs could happen and how dynamic they could be, like, world to world, man. Oh my god. There are so many things that would just tie into the lore of the game that are so incredible to think about. I'm also super excited to see how the statues actually link up with Carfin. I think Desert Mama, the statue of Eterna. We're level 33 star giants, always down here.
Abs is absolutely S tier.
They may have been. Yo, what up, Dreef? Appreciate the follow, thank you. Why is purple over here? Hello, sir. What do? Are they looking for PvP? I would assume they're going to be trying to find PvP over in the desert. I'm keeping up pretty well for not being able to mount. Granted, I think everyone's on default horses. At some point, we have to be able to farm that. I don't know if they have any plans for, like, the essence to become farmable or anything like that long term. They haven't really elaborated too much past lore implications. And the actual, like, essence geyser itself isn't necessarily, like, climbable or anything. Oh, my fault. I was yapping the entire time. Here's Africa instead. I got you. Yeah, that's my fault. It snuck in. Who needs movement when you have little legs and S-tier movement tech? Yeah, just B-hop more. That doesn't seem fun. Like, we're actually chilling. Everything's great. I love 3 more days of not having my mount after this. Haha, smile. Hey, come here. Dude, I'm struggling, man. Dasher is over on the island. Is that where he's trying to farm? Where'd Purple Man go? He's up there. Are we inviting Purple Man? I don't know if there are more purple men up there, but we can invite them to farm. I doubt they want to farm, though. I feel like they want violence. Farming or fighting? I think he's gonna try to fight. If farm, we have room. I don't really want to get all, like, tussled up in that at fucking 11 p.m. I'd like to just be like summit 1G levels of fried, farming some shit with the guild at this point. So if we have to divert to avoid like a full-on fucking guild conflict with them right now, maybe efficiency-wise the best play. I also don't have a mount. That's not what I fight. Yeah, there was only one right now, but where there's one, there's more. So there's a purple lad lurking over by the shore. So if they're in the area, we may just want to like farm regular pocket dungeons or something. Unless we want to have to like actually try to fight on top of farming and just have it get very inefficient very quickly. Depending on what the goals are. If I know, I think he just went over on the island. I don't know if he's like over here or not, but I don't have a fucking mount. So I'm not in the best spot. Bristol got killed. Yeah, I think he saw where they were at over there. Who's over here? Is this us? Oh, hello. Good day. Boop. Hello, John. What are you up to? I don't know what these giants, like, loot tables are currently. Desert XP? Is there a good XP spot that's not like right in like the heart of the current lawless zone? Because we were doing the Vajash pocket dungeon and that shit was bonkers in terms of like XP output. But if people be lurking over here, then we may want to wait. What is going on up here? Are you guys fighting them? Jinn? Like in Jinnah, or is there a Jinn farm somewhere that's... Oh, are you talking about the Prismarium? That one? They say you guys can't go there. No, I mean, he was just in this general area. I was trying to avoid a general run-in that would probably lead to more. Because servers just came up, so I was trying to do a little bit of Q&A, not Q&A, QR? QA, that one, QA. I was trying to do a little QA on loot tables and see what the haps was. Because loot tables have been slightly wonky. He's up there by the rock. Hello. We're just trying to farm. I just want to see if loot tables are still fucked. Yeah, so no, we went back to like drop off our glint and stuff, and then we were hanging out in town, and then they just kind of like saw us in town and then ran over towards the edge of the lawless zone, and we're hanging out there, probably just looking for people to fight. Which, like, no fault to them. If we're just trying to do other shit, then it's probably just not in our interest to hang around and do that. I would like to see what we can get going for loot. Although, we could probably get a raid going for something. Like, our numbers look quite good right now. Please don't tell me that I'm going to have to run all the way over to Forge or something right now, man. I don't want to have to go all the way over to Forge. Oh god, what would the play be? Is the Carfin event active? We can do Carf event. We can do Forge with this many people quite easily. I wonder. That would just be such an asshole of a run to make. But it may be a run that I'm willing to make. Yeah, where are we going? Want to try the giants? We can. What's the first level you can do a dungeon? So the first like dungeon that's built out level wise, I mean, so Steel Bloom is on the map as like an elite POI, but it is, in my opinion, like the first of the dungeons in terms of level. The mobs are technically like late late teens. Like Diddy Range-esque, if slightly outside. Am I missing something? Hold on. So basically, Steel Bloom has some mobs that are just across the board, like, hard. Jesus. Don't make that a noun. What, Diddy Range? It's not me making it. I'm just using it. I'm borrowing it. But yeah, so mobs are like right in that range, but there are a few mob spawns that are just like generally a little asshole-ish across the board. As it tends to go right now, if it casts a fireball, it's a dick. Just general logic rule of thumb. Okay, hold on. Am I missing something with enchanting? Got the scroll, go to enchant, and it just stops at 100%. Do you have something like in? I mean, fire bad? Oh, yeah. But, like, fire hit hard. Yeah, you have to have it in your bag to enchant it. So try to unequip, put it in your bag, enchant it that way. Select the item through there. Trying to up my cloak. Which enchanting scroll are you using and what level is your cloak? Yeah, unequip the item and make sure you have like the right tier. Level 10 and apprentice. Okay, should be good in that regard. And your cloak is in your bag or no? Is it equipped? I don't think it lets you select it if it's equipped. Do you have enough tickets for another Sunhaven cloak? I think so. I might have to re-up my citizenship in Sunhaven. You had it equipped to work now? Word! Yeah. Unequip it whenever you're enchanting it. Make sure that it's in your bags. And then always, if you haven't enchanted yet, make sure you have the appropriate tier of enchanting scroll. So you can get them from the vendors. If you are on Vyra, you're going to want to go to Halcyon to get your enchanting scrolls. And there it is novice for like level 1 gear. It is apprentice for level 10 gear, journeyman for level 20 gear. And level 10 gear tends to be like the most efficient in terms of like enchanting cost to power output, especially if you are able to get main stat gear. What did Colton send me? Jesus. Reasonable. The old 200 in breakpoint. Fucking juiced. Forge it is. Fuck! Yeah, I mean... Steel Bloom I hear has the loots. I mean, honestly... Steel Bloom might be the play. I get 0 XP with these. Oh. Yo, what up, Sanfiero? How are you? What up, Colt? Anything new in the desert? Loot tables are slowly being fixed. We went over to the Vajash pocket dungeon, and the pocket dungeon that has the 2 levels to it with like the friendly NPCs up top. You know what I'm talking about. Went over there, and the one that has the 2 levels to it still has no loot table. What? Oh, did he drown? All right. Are we going to Steel Bloom? Steel Bloom gear farm X up. Okay, sorry. So the first one with the multiple levels still didn't have gear in its loot table. We were only there for a little bit, so it was nothing like too conclusive. And then we also went over to the Vajash one, which is like the big XP farm. And that one was dropping actually like very good gear across the board. We found multiple blue drops in just like a short amount of time there, so it was really solid. Dusty drowning, yes. Yeah, don't worry about me. Steven gave us the best update. We can death roll. I've already death rolled. Yes, yes. I'm down at gold. Yes, great minds think alike. We were already death rolling before we came over here. Abso-fucking-lutely. Yeah, death rolling's great. I was also seeing if you could link items. Being able to link items is the next step to like being able to give out loot in a reasonable manner in like a big raid and keep it organized, especially in pubs. Right click names in chat to invite. Oh, that's nice. Can we get whisper on that as well? Eventually, that would be nice. Whisper on this would make it S tier. That would make it real good. Fuck, I can't use the mount. Man. Why? Still can't delete quest items. Oh, they stack up to 100 now. So any stackable quest items, you should just be able to move them in your inventory. As you can tell, I quested a lot. Carf event going? Excuse me. No. At least not on my map. I don't even know why I yawn. I'm not even tired. Yeah, Carf event's not going on my map. Just hit a tree and leveled up like 8 different artisans. Wait, what? Chat, level up your artisans. Link me your location. Wait, Colton, stay the fuck away. That's mine. I gotta test the exploits because I can show it on stream. Yeah. We gotta investigate that immediately. I work for Intrepid. Chat, show them my badge. I see the 1 of 100, but I can't stack. Oh. Interesting. You can't just like drag stack or anything like that? No right click interaction? That's my badge, by the way. I work for Intrepid. Am I a bad person? Am I? No. No. Unfortunate. No bonus XP for me. I'm sad. I have to make it all the way over to Steel Bloom. / invite Valkath. Did anybody else want to come through to Steel Bloom? Any Steel Bloom enjoyers in the chat? 5 more levels to Grandmaster for your wood chopping? What are you doing to level? Are you just still going with the like mass hit everything? Or have you refined like higher rarity since it changes? Grandmaster Minor. Oh, I didn't read that last word. Yep. That makes sense. You said it. Okay. Where have you done that grind? I actually want to get my mining up next. Only ore, fuck rocks. Are you in a spot where you are just getting ore specifically? Let's journey midstone. I kind of want to do like, I've heard stone cutting is absolutely a bitch to level and like completely extra, but I kind of want to do that and metalworking. Obsidian is hella XP and no one minds it. Stomps is on the obsidian grind. He's somewhere out there pounding his chest right now. Also, Colton, how's that bard hitting with the 467? That's a large number of power. Yo, what up, Antonius? TTK fixed yet? Nothing directly has been put out in terms of like a TTK dampening or anything like that. It's something that they said they were like looking at, but you have to remember in terms of addressing TTK at a level 25 state, if you do address it too harshly at a level 25 state, it's going to make addressing TTK the entire way up to level 50, which is the intended full TTK cycle, right? Really weird. So I think it's important to remember, like, we're only a portion of the way through leveling, through balance, through power scaling, through everything. So TTK will probably be more of like an ongoing thing, and I think TTK will also self-regulate to a certain extent as we continue to level. I think fresh starts in May will probably be a large test to that, to see kind of like how the progression, the new gathering systems that were announced and everything like that weigh into the economic dispersion early on. So not even done enchanting for the PvP journey yet. Is there a cap to like what power you can run in the PvP tourney, or is it just pull up with whatever? And is that full consumes or nah? What are the highest people at? I see the light. People have to be pushing like fucking 550 with like consumes, right? Highest people are at Willie Nelson high, but only a select few. That's goals. Bro, Summit earlier during the Rainbow Six announcement was fucking hilarious. Aggressor in Nova has 700 MP according to Lineker. How? What the fuck do you mean 700? Bro do be hurting. Is he a bard? That's fucking insanity. Mage? Okay. Yeah, I can imagine he just kind of like one-shots shit, huh? 700 is fucking ridiculous. What's the like achievable kit to put that together? That has to be fully enchanted 20 like Lego, right? Check the Ashes forums. Lineker posted a TTK video pre-mage nerfs today. Oh no. Was he just melting people? Wait, so, oh, before the Prisbeam fixes today? Oh, so he was probably just Prisbeaming people to fucking death, right? Oh, Lord. Ice Prisbeam doing double damage does make sense, though. That shit hurted. So, would he just naked ice priz people? Or would, like, the ice damage also scale when you did, like, the all elements? My mage knowledge is not that high. So, if you did, like, the multi-element prismatic beam, was it still giving, like, the high amount of bonus damage on the ice part of it? Ice beam was doing the damage of the 3 elemental beam. Right. Was a 3 elemental beam also like having increased damage because of ice beam? Or was it just like ice beam was hitting as hard as the triple beam? And like the triple beam didn't have like independent ice. Was it just as hard? Oh. So the triple beam is its own entity and then the ice beam itself had god scaling to it. Okay. Fantastic. Fantastic. So naked ice beams were just absolutely cooking shit. So it must have been known that that was like hard bugged, right? And that it was only a matter of time until that got cooked. Wait, so how fast was he killing people? Like how egregious was the TTK there, like pre-nerf? Because I can only imagine bugged ice beam, 700 MP. Yikes. Yikes. That shit's gotta be doing a few thousand a second, right? Man, what do you think his gear is? They added these new ambient sounds to the marshy area. Hey, I just enchanted my Sunhaven cloak and now I can't equip it. Are you a citizen? Make sure you're a citizen. If you didn't pay your taxes last week, then your citizenship might have got yoinked. You gotta stay a citizen? Yes, motherfucker, what? Yeah, you gotta stay a citizen. Well, actually, if you had done that reverse and enchanted it and then left, then you can technically keep it on until you take it off, but you can open storage at any vendor now. Were you able to do that before? Man, I wonder what level of scaling. Is everyone at Steel Bloom or where is everyone? Or are we going to Forge? I was going Steel Bloom. How did the person without a mount beat everyone here? Toad? I mean, it's a stone vendor. Ah. What's wrong with you, brother? Streamer client? Listen, man, don't shame me for my advantages. Love me because I'm here. Making a quick purchase? Okay. I don't think I have to repair. Yeah, we're chilling. I repaired relatively recently. Please leash. Tells me 4:15 a.m. right now. What the fuck? 4:15. Are you in the UK? That's UK time. Or I think Iceland. Which I'm going to Iceland soon. Norway. Fuck, I have to learn where that is for the EU quiz. That's like Norway, Sweden, Denmark, right? In the 3 like peninsula areas. Not peninsulas, but like those 3, the big 3, so to say. You're in that whole area. Scandinavia, let's fucking go. Dude, I'm gonna ace this EU geography quiz. I'm fucking cooking right now. The US one, I'm fucked. It's the top of the tip of the penis. Some of our tanks and the others with good gear to participate in a PvP TTK test against some DPS to show how bad TTK is. Jesus fucking Christ. Oh, I thought that was power at first. Oh, I was so scared. I was so scared at first. I thought that was power. Oh shit, it's armor, we're good. Yeah, TTK is time to kill. Voice critical. It's worse than we thought. Oh no. Well, let me pause my music. I don't know if there's gonna be audio or not. Well, I mean, okay, hovering over Fizmit when you're fighting a mage isn't gonna do anything. That's nice chonky burst. That do be some good burst. I think the ranger wasn't that bad. I don't know like what ranger scaling was at there, but fighter, if people sit in the combo, can just chunk. Full damage tank. Let's go. Go crazy, baby. Go crazy. 3.3 seconds. That's not bad. Group TTK trying to survive. Everybody try to survive, but don't do anything. Okay, in all fairness, it is very fast in that TTK, but in all fairness, if you're fighting a group of target dummies with a full combo that you're anticipating and syncing up, TTK is going to be fast in the most ideal TTK scenario. So I feel like saying trying to survive, popping a couple abilities, and then just going as a group is probably going to like skew TTK a little fast. Yo, what up, John? How you doing over on YouTube, man? But this is still good so far. But I will say, I don't necessarily count this as like a full test to like how TTK is intended to be. This gear? Stomps. Yes, this is what, when you're trying to PvP, you're fighting against. Yes. This is also partly because of caravan safety and massive numbers, making sure people can get multiplicative payouts super consistently. Large guilds run like caravans at a set time daily. The selling of like super high rarity, high worth items and materials like gatherables, because like static spawns have just been like massacred by a few set people. Not a few set people, but like a very controlled portion within the group, within the servers. So you have a lot of very focused like net worth there and a lot of very focused materials. So that's why everyone is so excited about like the gathering updates that were announced today for April. Because when Fresh Start hits in May for Phase 3 and we go to that 24/7 uptime, we have all of that Wave 3 coming in, right? It's going to change everything in terms of how all of this shapes up. Like you will still have a large discrepancy in terms of like your best players and like the rest of the server. But you'll have a lot more accessibility to things as just an everyday player. Like as, you know, not necessarily the best player, but that tier under it where you want to take it seriously, but you're not like waking up at 4 a.m. for world bosses. Because this gear is probably the result of waking up for world bosses at 4 a.m. and like competing for those every single day that they have been up. And every single time there is a server reset, running a set dedicated gathering loop to get the high rarity mats on the best static spawns that you know of. They've probably got every Braidwood, every Willow, everything memorized. And that's the result of that. So as more dynamic systems continue to come into the game, this is something that like, this scaling will still happen, but it'll be a little bit more of a spread progression to it. A little bit. This looks fun as fuck. Oh, I love Ashes.
Time to kill in both 1v1 or group PvP scenario. All right.
So you know, right now, if I were to say average TTK between average leveled characters and same level character as an average score,
Right.
gear score. I would say that we're probably talking anywhere from, 10 to 15 seconds, upwards of 30 seconds, depending on the archetype, right?
Okay. But, hear me out. I'm unbiased here. He specified average gear score. Average gear score is not juicer gear. This is what I would consider juicer gear and far beyond average gear score across the board. Plus, if someone on the attacker side is 700 magic power, that is far from average gear score. So with him saying average gear score is supposed to be this, that's definitely like a different scenario than what's being shown here. With that being said, this TTK is still very, very fast. Top end TTK is incredibly fast, but I feel like showing a clip where Steven talks about like average gear score being a certain TTK and knowing that power scaling is the hardest like exponential nonlinear scaling in the game right now versus mitigation scaling. Yeah, it's gonna be faster than that just based in logic, right? So, I don't know. I don't want to take that too out of context. It was nice to show like how fast people actually can die though across the board. It's stuff dies fast. I mean, even without a lot of gear like across the board, even without just like juiced gear, you can still kill stuff fast if you just link up for a good combo. TTK is definitely a bit faster than I think it should be right now, but we also don't know like what the full like scaling, what the full like actual implementation of things will round out to be. Convert raid to party. We have a bard. We have a Ralos that's dying. I just look back. Man's 1 HP. We're fine. You're fine. Uh-oh. You're not fine. I'm giving you everything I've got. I got you. I don't know why he hates me. All right, we're balling. Bible Movers here to save the day. Okay, I got threat on that one. We're chilling. For now. I saved you, Ralos. Whoop. Easy trip. I might be the tank and healer for this Oak group. How many people do you have? And are you holding aggro? See, like, if that's your goal, Stompington, your clank is truly going to, like, ascend if you get threat mechanics as that tank secondary. Rather easy to hold aggro. I would assume without an actual tank in the group with the increased threat gen, you can probably pump a lot of threat. Do you have anything that's, like, optional increased threat? I don't think so, right? That would be so weird to have on a healer. But, like, surely the tank secondary will give you some form, right? I just overheal? Oh, that makes sense. Just be spamming that shit because of all of the... Do you have a bard regen? Do you have room for... Oak? Slacker, yes, join him. Chat, if anybody's leveling a character and you are like level 11 plus, Ragnar, you should be in this Oaken group as well. Wait, how are X Ragnar and you Ragnar both online? Weird. Well, both Ragnars should be in the Oak group. I have 1 fighter, 1 rage, 1 ranger, 3 mage, and 1 bard. An imposter. I got more money on this Planendorf guy. I think the Ragnars are just a decoy. What have you done with the real dwarf? I don't mean to concern you, but there were a couple wacky lighting spots in the pocket dungeons in the desert. I'm sure you probably know about them, but I don't mean to scare you. I don't mean to make you go back to the office. Dwarf, what level is your character at? If you're off work, there's an Oaken group that's forming up. I don't know if you're Ceph range, but... Yes. It's earlier in my VOD. I'll get the timestamp after stream. We went over. It was, we did the pocket dungeon that's like right over here. That's like the 2-level pocket dungeon that has like the friendly NPCs up on the top level. And then has the mobs that still don't drop loot, by the way, on the bottom level. And then we went over to the Vajash pocket dungeon. The Vajash one was a lot better. But the first one had some really wacky lighting. There was a flashbang where when you go in, there was kind of that like double like area that you enter. If you go into it, I can pull it up in my VOD. Hold on. It's a really bad flashbang. I'll show you real quick. It's literally just easier for me to fucking find it at this point. Don't let me just yap at this point. Just yell at me. Hold on. Hold on. Watch. Where do we go back over there? This is when servers are still down. Before this. This is Vajash area. That's running over. Should be. Here. No, not even Scarab Song. This is one of the new ones that were added. This is the one that's like right in Jinnah on the border of the river. We on this one too? Okay, huge. I will say though, the exit when you turn around and look back and you like run into it when you're leaving is beautiful. It's beautiful. This one still doesn't drop loot either. We killed the name mob as well. No loot drops, unfortunately. Look at my face. Hold on. Before you say that I'm beautiful, ready? Look at this face when I ran into the flashbang for the first time. Sometimes you've just gotta face it head on, man. Okay, cool. You guys know about that one. We're up tremendous. I haven't found anything else too wacky. Crow's beautiful. Crow's is beautiful. Everyone ready? Oh shit, wait, I was too busy yapping. I need to go fill up my water. I'm out of water. Give me 10 seconds before we run inside. I'll be right back. I'm literally sprinting. Okay. We have what? What the fuck happened? Well, alrighty. Welcome back. So, I was going to ask, chat, what are we liking about the patch so far? I got a bad case of dead. I've been doing that a little bit lately. Firestarter happened. You know, that checks out, boys. That checks out. Firestarters do tend to do that. I'll be sometimes enjoying my life and my existence, and then occasionally I see a single Firestarter that's 10 levels underneath me, and I die. It's the fate that I accept. Why don't we just go on a side? Just come in. Just follow me this way. So, boys, what have we liked so far about the patch that we've noticed? Other than the obvious, like, announcement of the gathering system revamps today. What are the biggest things that we're noticing that we're loving so far? I like the few changes to, like, UX that we've gotten. The actual, like, UX HUD area seems a bit more, I don't know, sharp. Seems like some outlines were added in areas where there may not have been, like, as defined outlines. Questing area revamp, quite nice. I would like to see more iteration on this in the future. I talked about, like, a few ways that this little background could be useful. About patch notes, UI pretty much. It was a lot of UI, but one thing I mentioned earlier is it's important to remember that before this update, they had Virus sequestered into its own area, right? So Vira was under its own environment to have that backend testing done. Lilith and Lothario were still on their own previous, like, state. And it seems that one way or the other, that backend testing is concluded to a state where it was either good enough to implement on both or bad enough to scrap. So I think that and this is my uninformed opinion, but I would environment. God damn it, I just smoked. That's not supposed to be that funny. Fuck! It's consuming me! The sativa! Anyways, so my theory is that there was just something that happened with, like, the merging of the two environments to get them to the state that they wanted them at. That probably caused a delay, because that doesn't sound very easy, even from my uninformed perspective. But it seems like they're both, you know, together. So it seems like this was a very heavy backend patch, which may not be included in patch notes. And I'm pretty confident that it was, like, a good amount of quest fixes, a good amount of UI stuff. One of the Desert Pocket dungeons confirmed got their loot table actually fixed. So we didn't see, I don't think we saw anything off the named mobs. But the Vajaj Pocket Dungeon was dropping items, so that was nice. We actually had pretty solid drops off of there. What else do we have in the patch notes that we've already interacted with? There's a lot of quest fixes and stuff. Yeah, I would be willing to bet that there was a lot more back-end stuff than we saw, like, in the patch notes. That one's not Snakebite, is it? I have too many to memorize. It was the one that was over here, so it's not Snakebite, because Snakebite's a different one, right? I need to polish up, I know. Not Dorf. Have I told you the story about... First of all, I'm so bad with locations. I need you to realize... My chat gifted a fuckload of subs, so I would take a US and EU, like, geography quiz on stream, because I'm fucking terrible with locations, dog. Not only that, the excuses is crazy. No, it's not excuses, it's me acknowledging my flaws. Like, I have my strengths, I have my weaknesses. My weaknesses are locations. I remember characteristics, but I don't remember names. To the point where, on top of this, on top of all of you gifting me subs, so I would have to humiliate myself with this quiz times 2 apparently, and also an... Wait, are you not in group? Cora, what happened? Also a 2-hour segment of GeoGuessr. He thought Oregon was top left most state. Bro, shut the fuck up. I'm studying. I'm not a geographer. I am a video gamer and a streamer. Like, I bet you couldn't tell me how to set up my OBS studio without studying. I can't tell you where all the states are without studying. I think that's reasonable. I think it's fucking reasonable. I think that's fine to accept. But yeah, I'm terrible with locations. I'm also not allowed to navigate because one time my brother AMC, we're again from Maine, we were trying to go down to Quincy Market in Boston and enjoy, you know, a nice lunch in Quincy Market. We ended up navigating to, and by we, I mean me, ended up navigating us to Quincy, Massachusetts instead. which apparently is much more scary and less friendly than Quincy Market in Boston. And we realized when it said that we were about 7 minutes away, and I was like, we're not in Boston yet. And so I'm not allowed to navigate family trips anymore. I'm not allowed to tell people where we're going in game because Dorf, I'm not even shitting you. One stream, I was like, oh, we're gonna go to Brood Pit. And keep in mind, I remember the name of Brood Pit because it had items that I wanted. Put something there that I want. Wink, wink. Or just call everything Dusty something so I remember. Easy solutions. Anyways, we were going over to Brood Pit and I was like, oh guys, it's right over here. And I pinged where we were going and I ran over there. And for whatever reason, Brood Pit wasn't there anymore. And I could have swore I left it there when I had it last. And so apparently you guys have moved Brood Pit, according to me, like 17 times already. So I'm not allowed to navigate to Brood Pit anymore when I say I want to do Brood Pit. No matter how many times I go there, I can't find that shit for the life of me. Dude, I'm not allowed to navigate. I grew up, hear me out. People always talk about like nature versus nurture. I think genetically I have a navigational weakness because I grew up in a town of 4,000 people and we gave directions by saying you go to the stoplight and go this way, right? You go to the stoplight, you go left. You go to the stoplight, you go right. Oh, which town are you coming in from? Okay, you hit the stoplight and you turn this way. And then you'll hit this building and then you'll turn this way. We had one stoplight in our entire town. We gave directions from that. So like I grew up not really navigating much. It was a simple life. It's a 2-street town, a small schoolhouse. I wore my finest skirt to church every Sunday. My parents actually made me go to church once, and they convinced me to go because the church that I was going to had snacks. And I went, and the snacks were ass, and I told them that the snacks weren't worth it. The most delightful cat ears. Can you fucking imagine? I mean, I'm sure some churches would be chill with it, right? But like, what would most churches do? I tell this story a lot, but I always wonder because like, my front porch is like facing the road, right? And it's like an outdoor porch. My back porch overlooks the river and is like an enclosed porch. And like, I have Adirondack chairs out there. And so when I'm going out to smoke, I'll like go chill out there. Like I'll smoke out there. It's scenic. Like I have my morning coffee and stuff out there. And I wanted to one stream go smoke on the front porch because it was a nice night out. And so grab old Bongski and we're running out to the front porch. And keep in mind this is midstream. I still had my cat ears on because I usually just keep them on. I run out, I take a bong rip, and I run back in, right? I'm a simple man with a simple plan, and it's efficiency. I don't want to be gone for too long. Like, I hate enough that I already have to go off camera for it, but it's a smart thing to do. So, I'm smart about my decisions and my future as a Twitch streamer. But I'm out on my front porch, and there's this old lady walking by. And she's kind of like looking at me funny. And I'm like, oh, well, I am consuming the devil's lettuce, clearly. Clearly that is a sin. Like, I understand why she doesn't like me. In my exact wording in my head initially, it was, old bitch doesn't like weed. I've since been told that that's an insensitive way to internally monologue to myself, and I need to stop calling everybody a bitch. So I've been working on that. It's a character flaw. But anyways, in my head at the time, I was like, okay, old bitch doesn't like weed. And so I was basically like, I'll try to be nice. And so I kind of tipped my head. And I'm like, hope you're having a good night. And it was at the moment of tipping my head that I heard the bells that are fastened to my cat ears. Fastened to my cat ears. Like, they have little ringy bells. And I realized that she was not staring at me smoking. I mean, she probably was. But primarily, she was looking at the 6'5" man with cat ears just standing on the front porch. And probably the whole scene was a lot. And I don't know, like, if she's still alive or if that night killed her or if she just started redirecting her route. But, like, I always have my windows open, like, and I have never to this day, this was a while ago. I've never to this day seen her out walking the same route. So I don't know, I'm pretty convinced that I have, like, ruined an entire old lady's walking path because of these cat ears. I also wonder how frequently people will just, like, click on stream and they just like it'll be during the sub goal, right? And they just click on the stream and they like see some dude in cat ears and they're like, oh hell no, I don't care how good the yapping is. Get into the wrong neighborhood, motherfucker. I should have hit her with that. Holy shit. Actually, not her, she actually would have been scared. God damn, if somebody ever breaks in. Wait, I found the cleanest edit that we're actually going to use in eventual, like, guild propaganda. Because, like any great person in, like, the computer scape, I see something I like, I steal it, and I use it as my own. So, you know, welcome to the modern world. Let me find it real quick. This shit slaps. Hold on. You give me 0.2. Scrolling on up. Scrolling on up. Excuse me. Listen, man, I'm not gonna lie. If Twitch added like a verification for the ADHD channel tag, I might actually earn that shit. I gotta stop scrolling up because I'm gonna die. I should also probably heavily look into Vivance or something. I gave you motherfucker, you gave me Metropolis. Okay, hear me out. Metropolis was only inspired by the actions of Intrepid by adding Cockrock in the first place. I'm only going the route that the universe has established. I am just trying to stay canon here. Like, we're both within the realms of things. Your map designers cast the first stone, so to say. You shouldn't throw cocks if you live in a celibate house. I'm just... You did this. That's not me, man. I didn't make that shit. I think you get good value out of that, personally. Perfect time to chime in? Yeah, that looks like a dick, doesn't it? Like, it's actually a donger. There's no way that that rock is not. Like, I know all the rocks in the world, you're bound to get, like, one dick. But it's the whole adage of, like, have 1,000 rocks on your map that aren't dicks, and there are no dicks on your map. But you put one dick on your map, and your map's that map that has a dick on it, right? Is this game worth paying now? How do you feel about rocks shaped like penises, Mr. Joe? That'll be a follow-up. Kind of decide which timeline we go down. Are you good with that, or is that like a turn-off for you in the core gameplay loop? Because there's most definitely a rock on the map that's shaped like a dick. I'm so sorry. This guy's coming in with actual interest. Don't care. Okay, huge. It's not a turn-off. Just want an MMO. If you want an MMO, it's important to remember that it's in a playtesting phase. It's a true alpha. So, like, things do bug, but progress is being made every day. And if you want something that you're going to be able to provide feedback regarding your core gameplay loop, and you're okay with things being in an unpolished, unfinished state, and you want to see the world kind of, like, grow in front of you and grow with that, it's really fun. I play about 10 hours a day. I have now upwards of about 500 hours in this phase since December. So I have a ton of fun every single day with this. We just got another patch today that gave us some nice improvements in terms of like the UI, some gameplay changes, the ability to now right click a name in chat and you can kick them from party, invite to party, a lot of actions there. This is still missing Whisper, but I think it's extremely close to being huge. So it's pretty nice. I really like the rate at which we're getting stuff. A huge announcement came regarding the crafting system today too, adding like dynamic rarity spawns and really improving the gathering system. Sorry, not the crafting system. But like the gathering system just got a huge announcement regarding like progress for April through May. We just got the rest of the desert here with the Desert Peninsula, the Sand Squall Peninsula. At the end of this month, we're going to be getting the Tropics, Naval Combat, the Rogue, Node Sieges. I'm actually working on a big video right now that'll be up over on my YouTube that covers all the changes coming in. And then the month after that, we're getting the June Dark. The June Dark is going to be coming in right before the Fresh Start servers open up for Phase 3. So we'll get the June Dark, which will be the jungle under here. Phase 3 hits on May 1st as of right now. Always subject to pushback, stuff like that, because it is development. But the plan right now that we've heard is Phase 3 Fresh Start. Server goes 24/7 live service in terms of the accessibility. There will still be downtimes. There will still be patches, you know, regularly scheduled downtime, shit like that. But right now for Phase 2, it's 5 days up, 2 days down. Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday games up. Tuesday, Wednesday games down. Today, for example, we had an extended downtime even when servers were supposed to come up. So servers didn't come up till 9 p.m. That's development. That's okay. As long as progress is being made, we're here for that. But as of right now, no full wipes to like this character data is planned. I actually have a graphic for this. Let me see if I got the right one to show. That is my Flat Vera conspiracy theory. Save. This one. It's this graphic that we're looking for. This is the one that we show the new friends. We break out Flat Vera on the second date. So anyways, this will explain your question about the wipes. Now you may ask, Dusty, can I find this on the wiki? Is this on the official Intrepid website? Is this hung up on Steven's refrigerator? No, no, and yes. And this is a Phoenix. I made this myself to help all of you see the way. So strap the fuck in because 2 people in my group are dead and somebody just pulled a fire starter on me. So my life is falling apart before your very eyes. It's a Phoenix. It's a Phoenix. I don't know what else to tell you. My entire group's offline. Bad things are happening. 6 out of 8. Did we lose Ralos and Valk? Oh lord. Okay, hold on. I'm in a pull right now. Everything's going to shit. Okay. I lived. Sorry, we're back. Wait, what is that? Boop. Why does that look cool? What the freak? So, welcome to my TED Talk. Now that everything's managed in game. Sorry about that. Wave 2 access gets you access to Alpha 2 Phase 2. That started back in December. That goes till May 1st in terms of the server structure and then continues past that. Like I mentioned, there are no planned wipes to these characters, the Phase 2 characters, unless something happens to dictate the wipe. Steven has said, though, that this data that they're getting is very valuable. I think ongoing, with what we've heard so far, the current plan seems to be, on May 1st, with Wave 3 packs, that Phase 3 access, servers will be going to 24/7 live service access. Like I mentioned, there will still be downtimes and stuff like that, but we won't have that like 2-day downtime in the middle of the week with Tuesday, Wednesday. So the difference between hopping in between now and May 1st is just $10. You only have to buy 1 pack to get access to that current and all future development phases. So you don't have to pay $110 to play between now and May. You don't have to pay another $100 after that, like if you do pay the $110, right? But basically, you pick up one of these, and then you're good for that current and all future phases of development until the game launches. When the game launches, you get your first month of game time and $15 in the in-game store included with that. The in-game store is no pay to win, no pay for convenience, transmog only. And the monetary structure of the game is no box cost, no DLC cost, $15 a month only. So there's never going to be that additional box cost like WoW's structure where it's like expansion comes out, box cost, boom, and you're paying your monthly this entire time. So, very chill. I want a shirt with the Dusty Phoenix. Dorf, I have said my like dying wish, if I get like into the Intrepid content creator program, is like a stitched like custom hoodie that just has this in the middle of it. This shit is fire. You have the emote. Someone gifted you a sub. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. But yeah, I personally, if I got just like a hoodie with this stitched on it, yo, Vanguard, thank you so much for the follow. If I got a hoodie with this stitched on it, I would probably fucking cry on stream. It's so good. I spent like 10 minutes drawing this and a coffee mug. Yo, can you imagine if Steven did a dev stream one day and he just sipped out of a coffee mug that had that on it? Wait, holy fuck, that would be so good. That would be so ungodly funny. Oh my god. Okay, so yeah. Right now, servers are Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, down Tuesday, Wednesday. Phase 3 starts May 1st. Servers go 24/7. Phase 3 is going to last minimum of a year. I think probably right in the meat of like a year and a half, maybe upwards of 2 years if it's slower. My estimated time to launch is 2 to 3 years, like right in that 2.5 year range, just based on math, but I'm not very good at math, so everything's always subject to change. After phase 3's done, we go into the betas. Betas, Steven said, will be like 2 shorter playtest periods, nowhere near as long as the alphas. When we go to the end of the alphas, so end of phase 3, the game is supposed to be near feature complete, and betas should just be that polish, that Hawk Tua, that spit shine and finish it off levels of completion, right? So all of the like important shit should be coming very rapidly within the next couple of years. And we're already seeing a very fast kick up of content. Oh, before I show you the map and how it's expanded again. With either of these packs, you have 90 days from the day of your purchase, where if you're not enjoying the playtest, it's too early on, too many bugs, not enough content, whatever it may be at the moment for you, you can just request a refund through the Intrepid website, and anytime within 90 days, no hours limit, you can get your money back. So it is a very like safe adventure as a gamer. I know a lot of games that are either in development, in early access, or a lot of games that are post-launch just fucking suck right now. I came from New World after 7,000 hours, believe me. I played that game for 3 years after it launched, and it still has insane issues. They, just the other day, like 2 days ago, went to tweak an ability called Defender's Resolve, which is supposed to give you 30% damage, like, mitigation on a cooldown. And they made it so you're taking 30% more damage. And it still hasn't been fixed to my knowledge. Things over there took literal months to fix something that over here is taking like a day. It's insane. I have been extremely impressed with like not only how quickly bugs get addressed, how in touch like Intrepid is with community kind of like pain points and community sentiment, and how well thought out all of their development seems so far. In addition to that, a really big testament that just happened actually, in terms of like how much they genuinely value that community sentiment, is the fact that they sped up the process of getting like dynamic gatherables and that system present in the game, because the actual like quality of gameplay for gatherers was reduced so much with the static like node spawn system that's been present in the game. So they like expedited development on a system that they weren't originally planning on having to work on this early, because of the community feedback being so kind of like unanimous and significant. And it goes to show that Intrepid as a developer is not just rooted in the like, I'm the one with the decision making, everything I say is right. And they are genuinely willing to listen to the community and be like, hey, this is something that's significantly impacting it. And they also communicate a lot of things very well. People have been asking, well, if, you know, the static gathering system is such a problem, like, why are you not wiping? And this entire process is for them to get a lot of data. Similar to why I think they shouldn't wipe going into phase 3. My thought on this is, despite the economy over here being a lot different, like, wiping eliminates an entire data set, right? Especially being this close to phase 3, the odds of the number of people, or in my opinion, even a portion of the number of people having level 25s that are endgame ready to go for phase 3 start in less than 2 months is extremely low in terms of the likelihood of matching. I just skipped a rock and that rock was my dwarf. In terms of matching like the current number of players. Hey, a fellow cat. Where are you? Mage? Hold on. I probably have stuff for you. Hold on, I'll finish my rant. Do I have stuff for you? Oh yeah, I definitely do. Do. I have that. I have that. That's Dex. You won't want that. That's Dex. What else do I have? I wish I had more. Oh, take that. You won't be able to use that for a while, but you'll grow into it someday. By the time your head matches your body, you'll be all set to wear that. Enjoy. All right. So anyways, data sets. So basically, the way that I think of it right now, even though like the phase 2 economy is going to be, oh, Leon, that was you? Huge. Yeah, my pleasure. Even though like the phase 2 economy is going to be significantly different than what phase 3's economy will be because of like the significant impact that they've had and like, you know, with the updates that they're making. This data set of characters is still going to be very important. The amount of 25s that they have now going into phase 3 is going to be significantly higher than the amount of 25s that they would have if they wiped and then had people re-level for the remainder of this phase. And going forward with a structure like this, because very simply put, you can think of this as how servers will look. So if we label these will be phase 2 servers. These will be phase 3 servers. And then these will be beta servers. And the important thing to remember is that across the board, like these will remain continuous. So when phase 3 does hit and people are starting fresh, you have to remember that here, all of this content up to this point on phase 2 is going to have to be repeated by the phase 3 servers until they reach that point. So what this provides is the additional content here and forward that is added at the start of phase 3 for those, like that small portion of players who do not want to participate in leveling fresh, because there always will be a small percentage of people who are like, I want to chill on the character that I have, or I want to check out new endgame. I want to see what the new bosses, new dungeons, new areas are like, right? So they're able to gather data on all of this, which is going to be here as well, but the entire phase 3 server is going to be here. So anything that is like fucky with all of the new data or all of the new content that's implemented, they will, by not wiping these servers, be able to gather data here before this server hits it. So by the time this server hits it, they're able to see like the effect of, okay, how are we trying to address this, and how is the sentiment of players who are now organically reaching that point? We address it based on the initial wave of feedback of established characters who may have higher power scaling, you know, maybe more established as characters with more resources. We adjust it to the point where we deem we want it, and then we see that natural progression of like, I am a character that doesn't have full journeyman enchanting, 1,000 gold. And then you see kind of like that second wave of iteration come through without them having 2 waves of levelers come through. So they're able to, at that point, get like real, in my opinion, and I'm not a developer, so this could be way off, but like the way that I think of it is just bang for your buck. Every content release, you'll have an overlap of people that complete the new content first. You get an initial wave of feedback on the things that are really borked, and then you fine tune it with that secondary wave of feedback. And then if you have another big like release, Summoner, for instance, by the time Summoner's in, you're gonna have a more refined like leveling process, a more refined mid-game, and a tertiary wave of endgame feedback. So then every subsequent wave is just like more finery feedback items and more fine tweaks until your content is in a holistic spot. And that's what they have as an advantage with so many future iterations coming, and with their player base kind of expanding to the degree that it is through their open testing, providing they can establish momentum, which they will. I guarantee you, if you look at player numbers today and you look at player numbers the second Pirate Software and Summit stream this game at the same time, which they're going to after Tropics and Rogue are added, it's going to be like 100 to 1,000x different. I'm not even fucking exaggerating. Servers will probably hit cap that day. Between like Tropics, Rogue, Node Sieges, Like everything that's being added, the gathering changes that people are going to want to check out, like, and then those two like omega content creators coming in. Oh yeah, absolutely. It's going to be insane. So we're going to start to see a very, very rapid expansion of this game. And I think we're going to start to see a lot more feedback come through. And with how quickly we've seen iteration coming through and like actual implementation from the Intrepid side of things, dude, I can't even fucking like start to think about how much content we're going to see. And honestly, I would, based on my like, you know, PTSD coming from New World, typically I would see all of that and I would be like, that's got to be a lot of pressure. And I can only imagine they're nervous. But I'm looking at this as like the Intrepid devs are probably fucking salivating at the thought of their game like being seen in the state that it is by that many people at this point. Like, I do what I can, but I'm just a small guy. Like, there are probably a couple people at Intrepid that are like, yeah, Dusty, get him. And like, we love you guys. But like, for them, the thought of like some of the largest streamers on Twitch in general, let alone MMO creators, like just in general, some of the largest streamers on Twitch to come over here and finally get that, like, you guys see this hands-on and are forced to look at it for yourself and not read a fucking Reddit post about the game from 3 years ago. I bet the devs at Intrepid are like rubbing their hands together, like foaming at the mouth, waiting to drop content to get those people back in. That's just the vibe that I get. I see a very like hungry dev team that is very motivated to keep pumping shit out extremely rapidly. I think Steven and like the people that are at the top are pushing the cadence in a very good way. And I think that's showing. And I don't know, maybe it's just the vibe that I get from like my seat here, but it just across the board feels entirely different than anything I ever felt when I was over in New World. So tanks don't exist. We need a tank. I ran by a level 11 tank earlier. If you go back in the VOD, you might be able to whisper him. Whisper him. Rug! Oh. Fuck him up, Rug! Kick his ass! Kill him or I ban you. Win or banned from chat. Uh-oh. 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 Uh-oh, Rug! Get him. Teabag him. F-Rug. Sucks that second guy was at the bank there, Rug. The odds didn't look terrible, and then I saw the second guy and I was like, oh shit, that turned bad for you real quick. Oh wait, I have to go check my fucking refining. I remember when I came to Winstead now, I make money here. Jesus Christ. Before the last Great War, this was a prosperous city used for economics and self-development. Since then, I barely remember what to do with myself. Legend has it, the old lumber mill still spins to this day. Fuck, I need more storage. God, let me RP. Oh, I didn't put my clothes on either. God damn it. Can we roll back the servers a second, Dorf? I wonder if X is our most pressed key. What's the X default bind? Is there? Oh wait, because teabag. It is teabag default, isn't it? I've rebound so many things, I always have to like sort out what's a default bind and what's not. But one thing that I was really actually happy with, Ash's default binds are really good. I was really happy. I usually spend a lot of time like rebinding things because I find them very unintuitive, like binds weren't made by gamers. And I feel like Ash's binds were very intuitive as a like base keybind set, which I think is a very good step for new players. It's a small thing that I like that I want to shout out. Because a lot of games struggle to have like very good just base keybind sets. They typically require so much actual modification to be useful. No! Okay, we sell more glint. Yes, yes, of course. Hold on, let me see if my one dying wish... I actually tweeted this a while back. There's one more thing that I want that's not in. That I think would make, like, keybind accessibility goated. Let's see. This is my one wish for keybinds. Let me rebind my scroll wheel. Scroll wheel inputs are extremely, extremely, extremely good, especially for dodging and iframing, because they can be extremely precise and they can be stacked up very heavily. So New World, for instance, coming out of CCs and stuff and having those iframes, scroll wheel inputs are very good because if you're coming out of an iframe, say I'm stunned, I pop a shake it off into a dodge, I can stack as many possible inputs with a scroll wheel as humanly possible with just like one flick of the scroll wheel to come out of dodges like frame perfectly. So people that utilize scroll wheel dodge, not only does it allow you to keep like your fingers on movement binds instead of E in terms of like the default dodge, but it also just gives you like the most stacked movement possible. I think scroll wheel binds are very, very, very nice. This caravan doesn't have wheels. I'm not gonna worry about it. Gone now. I didn't see it then, I'm not seeing it now. Fuck it. I'm just trying to make my goddamn money. Just trying to vibe. I feel so spoiled now, chat. I used to, I'm not even kidding, and I'm not making this up. Anybody that knows from New World can vouch to this. I used to sit there and like fucking daydream and sigh into my microphone about how cool it would be to be able to pitch ideas on behalf of the community to somebody that was involved with New World. And so the fact that like we're just sitting here doing that, I want you guys to know this is not like something that happens just across games in general. The Ashes community is very, very, very lucky to have the relationship that it does with its dev team. And I have played a lot of games. I have made content for a lot of games. This is not a normal level of like devs giving a shit. This is beyond anything. And keep in mind, just like Dorf isn't the only one, even from Intrepid, that cares on this level. But Dorf is doing this on his fucking free time. Dude's probably off the clock, just hanging out, watching streams, kicking back right now. Like, not only does he love his job, but he loves the game and the community. These are the people that we have making the world that we will all participate in. And this is where your feedback's going. It's not like you're filing a bug report and it's just going into some filing cabinet somewhere and never getting looked at. Every bug report that you file is getting hand reviewed. If it's something that is new, it's getting passed up the proper channels and it's getting investigated. Like, this is something that, again, is not a normalcy. Even for games that are in, like, pre-launch states. We are fucking spoiled here, guys. And we really need to realize that. And all of the energy that the devs are putting in, we need to match that. And if we can, the game's going to shape up to be fucking amazing long term. It really is. This is a level of effort on both sides that I haven't seen anywhere in a long time. My right click. All right, we're good. We're so up. I hate that this is like one of, in my opinion, the best bardcore translations of a song. It's so catchy. Dude, it's so fucking catchy, and you can't fight it. Dude, it's unstoppable. It consumes me. It's like the worst kind of earworm. Okay, I'm gonna relog so I can actually right click, because it's gonna be a hassle if I can't. What do I have? My rarity's so borked. Quick relog. Sometimes my right click gets bugged for like storage and inventory transfers, but... Chat, did I yap about my feedback for the questing UI yet? Or if I yapped your ear off about that, how that could be at this point with the direction that they've taken it, a very integrated UX in terms of like new player experience for questing? Just so I'll officially oppose Metropolis to Steven. He would love it. I bet it would get a hearty chest laugh into a clap into one firm cough. I guarantee that's at least a 1 to 2 cougher from Steven. He might even have to pop a cough drop for that one. Like, that would get him rolling. I don't know him, like, personally, but I know that man appreciates a good plural pun. Dude, yeah, like, legitimately, this is, I don't know, man. I don't know how anybody could not have fun being a part of this community. It's so cool. Like, how quickly things are coming about, how quickly everything's being addressed. It's like a huge pain point, man. It's so good. Okay. Feedback on the Quest UI rework. So when I see the green initially, I go, huh, I wonder what the green's for. And my gamer brain takes that to another level because I really like this integration. Quest becomes invalid if you're outside of the level range and then shows the level range. I think the next step that I would like to see with this Quest UI, especially in terms of making it not only MMO canon, but new player friendly in MMOs, would be using this indicator as a relative quest difficulty. So if you're outside of the level range, you gray it out instead of having it green, and then it's grayed out entirely, name grayed out as well, or like a duller name, gray here, and then you have the red as the pop there, so it shows that you're invalid and outside of the range. Green is inside of the range, but at like the lower end of benefit to you, like you're on the higher end, like picture a green mob, right? Or the equivalent of a blue mob. Could even code it as that light blue that Ashes uses for their blue mobs. And then the background of this scales with like the appropriateness of the quest level to the character. And you could even do a level of like quest difficulty or a denominator for elite quests in the future into the Quest UI there. So like this little area here could have like a star for the denomination of like an elite, or if it's like a boss quest or a dungeon quest, you could even have that as like the portal indicator. So down the road, this area here could be a very integrated space, but I think this like transitionary strip of color could long-term be used as like a small indicator of just like a quick reference of the quest's relative difficulty to the player based on level, if that makes sense. So like green or the blue of a blue mob would basically be like within your level range, but probably not worth doing. You get up to that yellow spot where it's like level appropriate, and then red is probably like a too hard, or you just go with whatever color scaling you'd want there. That's the first thing I thought of with this when I was like, why the fuck would it be green? And that may be the long-term intent. I'm just yapping. Where's my cape? Where's my cape? Is it because I'm not a citizen? Fuck, I just got up here from the desert. I don't have a mount for like 3 more days, man. Oh, I just got back here from the desert. It hurts my fucking soul. Oh, God. Well, I know what I'm doing tomorrow because I'm not worried about it tonight. It'll be okay. Dude, I'm gonna cry. I'm gonna cry. This is worse than tanking with no armor. This was fucking demonic. I don't know why I agreed to this. Money changes people. Money changes people, man. Never let the money change you, chat. At least you're a smooth brain like me. I wouldn't go that far. What do you mean at least you're not smooth brain? I'm out here about to gather with full ass bags. I wouldn't say I've made it past the smooth brain allegations necessarily. Like, I'm not out here beating them. I got the cloak and insta left node and then enchanted it. Now I have to wait 32 hours. I just didn't pay my taxes because fuck that shit. You're not gonna get me. I do that shit IRL. The fuck? Yeah, that's fine. Just go no cloak for 3 days. Or 2 days, whatever it is. 32 hours? That's almost 3 days. What a weird figure of time for that. What do I have in right now? I still need fuel. I'm shambles right now. I'm literally just shambles across the board. I just want to make money. It's been so long since I refined that I forgot how to fucking refine. The brain's melting. It's all falling apart, boys. Enchanted back up Riverstalker cloak. I don't know if my cloak's borked right now or not, or if I'm still getting like stats from it. Beautiful. What are we doing? We're doing an oak refine. More oak timber. Chat, did all of my crafters and gatherers see the massive news for refining today as well? I'm just now starting my lumberjack journey. Any tips? Make sure that you have both a lumberjack and a lumber miller set available. I would recommend while you're starting out, Winstead is where I based mine because it's just super, super easy. Yo, Dorf, have a great night, brother. Thank you for hanging out. We all appreciate you. Hope everything's going great on your guys' end. And stop fucking flashbanging me. Have a good night, brother. So basically, I based myself out of Winstead because it's extremely, like, central to everything. And you can get your sets here. So lumberjacking set, you'll want to start out with that. Lumber milling set, you'll also want to start out with that. And from there, lumberjack and lumberjill, they went up a lumber hill. So always make sure you have the appropriate set equipped at all times. You'll make your money back extremely quickly. But the entire process across the board is quite simple. Find an area that, like, you can do it right in the node cork, but adolescent trees only give 2 wood and it's 2 durability damage, like to the axe. And no, is it 2 wood? Yeah, 2 wood. And adult trees give 5 wood and it's 1 durability damage. So in terms of an efficiency output, you're definitely going to want to go out and find adult trees. Keep in mind your Sanctus bag, you can buy another bag. So technically, so chat doesn't bully me, I should have like another lumberjack bag or something like that, because you can switch this out with another bag as well. So yo, what up, Cax? I hope everything's great for you in Germany. It's late for you. Actually, it's early for you. 6:20. You're probably just starting your day. 6:20 for you? I'm getting so good with international time zones. It's crazy that I know international time zones because of Stream by heart now. Almost. Because it's 5:20. I tried my best. But I still don't know US state locations. But I guess that's the American way. I hope you're doing well. Are you going to be hopping into some ashes and checking out the new content? I can only assume the downtime for European players was quite traumatic. It was sad enough for me, but that was through like all of EU peak. Anytime the downtime gets extended, I think of all of the EU players and my heart hurts for them. But anyways, so with lumberjacking, you basically just want to go out, find a bunch of like adult trees. Oak and ash are perfectly fine. Low rarity is going to be best. And what you're going to do is go out and gather until your axe breaks. Very simply put. You can also get like lumberjacking scrolls, lumber milling scrolls, stuff like that to pop while you're out. There are lumberjacking elixirs that you can get to pop while you're out if you want to go about it for a long period of time. And you'll pop over. And the reason I like Winstead is because it has the large lumber mill up there and the small one here. So you can come over here. You can take your wood. You can refine it into 250 timber. Now, one thing that came out today, boys, in the big, like, gathering, refining, crafting rework, we learned that you're going to be able to select your job size.
Cat with abs is absolutely S
Cax, thank you for the follow. Guess I'm going to join Ashes on beta release. Till beta, I'm going to satisfy my itchies in your stream. I love that. Feel free to ask me any questions you might have. Happy you're here, and welcome in. So, with this, we will be able to soon select our refining job size, which is going to be very, very, very exciting in terms of quality of life for those refiners. For the time being, you'll want to grab 250, and you'll want to come over, put your 250 wood in here, add your fuel, which you can just use more wood for. Western Larch is a very good fuel source. Super efficient, super plentiful, super easy to grab, okay? So, you start that up here. That's going to be like 4 hours and 10 minutes or so. Up at the other one, you'll also put all of your wood in there just so you get a very good stockpile of lumber. Or sorry, timber, not lumber. You go wood into timber. And then, once you have your timber, you'll go and you'll grab Western Larch, because that's going to be the best fuel. And you can see the fuel value down in the bottom right of each piece of wood. So oak timber is 8 fuel value per piece. Western Larch is 25. So once you have that, and you'll be able to do this second step once you hit level 10 apprentice on your lumber milling. Until then, you'll just be doing wood into timber, but keep all that timber. You'll take your timber over here, and we have oak timber. So we'll go oak timber, common. We'll go down to 250. Whoops. I already have the oak timber, so I'm going to turn that into beams. I'm an idiot. So that's wood to timber. In terms of once you have the timber, this is a double refine. My apologies. I, instead of skipping a step, went back a step. So once you have your wood refined to timber, you bring the timber up here to the bigger lumber milling station, and you go into either beams or planks. So then you go down to your 250, you go add, you throw in, you can shift right click to add all of the fuel necessary. You'll start the job. It costs 68 silver to refine, and I always make sure that I have my lumber milling stuff on, and we'll start the job. So the important thing about this is remembering that, well, that cost 1 silver. No, it's like 13 silver for the first refine, and then it's 68 silver for the second refine after tax. You get 250, which is going to be 12.5 stacks, and each stack sells for 16 silver. So 16 times 12.5, you're getting 2 gold. So all said and done, it's a profit per 250 wood of right around 1.2 gold while you level lumberjacking and lumber milling. So that process can be replicated through other gatherings to an extent. It's just lumberjacking and lumber milling is the most readily available and the easiest to just consistently replicate with that. So across the board, it's a really good money source if you're able to get it going. I wasn't able to do mine for a while because of node wars locking up Sunhaven and Winstead, and I just couldn't go in here. So now that those node wars are finally sorted out and we can play the game again, I'm vibing because I can make a little bit of money for myself. But yeah, so Hemlock, for example, is going to be absolutely ass for fuel because it has a 3 fuel rating. So you kind of take into account each of those different types, and you can do different different batches for things. So you can save up a bunch of Hemlock over time. Want to sell legendary Weeping Willow? PM offers. Note that not all processed items are a gain. Exactly. Not every processing is going to be a gain, and the numbers are all going to be different across the board. There will be some other gathering into processing loops that do result in a net, but not all of them will result in a net by any means. It's just lumberjacking to lumber milling right now is a combination of extremely available and one of those that does happen to give you that additional kind of reward. Exactly. Hunting is a good one too, just not as plentiful. Absolutely. Obsidian is another good one if you're leveling mining that can be double refined for a smaller profit. I think Sergeant Stomps was messing around with that a lot because that's good experience as well. It's just the same thing. In terms of wood is always there. It's always plentiful. It's always accessible. So yeah, it's a matter of how much work you want to put in for the output. And lumberjacking, lumber milling, all of that, it's just such a nice little AFK pump it up and refine and sell after the fact that it's undeniably good in my opinion. I'm gonna bring blue and better down bottom, I think. Or at least attempt to. Oak, oak, oak. I don't think I have blue oak stock yet. Purple oak. I mean, that'll actually probably be good for some crafting. Do I have heroic larch anywhere? No. Gosh darn it. The storage management is very important once you start this. Because the second you stop emphasizing storage management, you'll hate yourself. And then at a certain point, your shift right click will stop working. And you'll have to drag everything like you're a geriatric old man gamer. And it'll feel very, very sad for a little bit, but that's okay. Somebody's dying and it's not me, and I'm thankful for that. I am not involved in any of these fracases. Haven't logged in yet today. Did they end all the node wars? Yeah, I think it's, I mean, at least from what I've seen, I haven't run into any. But I don't know if that means all of them are done. People are kicking the shit out of each other right here, actually. But Sunhaven's not going. There's still 2 nodes at war with Jova. Sunhaven's ended. Or did it? Wait, my citizenship dropped because I didn't pay my taxes. Wait, did they end? I forgot that my citizenship dropped. Oh, the table's turned. You gonna just go get it again? No, I know, but I was wondering if they dropped. Are the specialized bank storages supposed to stack mats like bags do? They currently don't. I would assume that there's supposed to be some benefit to them long term because there's currently no benefit to them. So yeah, we hope that gets fixed. Specialized storage tabs are a trap right now. They are indeed. They are indeed. But it's okay. Traps are fine, and don't let your friends tell you otherwise. Traps are perfectly okay. It's 2025. We're not holding that against you. That's oak. That's hemlock green timber. Why are you so fucking out of place? Oh, what an inconvenience. A lot of hemlock timber. I don't have enough oak to do anything meaningful in terms of normal rarity. Hemlock timber. I can get 100 stack of those refining. Larch is gonna stay for fuel. Oak timber, ash timber. Okay. So I think we're going to start this. We're going to grab larch for fuel. Timber. How much ash do I have? 1, 2, 3. That's gonna give me 99, and I'm actually gonna lose my nuts if I don't have another singular. Please, for the love of God. Oh, thank God. Okay. So that's 100 stack refined there. That's good. So I can do 100 hemlock there. And then let's go. Let's go uncommon oak, I guess. And just kind of like free this area up. Because I'm working towards a huge uncommon oak timber refine as well. Because I actually find a decent amount of that just in my travels. That's going to be 100. I don't have enough to throw it up past that. But that opened up a ton of space. Hi, Kanko. Is 27 inches a good monitor? 27 inches is what I use. I play on an AW27. Oh, let me find mine. Alienware AW20. This? I play on a, I don't even know. Mine's probably like older generation rotated out now. I've had my monitor for a while. But I play, no. I think I play on a 24.3. I think I play on a 25. I think I play on a 25 inch. 27's relatively large. I think I play on a 25 inch. I have the 25 inch. Yeah, I think I have a 25 inch. 27 inches large. 27 is quite large. Has anyone confirmed if there's an actual cooldown now on the node decks? It's been active on the private test realm for a bit. I haven't like node decked or anything like that, but unfortunately for me, the smallest monitor I play on is 34 inches. I've tried to do 27 inch and it felt like a laptop monitor. I mean, that's all personal preference. And like, honestly, where you sit can even impact that. But big into gathering in every game, just not feeling into this game. Hard to grasp or not engaging, not sure. Is it just potentially something about the system that like, and I mean this in like the, like not confrontational way at all, but more so just trying to help. Like, is it maybe part of the system that like you're not resonating with across the board that you feel like is missing? And not in the sense of it's like, oh, it's a you thing, but like, what do you think is missing for it to not be engaging for you? I didn't enjoy the gathering, refining, crafting in New World because it was kind of ass, in my opinion, and not at all intertwined to the actual importance of the gameplay loop whatsoever. And while all of the systems over here are incredibly like rudimentary, like, you know, it's important to remember visually, aesthetically, like immersiveness of gathering is going to be kind of like rough for the time being. But it's more so what I'm trying to focus on in like my involvement with it is like how ingrained it is with actually impacting the game as a whole. And I think like placeholders, visuals, like all of that aside, it is really good that the effort of a crafter in and of itself is very, very much going to be rewarded in this game. And that alone is enough for me as someone who's usually like fringe crafting if it's necessary to be like, okay, I gotta learn this shit. And I think as systems continue to like come online more, as there are fewer placeholders and stuff like that, more people will definitely have that moment that hits with them with the refining process, the gathering process, all of that. For sure it's a me thing, just really trying to get into it. I feel that. Were you playing New World or do you find me in Ashes? New World gathering was nice because of like how good the sound design and stuff like that is. And in an alpha, like you're really not gonna have that much sound and visual like emphasis this early on. So I can definitely see how like if you're someone who's put an emphasis in like gathering and crafting in a lot of games that you've really enjoyed, you come over here where there are like a lot of those more placeholder systems and visuals and audio things especially, like it may not be the most engaging, the most immersive experience right now. I definitely see that. I've been having fun with it, but again, that's because I'm more looking at like not the, oh, is cutting down this tree like nice and immersive? It's like I'm cutting down trees and it's like Mr. Krabs in my head going money, 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 money. And I'm just thinking about all the gear that I can fucking craft with it. So like different motivations there, right? So I definitely see your end of it too. Like if you're a massive crafter and stuff, you're up tremendous. Hey, Mr. Derek, the 1,000 biddies, brother, I appreciate you. Good morning, brother. I have a streamer related question. I already use HelloFresh or Factor as a sponsor. How does that work? And what do you do through Streamlabs or direct contact? So I have a couple different avenues for sponsorships now. So I am signed with a talent agency where my agent will basically seek out brands and stuff like that and put together like an outward offer of like, hey, you know, we see that you have this game, this product. Well, I have this streamer. I'm going to present the streamer to you directly, and you come back with an offer that's built on that streamer. So that's like the talent agency reaches out to you, or you apply to them, get accepted and stuff like that. Agents will typically take a cut of like the sponsorships that they negotiate. Industry standard tends to be 30%, and my agent has worked with me like from the point of me starting like different types of sponsorships. So I'm at 20%, which is below industry standard. And that's only sponsorships that they negotiate. In terms of an agent, always make sure your contract is non-exclusive. I have a non-exclusive contract where I can take whatever partnerships I'd like, even if they're not through my agent, and if it's something that comes to me directly. So I have my dusty@dustywhy.com email, and everybody that's on the team has their dustywhy.com emails. So I have sponsorships that come in to my email. For example, I got one recently that's through, it's called Snack and Sunflower Seeds, that came into my email. And they were like, hey, Dusty, we've checked out your content. We like it a lot. We basically want to send you a variety pack of our seeds, and you can just try them. It's free. See if you like them. Game up? Yeah, game's up, buddy. Good morning. And And they're like, we'll send you the seeds. You try them. If you like them, hit us up. We can talk about a long-term partnership. You would get, you know, commissions on sales, stuff like that. So that's kind of like the inbound end of things. I could theoretically, through that, if I try the product, if I like it, the avenue that we would go is me presenting it to my agent preparing like an offer where we're able to get them into a call, and he's basically like, okay, this is what we would like, this is what you're presenting. And the ideal scenario for a streamer working with companies is stipends, especially small streamers. If you have 2 companies who are each giving you a $500 a month stipend in addition to sponsoring the product, and keep in mind that stipend will typically come with recorded content, plugs on stream, stuff like that. It's like, we want you to make, you know, 10 videos a month. That would be way too much, actually. We want you to make like 3 videos a month plugging the product, right? Or like a couple videos a month for promo. And as a result, you know, from your continued promo on stream and X amount of recorded content and like continued branding, we'll give you this stipend. You get commissions on your stuff if you do make sales, and that as a streamer allows you to build up a base level. So that's going to come more of the like with the established route with, again, inbound partnerships. So that's something that I can both do through my end or through my agent. Like my agent, for example, we had a meeting recently and he was like, what do you want me to target? And I was like, right now until May, it's a good opportunity for Tuesday, Wednesdays to be sponsored downtime days. So if we do have any games that seem super appealing that fit into what I want to play and you're able to get in with developers, then you get codes, you give away codes, stuff like that. That's something that can be a little harder where my average viewership hasn't been like the 300-ish that it was when I was like peak New World, right? But there are still some opportunities there. So you could see sponsor streams in between now and May. So that's the agent side. That's like the side that is going to be like, not in like a weird way, but like the less used kind of like more exclusive side where you have to go through, you know, either getting hit up by an agent or like reaching out to agencies, applying, stuff like that. The side that a lot of streamers have access to is what are called deployment agencies. So there are multiple deployment agencies. One of the primary ones who just partnered with Twitch being Stream Elements. And this is actually how I ended up meeting my eventual agent, was through one of these. So with deployment agencies versus agents, agents go out and say, this is the streamer that I have. Puck! So with agencies, they go out to brands and like say Logitech, right? My agent could be like, hey, Logitech, I have this streamer. He's used your products on stream for a long time, loves your products. Would you be willing to send him a care package, right? And they could send a care package that could start a relationship. With deployment agencies such as Stream Elements get contacted by the companies, and the company says, hey, we want to run a campaign through you. So my HelloFresh, for example, is being run through Stream Elements. So with those, you get a deployment agency that gets a total budget for the campaign from the brand themselves. They then make that campaign available to streamers and offer different levels of payouts based on that streamer's previous success and size. So if you were a certain size, you can begin to be eligible for base payments. And depending on your size and your previous success, your base payments and your participation payouts can go up. So, for example, I have no problem sharing this. Maybe it'll incentivize somebody to order. If you gift subs, that is $6 that you are spending to support stream at a 60-40 split pre-tax. If you order HelloFresh using my link, you get the full box, you get 10 free meals, whether you're in the United States, Canada, or EU. And if you're in the US, you get free breakfast. If you order that and you're in the US, I get $180. If you order that and you're in Canada or the EU, I get $50. That's how deployment agencies work. I also got a base pay to activate that campaign. So the second that I popped that campaign, money secured. When you saw hashtag HelloFresh partner, hashtag ad in my title, and you saw the HelloFresh banner in the bottom right, that was because of the sponsorship. So that link now goes on auto for the remainder of the sponsorship, which is now like 4 days. So across the board, those can be very good ways, especially if you have a very supportive community, to like secure yourself additional income. And for me as a streamer, it's a way to like give back in a way for that support. people gift subs. That's awesome, right? Other people get subs, other people get emotes. With these, it's like you order HelloFresh, you don't lose anything by using my link. You literally gain stuff and you support stream that much. Like 180 subs in terms of gifted, $180 worth of gifted subs is $20. No, that's 120. Like it's 30 gifted subs. It's 30 gifties. So if you order HelloFresh, it's basically typing /gift30 and then I send you a HelloFresh box in terms of supporting stream. It's fucking insane in terms of how much support streamers can drum up for themselves through that. Yeah, it's very good. So that's deployment agencies. With deployment agencies, it's important to remember that's like the math ain't mathing. Shut up. It's too late for me to math. You get the point. You get the point. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Don't Dusty math. Either way, you get the idea. It's a lot of gifted subs equivalent of like support and you still get stuff. Don't. I'm doing my math in NA and I stayed up extra late because I started stream late. Please don't grief me. I'm trying to help. The thing with deployment agencies though is they track your performance over time. So with certain things, say meal kits. I did a Factor sponsorship previously. I did a, HelloFresh sponsorship previously. They're the same parent company. Since I had good performance through those, the offers can basically adjust up or down based on how the performance has been. So if you do very well consistently, you may see a higher base pay than if you have not done that. You can also, on the back end though, get labeled as a poor performer in a certain instance. So you want to, when you're activating through those through a deployment agency, plan those out, hype them up to your chat, and make sure that your chat is going to engage with it. If I popped this HelloFresh one and nobody ordered HelloFresh, I would basically get a flag that was like, hey, this guy just took the base pay and didn't do anything else other than that. Let's give him less on the base pay next time. So you want to make sure that your community is going to support. So where do you recommend I look to get started as someone who's never done sponsorships? What consists of viewership should I aim for before I start looking into this? I mean, I would go through Stream Elements personally. Stream Elements, if you show that you're really interested in that stuff, it's a good chance to start working with someone in a one-on-one. Like, my agent is someone who no longer works through Stream Elements, but originally started working with athletes and stuff like that. So he had worked with athletes before getting into the esports scene. He had worked with a deployment agency in terms of getting people set up, but he couldn't technically work one-on-one with streamers because of the conflict of interest between the deployment agency and his agency. So he extended his brand from athletes who were signing deals with brands into this scene. And since I had worked with him in that field, he was like, hey, I see the growth that your channel's had. He started working with me when my channel had 5 average viewers and I wanted to start to get into sponsorships. And I was always in his ear. I was always like, hey man, I really feel like I'm going to grow. I feel like I got something good here. I feel like we're going to go crazy here. And so he's seen my growth and he's believed in my growth as well. So long term, that was how that relationship got started up. So I would definitely recommend Stream Elements for that. Stream Elements also has a lot of direct integration through Twitch itself. And Stream Elements seems to be a very good resource across the board to use for pretty much everything at this point. My overlays, all of my stuff is done through that. It's a Stream Elements dono link. So yeah, I run pretty much everything on my end through Stream Elements. Thank you for the hydrate. In terms of consistent viewership, it's all relative. I mean, there are 1,000 viewer streamers that could do a HelloFresh and have nobody do it because their community isn't that deep in the support. There are 10 viewer streamers that could do, a HelloFresh and have 15 people order it. So I think it's all relative to community interest in doing the right thing at the right time. So I would recommend, instead of meal kits and stuff like that are full 30 days, sponsored game segments. So let me scroll through. I'll go Stream Elements, I'll go sponsorships. So in terms of sponsored games, if I look at my Stream Elements right now, I'll show you this. Here you go. These are my available sponsorships through Stream Elements. So Marvel Strike Force will give me $120 base pay, $22 for every new user that plays it, and then gifted subs if I hit certain incentives. Legend of Mushroom, whatever the fuck that is, $120 base play, $20 per new user. Monopoly Go, all of these.
So in terms of these are like deployment agency things. So you'll have like Raid Shadow Legends, you'll have stuff like that. You have a Roblox one here that's base pay and new users. But for the most part, deployment agencies will end up getting like more mobile games, smaller games, stuff like that are looking to just get any promo in communities that they can. So those will be good ones to start out on, because you'll be able to be like, hey, chat, we're gonna be taking a game night, and we're gonna be doing like a couple hours of community Roblox, you know, whatever the sponsorship is. Like, let me click on this one. The one before, they offered me one before that was like Dress to Impress for 2 hours or something like that. Let's see. I think it's just Roblox in general. Join the campaign, set it up. Yeah, I think it's just Roblox in general. And so like with this one, incentivization here. So you get your base pay, and then you also have incentives. So players must be new, play on mobile, and hit any one of these goals to help you earn. So create an account and play for 15 minutes, you get $1 per new user. If you have somebody that buys the 400 Robux package, you get $7. Somebody buys the 800 Robux package, you get $20. So you basically, as a streamer, can be as transparent or as hidden about these things as you want. I choose to be extremely transparent about these things because my community, as a result, feels like whenever they gift a sub, they know exactly what it's going to. They know that it's quite literally paying my bills. They know when they pop one of those HelloFresh boxes that it's supporting stream way more than the normal person would give subs and stuff. So I choose to be extremely transparent with like what I make through stream, you know, what my compensation comes from and stuff like that. So just across the board, it can be good if you're someone who believes in that to communicate with your audience. And, you know, with my community, I've been literally telling them, if you guys get this box, it's a massive way to support stream and you guys get shit for it. Like, you're going to gift subs anyways. And like, if you're gifting subs anyways, you might as well spend your money on HelloFresh and support stream the same way you would gifting subs with giving me money to keep me here streaming, but also get HelloFresh for it. It's literally just that simple. So it's like saying stuff just that outwardly to your community. People will be like, oh shit, wait, so you would rather me get HelloFresh than gift you 5 subs right now? And I'm like, yes, because HelloFresh gives me this much more money and you get shit. It's a mutual benefit. And so like communicating that, like, hey, you guys could gift 10 subs or you could show up to my stream for 2 hours and play Roblox on your phone and hang out for 2 hours. Like, so starting there, planning that out with your community and looking at packages that benefit you. So Roblox, that might be a really good one for you because it's like, or you think it's a good one for you because you're like, oh, Roblox, people would pay that. But then you look at the monetization and it's like, oh, people actually have to like buy stuff to get me money, right? So I would have to have my community RMTing in Roblox to get the payout. Is that going to be good or no? Maybe not. Maybe I come the route of Monopoly Go. I did a Monopoly Go stream before. So Monopoly Go is much more progression based. This is for every single person. Install the game, reach board 2, board 5, 11, 18, 31, 41, 55, 70, and then purchasing a pack gets you more money. But these are all like play for payout instead of pay for payout. So you can be like, guys, Monopoly Go, you download this on your phone, play it while you're taking a shit, play it while you're bored at work, while you're watching stream, while you have downtime, and you hitting board 70 gets me all of this. It gets me $26 for every single person that hits this board, and you can just do it for free in your downtime. Things like this can be the start of getting yourself established in sponsorships. And as you can see, say you have 18 people who complete all of these tasks. They hit board 70 and they purchase a $20 pack to get to board 70 faster. If you have 18 people, it's $516. I don't know about you, but for me, that's a good amount of what I make in a month in terms of Twitch streaming. I stream for my bills because I'm on disability. You got disability to be fucking adorable, baby. Sorry, I shouldn't make jokes about that, but I'm going to. So all the revenue that I get from stream goes towards increasing quality of the stream and supporting the community. I love that. No, that's very good. That's very good. Yeah, so I mean, even there, it's just a good way to like, you know, let your community know that it's that extra level of support. And as those continue to kind of like evolve,
you can get better sponsorship offers. So keep in mind, as a content creator, you're not only building out like your content to your audience, but you're also trying to build out your content to brands. Because while, like, you know, getting a bunch of gifted subs and stuff like that's really cool, if you're able to get 2 $500 a month stipends with a brand, that allows you to instantly allocate $1,000 consistently a month to editors, to improving, like you said, the quality of your content, to improving your setup, to making everything smoother. So with that, you're able to like build out brands that you've worked with. So in a media kit, that's what my agent and I are working on right now, is like solidifying my media kit, getting more brands under my belt that I've worked with. So that way we can go to larger brands and be like, look at all of these brands that we've worked with and had good success with. Here's why you should work with us. So that's the start of kind of like how you can get your dick in the door figuratively with sponsorships. I would definitely recommend Stream Elements. Stream Elements is super simple. Again, in terms of it, you just go on streamelements.com. You link up your Twitch there. You can do your overlays and stuff right through there. I have my donos set up. So like if you guys do !donate, keep in mind, boys, any donos, any bits or anything like that, go to, wrong way, down in the bottom corner of stream, we have IRL travel fees and we have IRL backpack fees. So while I'm traveling to TwitchCon this year, we'll be able to bring you the best streams. In addition to that, we're taking a birthday trip to Iceland this year that I got invited to by Carla. So we'll be able to bring you beautiful hiking streams in addition to the most scenic Ashes of Creation streams that you've ever seen. And you haven't seen them yet. But we're literally going to post up in fjords and shit and bring you Ashes streams because of the capabilities that we'll have through this. So, hiking streams, Ashes streams, all of that in Iceland, TwitchCon streams, everything. Bits, donos, all of that going directly towards that until that's filled. So, IRL Gabriel. Yes. So yeah, everything through there is just entirely set up through Stream Elements. So I would recommend Stream Elements across the board. Yeah, we'll be up tremendous. The Iceland trip is going to be so fun. Oz, you have a fantastic night as well, brother. I appreciate you hanging out. I'll see you tomorrow. Boys, if anybody else is heading out or is new here, my name is Dusty. I stream every single day starting at 2 p.m. EST. I do very much enjoy Ashes. I play Ashes every single day, even when the days are down. Or even when the servers are down. So, if you're not already following, make sure you do. Bye to my grind. Yes, sir, Ski. Yo, enjoy it, Derek. I hope you have a good night, brother. Hit me up, feel free to hit me up in Discord DMs as well. I usually hang around a couple hours, like, before and after stream each day, where I, like, catch up on Discord and socials and stuff like that. Feel free to hit me up Discord or anything, man. I love helping other streamers out, especially, like, in the Ashes scene. I am extremely of the mentality that it's like, if we help each other grow as content creators, from the largest to the smallest in the scene, it lifts up the entire community and gets more eyes on the community as a whole, and that's how everybody grows. I say this a lot. I'd rather have the entire directory be at 10K with me at fucking 500 than have the directory be at 2,500 with me at 1K. So my mentality is always sharing what I have, trying to help other streamers get to a better spot as well. And if we all continue to do that, then every streamer continues to grow, baby. So we're up. Good night from the conductor. Yo, Nell, have a great night, man. Yeah, it's late. It's 1. I usually don't be streaming this late, boys. It's been fun, though. It's been great. Even with servers being down, it's been real nice. Oy. I appreciate y'all. I do want to say that on record. I know I don't always tell you guys this, but I do appreciate you guys very much. All right. It's 1 a.m. So I've got to sleep so I can play the game tomorrow for you guys, boys. I love and appreciate the shit out of y'all. You guys are the best community on Twitch, and I'm very thankful to be able to do what I do every single day for y'all. If you guys are new, like I mentioned, I go live every single day at 2 p.m. EST. I went live an hour late today because I was recording a video and then took a nap, and I was angry that they took the servers down. Burrito. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. I typically stream 10 plus hours a day. What's the cooldown on joining guild? 24 hours. So if you're looking to get an invite to main and you left second today, then you'll be able to sneak in tomorrow. We do have main filling up though, so first come, first serve for the active slots, boys. But I do go live every single day, 2 p.m. EST. I stream typically right around 10 hours a day. I love Ashes. I love the community. Just watch your event video. Good stuff. Yo, I appreciate you. Thank you. I don't consider myself good at YouTube, so I've been working very hard to try to get more YouTube content out, and like, it's my weakness. So I appreciate that. That actually makes me so happy, man. I'm glad that people are enjoying the YouTube content. I don't think I'm good at it. I don't think it's my strength, but I'm trying to like muscle through. I have a big video breaking down like the March patch as well. So I'm trying to get that cooked within the next couple of days, so you guys have that to look forward to. So we got more on the way, boys. So make sure you're over there. Make sure you're over there and ready for it. Leak? I got my script typed out. I haven't recorded it. I gotta record tomorrow. That's what I'm doing before stream. Boys, the raid's going. Bye. I love you. I'll see you tomorrow at 2 p.m. Peace.